Hello everyone and welcome to another day here in the LPL English broadcast. We have ahead of us two best of threes between the top dogs in the Nirvana group and the lowest part of the SN group. Today is my very first day here in the LPL English. I'm so excited and I'm joined by Blockster, and I hope you, Blockster, are ready to a potentially really long day.
Oh yeah, I mean, these teams, they love to go the distance, a couple of them do. Everybody but EDG likes themselves a nice long day. I'm so glad that you're joining us here. This should be an absolute blast.
Let's see how it goes, because as I said, this is a potentially really long day. Yesterday we came out of 6 games, 6 out of 6 games. So yeah, I'm expecting kind of 5 of 6 games in here. And today's matches are really exciting because potentially these 4 games are going to clash in the play-in stage of the playoffs.
Absolutely they are. Like you said, we've got the bottom of Group Ascend here in FPX WE. That'll be our second series. And then we've got our NiP EDG to kick us off here today. And like you said, right, these teams could end up facing off against each other. The way that this works is that the bottom team from Group Ascend plays the top team from Group Nirvana. So currently, that would be NiP playing up against WE. Now, we don't know how this will end. Obviously, EDG have one game less that they've played, so they could end up right at the very top. Maybe they end up playing WE, maybe they end up playing FPX. These are very important matchups here for both of these teams. You want to be the top dog of Group Nirvana anyway, but for Group Ascend, you really don't want EDG, I think, at this point. You do not want to be that bottom team right now, and so it's going to be critical for both of these teams, FPX and WE, to grab this win here, get themselves up off of that bottom position.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, EDG looks really scary even for Ascend groups, honestly. And the last time EDG and Ninjas in Pyjamas actually clashed, it was a massacre for Ninjas in Pyjamas. I mean, EDG is just, it feels like they are really superior here in the Nirvana group. So here I expect Ninjas in Pyjamas to put a better fight than the last time, but honestly, it feels like a 2-0, 2-1 for EDG.
Yeah, I mean, last time out, this was the point at which people kind of started beginning to believe in EDG, right? They'd already won 2 of their series, but it was some of the easier teams. And NiP were coming into this group Nirvana, people looking just at the roster, hey, these guys should be on top massively. Well, as you can see here in some of our clips from the last time that these two teams played against each other, specifically in Game 1, massacre is the right word. EDG, they only lost 2 deaths, both of them on Perugia. The whole game through was just so easy for them. NiP, it didn't feel like they could get a single thing going. Now, game number 2, it was a little bit closer. It was a bit more back and forth. NiP actually had themselves quite a good start to the series, but they just couldn't overcome the fact that EDG were all over them later on. They had themselves, honestly, one of their best series in this matchup, and afterwards, people all of a sudden looking like EDG, like, okay, are this team legit? Are this team actually real? And, you know, they haven't lost a single series since. They've only lost 1 game as well, so they are so strong in this group Nirvana.
I mean, 1 single game out of the series that they've already played. We're going to talk about that game because honestly, it felt like a one-off. I mean, it meant absolutely nothing for EDG. They're still the top dogs, as we were talking about, and it was against Thunder Talk. I mean, it was just 1 game out of the best of 3, and it was, I mean, it was a bad game from Perugia that I kind of remember. He was caught all the time. Engages were not the best in the world. But the thing is that both of these teams, both EDG and NiP, are already locked for the playing stage of the playoffs. But the thing is that you were mentioning, you want to be the top dog, and for me, that's gonna be EDG. They already need to play more series than NiP. That, I mean, it's a J3. I think it is 3 more series for them to be played. But EDG just looks really superior. They feel really online, and honestly, they are a true challenge for. I mean, the lowest part of the SN group. Not gonna say every team in the SN group, obviously, but the lowest part.
Absolutely, yeah. There's been a real improvement from some of these top teams. I mean, over on the Ninjas in Pyjamas side, right? They came into this, and you look at their roster, and you're like, hey, they are going to be the best team that we've got. Surely they're going to be the best team that they've got. They've got Doinby, right? They've got Leave. They've got these players that had themselves some decent bits of success in Group Ascend in Split 2, even if they weren't completely able to take it all over. But really, they haven't been able to put it together in quite the same way as EDG. Still, versus all of the other opponents, they've been looking pretty good. Doinby has been having an interesting time. He's not necessarily been this big pop-off player that we were kind of expecting him to be. Leave, as long as he positions correctly, and we'll keep coming back to this throughout the series, he's been really good. The mispositioning errors do kind of creep in occasionally, and it is a little bit worrying. The player to watch for me, though, is Solokill up on the top lane, right? They brought him in last split, they kept him around, he ended up getting that full-time starting job in this split, and he's looked really good. And in their last matchup up against EDG, he was kind of the only player that was actually still able to keep kind of toe-to-toe. He was not the best, but none of them were having a good time, right? He was the only one that was able to keep his lane a bit closer.
I mean, the thing is that we're talking about this EDG against NiP, like NiP is like so inferior to EDG, but the fact is that NiP has been also really dominant there in the Nirvana group. They only lost one series, and it was the previous one against EDG. So that's why this matchup is really, really exciting, because imagine that NiP can put up a better fight than the last time. Imagine that NiP is actually the first team to be able to bring down EDG so far in their Nirvana group. That would be an absolute banger.
It really would, and it would really shake things up. You can see here with this EDG roster, coming into Group Nirvana, people weren't necessarily looking at this as the top dog, because that was very much going to be NiP, but there was some talk, people were pretty excited. The things that have been really impressive to me, ZDZ up in the top lane, right, as much as we were just talking about how Solokill was fun, ZDZ has also been really good, and Perukia, some of these engages have been absolutely crazy, right? He has been all over the map, he's been incredibly aggressive in a lot of his picks, in a lot of his play, and it's been great to see, but honestly, you can't really pinpoint it on one single part of this roster. All of our stats are broken. EDG top almost every single stat category. Their KDAs are so ridiculously high because they're dying no times, maybe once or twice during the majority of their series. Honestly, the matchup up against Thundertalk that they just lost is kind of the only thing that has destroyed a couple of those stats, because otherwise they were just in the stratosphere. They were so good.
I mean, and the thing is that game felt really odd comparing to other games from EDG, honestly, just because of the dynamics of the game and how you were praising actually Perukia, but that game of him, as we were watching there in the video, it was like all the time engaging and on his own. I mean, he was absolutely left away by his own team and ended up dying like constantly. I mean, that felt really odd. The series went to EDG no matter what, but that game felt really different compared to other series from EDG. It was just a one-off, honestly, but anyway, I want to talk about NiP and about EDG like really, really carefully more when it comes to statistics, because they've been so dominant in their groups. That, I mean, I don't know if that's gonna be the constant when it comes to the playoffs. Not even against WE or FPX, who are really low on the standings of the Ascend group, but you know, I'm really skeptical when it comes to this kind of teams that are so dominant on their own environments. When you take them out of them, it used to be so different.
Yeah, and the fact that you've now got yourself a little bit of a blueprint right here from the Thundertalk loss. They've only lost once, but that's something, right? Now you can look at that and go, hey, maybe we can beat them. If Perukia is having a little bit of an off day, if we can really find ways to begin to exploit onto Xiaohao, there's a chance. There's a way for us to actually be able to beat this team, and those Group Ascend teams, very much are going to be looking at all of this, because that play-in is so brutal, right? You go through your entire regular season, and then you get one best of 5 in which to either put yourself into the playoffs, or you're now sitting it out for the rest of the year. Next split isn't going to start until, February, March next year? That's a long time to just be sitting and not actually being able to do too much. Now, of course, as much as these teams are really cool across the board, and as much as EDG are great everywhere, we did mention it a little bit earlier, and we should get into it a little bit more, these top laners are kind of where my eyes get drawn when it comes to both of these teams.
Like, look at this. I mean, see, this is so dominant in KDA. Both of them, some of the top dogs there in the top lane. No pun intended, but it's going to be a really interesting matchup there in the top lane. Most considering that both of them, like, I mean, they love a good fight. They love a good fight. And so you were mentioning how Solokill, even in their defeat against EDG, was maybe the best performing player so far in those series. I mean, definitely he wants some revenge against CDC and against EDG. I want to think that they maybe are able to step up, and I would love to see some attention there in the top lane for Solokill.
Absolutely, you kind of need to be getting up into the top lane, get Solokill a couple to try to play around him. He's had himself a little bit more of a standard overall set of champions played, there's been a little bit more wacky stuff coming out of ZDZ, but honestly, they kind of share the majority of champions, right? They've both actually pulled out the Aurora top lane. There's been some Aatrox, a lot of Cassante, a lot of Ambessa for both of them, so it hasn't been too much just random stuff being pulled out. It's a lot of the standard meta champs, and I think once we get into the draft, these top laners are either going to get picked very early on if you leave some of the highest priority ones open. If the Gwen or the Rumble ever slips through, you can be one that, you can R1 or 2 that very easily, and then if not, whoever's got themselves that red side, as much as we think of red side being a lot weaker here, now that we've got the Fearless, for this matchup, being able to actually get yourself that counter in the top lane, I think could be incredibly important, so it'll be interesting to see how much priority these teams really do give to their top laners.
The thing is that even if we say that they're champion pools, they are kind of the players that go for the standard things in the meta game. Even given that, they are pretty versatile. They're in the roles on the top side, both in they've been playing tank, they've been playing bruiser, they've been playing APs. I mean, it's really versatile from both of them. So yeah, maybe it's going to be quite interesting to see if the counter pick is going to one of those top laners. But I mean, I don't know what's going to happen there in the top side. Honestly, I'd love to see some really good fight there from the very beginning of the game. But definitely, I mean, I don't know. For me, this series so far is going to be about the narrative on these two teams maybe clashing against the second ones on the day. More considering that both NiP and EDG are already qualified for that playing stage.
Yes.
So they are already locked in. So I would love to think they just want to step up their game to prepare themselves for that playoff stage.
Yeah, absolutely, right? As much as it is good to get yourself locked into that top 4 spots, it is very much going to be important to get yourself in that top spot. You do not want to be facing off against one of the better teams that we've got in that Group Ascent, because, right, as much as it has been a very interesting look for Group Nirvana, it's shaken out relatively similar to what we were expecting. We were thinking the Ultra Primes and the LNGs of the world were going to be in those bottom couple of spots. Maybe we were expecting NiP to top it out, but EDG being at the top hasn't been too much of a surprise. Currently, if you end up going today as one of those bottom place teams that still manages to get a play-in stage matchup versus a Group Ascent team, you're going to be playing against somebody like Weibo. Or maybe a JDG, right? These teams are sat right on the cusp of being really good. If anyone's legend hadn't have managed to beat BLG yesterday, they would have potentially been having one of those matchups versus these play-in teams. It's terrifying to be in that 3rd, 4th spot right here in Group Nirvana, because up in Group Ascent, it's completely wild. It's almost anyone's guess which of these 3 or 4 teams that sat in the middle of the pack are actually going to be your opponents.
I mean, I love that you're trying to convince me that I think I happened there in the group Ascent. I really appreciate the effort, but do you really think it is going to be? I mean, some other teams rather than FPX and Team WE being in the top spots, on the bottom spots of the group, because I really don't think so. I mean, I don't really see them being able to pull enough victories to actually climb even a tiny little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I would be very, very surprised too if we actually see FPX or WE manage to get themselves back off of the floor. We'll obviously talk about them more in our second series, but I've liked WE a little bit more. FPX, the fact that they were able to beat IG made me have a little bit of faith in them. But that was 4 losses ago, so I'm not so sure about that one. Yeah, it's absolutely crazy up in Group Ascent. And down in Group Nirvana, these teams don't really feel like they've got too much threat from the teams below them. LGD, Thunder Talk, they've had moments. Thunder Talk obviously picking up that single win from EDG means that they've got something going here. You know, there's perhaps a chance for them. I think it is an interesting conversation when it comes to who actually manages to make it into those top 4 slots. Maybe there's a chance that Ultra Prime can actually get themselves up on top of a Thunder Talk or an LGD, but then still, it's going to be a little bit of a long shot, I feel.
I mean, it's going to be definitely a long shot. And I'm checking on the series that EDG still have in front of them. It's not though that many. They still have to clash again. Ultra Prime, LNG, and I think
LGD.
that's gonna be LGD as well. Thank you very much. Well, NiP still need to be clashing against NLG, and yep, that's it. I mean, EDG is still are potentially going to be able to grab some more victories. I wanna keep their chances of still being defeated up. I mean, I want to have faith that some of the other rivals are going to be able to actually take down EDG for the first time. But let's see how they come in here in their series against NiP. I mean, the Thunder Talk series was not so far ago. Actually, it was just a few days ago, and I don't think that any one of us thought that Thunder Talk would be able to grab even if it's just a map.
Yeah, checking in on that series, tuning in. And I'm like, hang on a Thunder Talk are winning this game. Why are Thunder Talk winning this
wow.
game? Nobody was expecting Thunder Talk to be winning this game. As much as I love, and I absolutely adore Thunder Talk as a team. I think they're one of the most fun teams to watch when it works. It doesn't work for them all the time, and versus the top teams almost never. But hey, 1xn, there's a reason that every single time Thunder Talk come up, we run a graphic on this guy. He's awesome, and he had this Yanara performance of all time. He was all across the board.
Yes.
He was so good on that one, and that, you know, that could be fun. I don't know. I'm not certain whether or not it's going to be an undefeated split or not for EDG. I think that it is going to be undefeated, looking at the matchups that they have coming on their remaining schedule.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm not all the way in, right? Maybe I'm not Rafa. Rafa has been pushing the EDG going to Worlds narrative, and I love that narrative. I think it would be great for them to make it to Worlds. Do I believe in them that much? No, not quite. I think that's a little bit too far. But do I think they will at least top this group undefeated? Yeah, I can believe in that one pretty well.
I mean, I'd love to buy the narrative, honestly, because imagine if that happened, it would be so hypey. I mean, it would be so much hype. Like if EDG making it to Worlds from the Nirvana group, I can imagine how easily the narrative writes itself.
Yeah,
like it would be like absolutely crazy. But like, I mean.
Realistically, considering that right now they have 0 championship points. None. No championship points whatsoever. So even getting themselves into the last chance qualifier, well, maybe. Honestly, for EDG to make it to Worlds, they're going to have to finish like 1st or 2nd in this split, which, as much as we think EDG look pretty good compared to some of the bottom group ascent teams, versus some of the top ones, a BLG, an AL, a top esports, I don't know about that one, Chief. I think that would be a little bit too far. Still, we've got all the teams walking out. We've got the lovely white hair of Doinby. He's locked in for this series. We should be getting into the picks and bans pretty soon. And I'm very excited to see what we get, right? Because the pick bans recently have been, I want to say crazy, but that would be a lie. We've been seeing Gwen, Varus, Pantheon, and Vi the whole year. Those champions have been topping the tables of not just the LPL, but almost every single region, from the very top to some of the bottom regions too. I would like to say that we're going to get some crazy picks right here, but I think probably most of these teams like to play a little bit more towards the standard.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the standard stuff, just because these two teams want to keep themselves in the top stages and in the top standings of the Nirvana group. Honestly, I don't think they are willing to risk any single series because of risky picks. And there it goes. We go to the draft, and there goes the standard: Pantheon away, Vi away, Trundle, Aurora, the Varus ban away. So there you have it, Bloxer. The standard, most standard bans on League of Legends.
Yeah, absolutely nothing surprising coming through right now. We'll see if the Gwen does get taken off the board. If not, that's always something that people like to look towards as a first pick. So does the Rumble as well, though. These champions both very strong, very high priority. If you don't want to go towards that, then I would be a little bit more surprised. Yeah, I mean, now that you've got both Gwen and Rumble up, it's either going to be back and forth picked, or they slip completely through this draft. For NiP, they very much enjoyed getting themselves Nio's picks as early on into the game as possible, but yeah, the Gwen being first picked does not surprise me even slightly.
Now, let's see if the answer is going to be the Rumble or Sword Lag. There it goes, the Akali hover, which I don't know if to actually believe. Like,
I'd be surprised if this is coming through blind right here.
This is more credible, actually. Like the Talia with the potential rotations after the level 6, you want to thread those external lanes as much as possible. Let's see the pairing for this Talia, because you want those quick rotations coming through for EDG.
And this is also a little bit of a takeaway right here from Doinby. Doinby's absolutely loved to be able to play this Talia. The only thing he's been playing more is the Galio, which, I mean, I'm not going to rule out he could potentially pick up for himself here still if they need a little bit of extra tankiness in the middle lane. I do very much like the Xin Zhao being locked in. It gives EDG, like you said, that quick map rotation, that early skirmish power. If you want to respond to the skirmish power, the Wukong is often the pickup. Now you've got yourself your top lane and your jungle. Most teams go towards the mid lane. Doinby is just going to lock in the Annie right here, so you're looking to potentially find solo kills into the mid lane, and if not, just blow up whatever it is that Arn decides to play.
I mean, the solo kills in the mid lane, no pun intended again. It's like, yes, they're looking for those solo kills, but also the massive crowd control on top of a potential ambassador, which they are hovering right now. You need to control that lady, honestly, because otherwise it's gonna get out of control. Absolutely, it's gonna be a pick for CDC. And we were talking about earlier during the pre-show about a potential really hyped matchup there in the top 7. We got this Gwen against the Ambissa. It's so volatile right there.
Yeah, it really is. You're sat in a situation where this top lane could explode either way, and you very much want to be putting as much priority, I think, as NiP into this top lane. If you can get solo kill ahead, like you said, if you can keep Ambessa down, that helps you out a massive amount. But then also, if you can get your Gwen ahead, you could split push very effectively, and Wukong Annie sets you up decently well for a 4v5 situation where you can teleport solo kill in if you want to, you can roam him down to these fights, but you can also just leave him off in the side lane to go chunk through these towers and make it so EDG are forced into a little bit of a harder map rotation position. Still, we've got bot lanes to pick up for ourselves, and this means you can really begin to pinch into the pool. I'm not surprised to see the Rakan and the Kai'Sa taken off of the board here for NiP. You've got Wukong, you already want to be diving into the backline a little bit. That takes away some extra support for this champion.
I mean, right now NiP are trying to lock down Paruki as much as possible, not being able to pick those highly engaged supports. And there goes the Senna for Anne. Quite interesting. I want to know your thoughts about the Senna, but because for me, I still don't make my mind up if Senna is a bait pick, it's a super carry pick. Like honestly, I don't know what to think of the Senna like so far after all the changes they made. I still don't believe in her fully.
No, I'm not super sold on the Senna either. I think it's one of these champions that can be pretty hard to get going. At the same time, in this EDG composition, you've got yourself some decent champions to play around early on to try to just help her out in this bottom lane. You want to make her as uncomfortable as possible here as NiP. The decision making here is, do you want to just match this late game scaling power? Do you want to go towards something, I was going to say like the Smolder, or do you want to go for something very early aggressive, something potentially like the Xayah or like the Corki that can try to bully out onto this Senna as early as possible in the lane and make it so this champion just doesn't get to play? The answer is no, they're just going to go towards something that scales a little bit better in the late game. Still, I love this. I love this as the side of the Sivir, because you are kind of weak in the early laning phase, as you'd expect with a late game scaler, but you're nowhere near as weak as this Senna, so you actually get a very free lane, and you can poke this champion out pretty easily. The Braum would go a ways in trying to stop that from happening. I do worry about you not having enough non-committal engage, though, with the Braum, right? The Braum's very good when people are jumping into you, but you're not so good at moving forwards. They're going to lock it in, though, so it does stop a decent amount of what Leave wants to do in this game.
I mean, definitely, but I don't know if it's gonna be enough with the Braum to stop the Sivir potential, at least during the later stages of the game. Because honestly, you were mentioning how Sivir, it's not super strong during the early game, but she's so safe, right?
Yeah.
Like she can clear waves so easily. She's gonna be there absorbing wave after wave after wave after wave until she gets 3 items, and it's super strong. And most likely, she's gonna have 3 melees in front of her to actually proc the W rebounds. So for me, it's not that bad of a pick from NiP. And on the other side, what you were mentioning about EDG's composition, they do not have non-committal engage. I mean, their engage, like plainly engage, is Xiaohao going with the third auto attack from the Jinzhao, or maybe Flash R from Perugia. It's not like the most reliable engage in the game. We're not talking about having a Sion, having a Norn, or even Aliena. And for me, this is the result from NiP totally locking down the options for Parukia.
Yeah, they have taken a lot of his best champions off of the board. Now, he's not bad on the Braum. The Braum is still a decent champion overall, but I do worry. You're kind of hoping and praying that maybe Arn manages to bind some people down, or Angel hits a couple of brilliant of the seismic shoves. In that case, maybe, right? You're giving yourself a chance to be able to play these one out. Otherwise, EDG, they're just looking to go flying into the backline with the majority of their champions, go chase after the NiP members, and then you're kind of leaving Arn behind. He doesn't want to go jumping in. It's not like the Kai'Sa, which would have allowed you to play that more aggressive style. I do prefer this composition right here out of NiP, but still, EDG, they've shown us that they're such a brilliant team. I don't necessarily think that they can't make this composition work.
And there it goes. We're jumping into the Summoner's Rift for the first time today. I want to know, Blockster, do you think it's going to be 4, 5, 6 games? Give me your opinion. I want to know.
Ooh, I mean, looking at prior results, I'd expect this to be a 2-0 right here for EDG. The next series, I think, is going to go to 3 every day of the week, so I think we're going to get a minimum of 5 right here. I would not be surprised to see 6, though.
I mean, Blockster, don't give me like the usual analyst super smart answer. Just give me something. Just give me your expectation. I want to see your soul. Do you want the 6 games?
Do I want 6 games? Hell yeah, I want 6 games.
You want the 6 games? Okay, I'm here for it because honestly, I mean, I already survived our first pre-show. So I'm here for this game. After this, I will run to cast the ERLs back in Spanish. So yeah, I just decided my day to be extra long work-wise. So I'm here absolutely for it. Look at this. This is so interesting from NiP. They are just camping the boys there in the bottom lane. And I wanted to talk a little bit more about the Braum. I'm a Braum stan. They're actually fighting. They're in the bottom lane. But considering what we were mentioning, that going Braum leaves you with not much engagement in your composition, I'd love to see some level 1 maybe used for the Braum's passive, who I think is absolutely broken.
Yeah, level 1, that's where you're in a really strong spot. The second that we hit level 3 down in this bottom lane, this should just be leave. Niket being able to keep stepping up. And you can see it already, right? Step up, take a little chunk out of Perukia's health, and you could just keep doing this, right? The easy trade pattern combo, you throw the boomerang out, you stun somebody up with the auto attack, you just keep doing that. You're going to have complete and utter wave control right now. And also, if you look towards the top side of the map, there is a ward right here onto Xiaohao. He is going to be spotted out, so you know as the bottom lane right here for NiP, you can just keep doing this. You can keep pushing forward.
Yeah, absolutely, but you need to be really, really careful not to step under the tower, because that was really close for Niket, even though the Dredge lane was really, really good. But the fact is that Xiaohao is pathing towards the bottom side of the map, which you can expect. And you were mentioning also that ward there on the top side of the jungle. Xiaohao is going to end the pathing there in the ground, and NiP as well, they need to be really, really careful, because yeah, they have the push, they are dominant right there in the bottom side, but they are also, and I'm talking more about leave. Yeah, you can be really safe with the Saver, but right now you are really ahead on the lane and you are vulnerable.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to keep this pressure up, very much so. You want to make the Saver get as much lane pressure, make the center as uncomfortable as possible. But yeah, getting ganked right here, dying would be really, really bad. Still, it doesn't look like that is going to happen. Well, actually, hang on. This is quite the long gambit right here out of Xiaohao. Was potentially looking to go gank right from behind through the enemy tri-brush, but decides against it. I don't think they saw enough members, knew that Leave would have been heading back to base, has picked up the cull, as you would expect out of the Sivir, just looking to make this lane as chill as possible. And as much as we are going to constantly see heavy trading down in the bottom lane, solo kills, 2v2 kills, I would be a little bit surprised to see that happen. Top lane, though, that's where I think things could get very explosive. This was the matchup that we highlighted for a reason. Solo kill already getting some pretty good pressure down, but the Ambessa has a decent matchup here into the Gwen.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is playing also really safe here. She could have been dope, but I don't think NiP had enough effectives there in the top side of the map to actually do that dive. At least not yet. Maybe if they decide to switch lanes at some point there with the bot lane. But right now, I think Ambessa is just, I mean, not chilling. I'm not gonna say chilling, but at least pretty much safe. Niket had to flash away, and also the Dredge lane against the wall to be safe, because Q from Perukia and also W from Anne, that would be a dead Nautilus.
Yeah, you very much have to be respectful down in this bottom lane as much as you can keep pushing people forwards. The second that you get caught by that Winter's Bite, you are in some serious trouble, and losing your flash already for Niket, really unfortunate for him. Of course, it makes him less safe in this matchup, but it also removes quite a lot of the kill threat that you're relying on to try to keep the center down. So that's not going to be the ideal look out of NiP's support so far, but really not going to be the end of the world. That's unfortunate that this ward is just going to expire. Of course, Angel... Oh, I was going to say Angel is recalling, but he doesn't.
Leave, you are in some kind of peril. No, it is not. I mean, the E has been amazing just to stop Senna's W, so no root, no threat at all. Leave is on his own there in the bottom side of the map, just absorbing waves after waves after waves, as you were mentioning. What?
He missed cannon. He missed the cannon minion. Yeah. As much as he sidesteps, fancy feet, getting away from the Winter's Bite, it doesn't matter. He missed cannon, so the game is clearly lost right here for NiP. No, it's just a little whoopsie right here. It hurts a little bit, of course, but the end of the world. We've got ourselves a Drake spawned already down the bottom side. It's going to be an Ocean if you can pick it up. And with the slightly tankier overall members for ZDZ, you would love to have yourself this early Ocean. It allows you to stand up to this Gwen quite a lot easier during the early laning phase. An early Ocean can always be nice for your top laners. Still, it's not that Drake that really draws this early aggression usually. You can see EDG, though, they are going to use the fact there was a little bit of a reset, a little bit of a lane swap coming through from NiP to be able to pick themselves up this first Drake. And this is something that EDG have done really well. As much as they've been great in terms of not dying, getting a ton of kills, team fighting has been awesome, just their objective control has been immense as well. They've been one of the best teams that we've got in the entirety of the LPL, Group Ascent or Group Nirvana, for just picking up these early objectives, stacking them through, and making it so in these later stage team fights and skirmishes, their opponents are getting dragged around the map, desperately trying to stop them from being able to pick up a soul.
The thing is that right now, EDG grabbing the first Drake in the game for NiP, they better grab the Void grabs because otherwise it's going to be a waste of. Not going to say time because you have Living here absorbing more waves and it's going to be constant. But even though Silver is behind in terms of farm compared to the Senna. There you go, Silver, say hi to the audience. He said hi also to Angel, who received the ultimate from BNB there in the bottom lane. And there it goes. EDG answers to a rotation to another rotation. The bot lane also opening through the top side of the map, just absorbing more waves. Yeah, they're gonna put a fight over the Void guys. For me, NiP, maybe they wasted an opportunity to grab a neutral objective. And you were mentioning how EDG have been really successful in actually securing those.
Absolutely, and yeah, with this map rotation, you don't push your bot lane to the top side, so you've got that little bit of extra map pressure, the couple extra members to be able to play for the Drake bottom lane, and then you rotate your bot lane up to the top side. It should put them in a good position to be able to fight around these grubs. We'll see if EDG do decide to go for it, because in these straight up skirmishes, that's where this composition can be a little bit risky at this point in the game. If Senna doesn't deal that much damage, you're obviously going to be up against a Wukong that's great in an early skirmish. Same thing with the Annie, although dropping the Tibbers already means that's not going to be up in 30 seconds time when these Void grubs are going to be available. So we'll see just how quickly you want to be moving towards this objective as either of these teams. With no kills already, 7.5, nearly 8 minutes into this game, it's been a pretty slow start, and if I'm EDG with the Senna, I'm happy about that.
They were the Needlewalker on the bottom side of the map. CDC trying to get away, and all the Needlewalker from solo kills is trying to grab that. But CDC just dashing to the tower, not even having to flash away, so really safe there for the Mbessa, and solo trying to force and to trade a little bit on top of EDG's top lane. There it goes. Those are the Void grabs, and we were talking about this right before. EDG is in a very good position to actually fight for those. Nio and Niken need to actually face check every single brush to get into the top side of the river, and Perukia and Yanshahar, they're not letting them get into that.
No, it's very much face checking into darkness. They've got this one control ward that's about to be taken out, and then otherwise you're just going to be pushing forwards without very much knowledge of what's going on. There's no teleports on the top laners either, so they can't come along and join. NiP, I think they've recognized that there's no real way for them to go and compete, are just going to push through this mid lane. Actually, EDG move themselves back away, pick themselves up the first of the grubs, and decide that, hey, that's good enough, we're happy with that. Decide to stop the push going through the mid lane, stop the push happening in the top side as well, and give over a couple of these grubs to NiP. I'm surprised by that. I would have thought they'd have stuck around at least to grab themselves a second. Takes you towards that feat of monster slaying, right? Instead, they're just going to give this over to NiP, and NiP have a composition that can really use having two grubs. The Gwen is already a threat onto side lane towers, now even more so.
Maybe the EDG just thought that taking one and being content with that would be enough to actually not stopping the win, but literally put her in a worse position to demolish those towers. There it goes, the dive. I mean, I'm spelling a dive there in the top side. Hurricane not having the ultimate yet, and there it goes, Leaf dealing some damage and about to die. There goes the ultimate from the Senna. Senna's still alive, and Sivir grabbed the first kill, but this dive, what has been this dive? Angel roaming to the top side, and those are 2 kills for EDG. Those dives, though, blocks there. That dive was a mess.
What are you doing here as NiP, right? Yes, you've got yourself the clone on Nio, so there's a little bit of, are we hitting onto the right person? Where's the tower going? But that's never going to work. And then you look at the map, you look at the other people on the board, and you remember that there's Angel on the Talia with the Weaver's Wall, so you can always go and join up to this top lane dive really quickly, and that's what ends up happening. The beginning of this isn't the end of the world, right? The depth charge goes through onto the correct member, the Senna gonna get taken down pretty quickly, but you're still not actually able to deal anywhere near as much damage as you would want to. Perukia does a very good job of being able to get the shield up, and at this point, there's nothing you can do. Angel was always going to join up to this one, and now not only have you managed to give over a kill on the return,
Niket.
Angel gets one. Oh,
Niket, you're in some trouble, my friend. Actually, another first winter spy from Perugia on punishing from distance. The fact is I mean, it was a risky dive. Perugia is a Braum, even without the ultimate. The Unbreakable gains you a lot of time. I have time to pull the Dawning Shadow, which gained more time for EDG's bowling under the tower. So yeah, Senna ended up dying, but it's not the end of the world for EDG. More if we consider the Senna is still ahead. I mean, not by much, but for me it's kind of a drama for NiP that Senna is more than a wave ahead in terms of farm to leave.
Yeah, the fact that you pick up that kill and it just goes a ways towards making it a bit more even down in this bottom side is a little bit worrying. Of course, this game is not super far apart, right? There's a small 500 or so gold advantage right now for EDG. The only person with any actual gold advantage for NiP right now is Nio. He's been pretty slow with the Wukong early on, honestly, right? He tries for that dive top lane, but that's really the only thing he's been doing. And he's level 8, right? He's had himself that Cyclone for a while and hasn't tried to be proactive with it yet. That is a little bit worrying. Then again, you look at the other side of the board, Xiao Hao also hasn't been particularly aggressive here with the Xin Zhao, something you would usually expect to see.
I feel like both teams trust a lot in their scaling, but I'm seeing a situation, and I'm a Sivir. I will defend the Sivir pick. Okay, I really like the Sivir pick, but I kind of see a moment in the game where Sivir is not gonna have enough space to actually deal damage, just because An is gonna be hitting from home practically with the Senna's range. Like if you give An time to actually stack Senna's passive, it's gonna be impossible, and I see an impossible situation where they actually get to the Senna, because you'll need to have Niket diving really back in the fight. And Angel received the T-burst. There it goes. This is a 2-timing dive. He's trying to shove the wave. Angel is still alive. And there goes the ultimate from the Nautilus. But doing big with the fireball, grabbing Angel's kill. And that's the second one for NiP, who are giving a message. We're still alive.
Yeah, and this was a much better dive from them right there. It's a lone,
easier,
sad little Talia sat underneath the tower. You actually tank up the tower very well right there as Niket once again, but it's much quicker to be able to kill onto the Talia rather than the Senna and the Braum when you've got Angel to go and join up with this team fight. Much better executed right there by NiP. Yeah. And like you said, the kill goes over to Doinby, and Doinby, he's been interesting so far this year. You come into every single game in which Doinby is here and expect him to be the main carry. He's going to be that guy. He hasn't really been for NiP. He's been a little bit more of a support piece. Lots of Galio games, lots of supporting leave to be able to carry them through. But here on this Annie, you can absolutely be the main carry. You can see already got the Malignance in inventory. That's first items coming through for the majority of the people on the board right now, and so he's in a good spot to be able to keep this rolling and be a real threat to the backline of EDG.
I mean, he has the potential to be the main carry, but also, I mean, Annie is a good setup for the fights. And there it goes. That is your non-committal engage. The Frostbite, the Winter Spite. Niket is in a really bad spot after the ultimate from the Talia, and that's it. Third kill for EDG, who claim also the Feats of Warfare. That's the first point for the Boots upgrade. EDG with the rotations, 6 rotations, and that's it. You said there was no non-committal engage, but I see it constantly, Blaster.
Yeah, I mean, so far they've been actually very good. They've been using the Winter's Bite brilliantly, and being able to get that nice quick kill there is going to be very fun. Nio going in right here onto An. Senna
was so overextending there in the mid lane, and An is going to be taken down by Nio. That's a kill for the Wukong, who already have that Triforce there in on the pocket, and that's a beautiful kill and an important one, because I mean, look at the flash, just seconds away to have the flash again. That was unfortunate.
Yeah, you wait a little bit longer on that gank and it probably doesn't work. Yeah, you blow the flash again, but you want to be picking up that kill. And this is the risk, right, that An is going to be under throughout the entirety of this game, up until we get to like 30-35 minutes, where he's got plenty of range. Now Xiao Hao, because he's now lost his bot laner, getting pushed around a little bit in his own jungle, is at least still going to be able to grab his blue buff. But this is just so much pressure coming on through down in this bottom side of the map. We've got 2 minutes now until the next Drake is going to be coming through. We've obviously got ourselves the Herald spawning in a couple of seconds time, but there's just a lot of pressure down in the bottom lane. Almost all of the champions on the map right now are down here.
Abrawl is going to start there in the bottom side of the river. There goes the beast coming through, and the Dread Line from the side of Niket, ultimate from Xiao Hao, and jumping on top of Nio, who used the clone to get away, leave on the other side of the fight, and Angel the Dawning Shadow from An, and trying to deal some damage. Everybody on NiP had to flash away to be as far as possible from EDG's intentions. There goes doing B, a bit forward, trying to use the Tibbers to sound CDC. But, I mean, it was a close fight. It was a really close fight. There it goes. They're trying to grab the ambassador, which I don't think is kind of credible in there. But 4 members of NiP trying to push there in the bottom side of the map. CDC, I mean, there's a message for you in here. You need to get away as fast as possible.
Run. The second that you have to flash away from that last dredge line, just get yourself out of dodge at this point. And this tower going over means that these monsters are going to be the decider right here for the feat. So you really want to be picking yourself up this next objective. You can see immediately Xiaohao going to head up towards this Herald. He's got plenty of members in the area. It's going to take a while for NiP to rotate on over. So in that fight, NiP were able to pick themselves up that first kill. They were able to grab the tower as well. So they've been able to swing the gold into their advantage. They were down by about 1,000 before. Now they're up by 1,000. So a decent little swing of gold. Herald will go over to EDG right here.
Yeah.
Now that they pick that up, that is going to be the feats going on over to EDG, so a little bit of an advantage for them, some extra boots, and to be honest, I don't mind that at all for them, right? You've got a lot of champions that will benefit from some extra speed.
And even considering the statistics that we are just reading during the screen, for me, it's not going to be that easy for NiP. More if we consider that EDG grabbed almost every single neutral objective, 2 Drakes. So halfway to the Champion Soul, which I don't think it's terrible considering the champions that EDG do have in this in this game. It could, I mean, not the best in the world. You would rather prefer a Hextech or an Infernal, but yeah, if life gives you lemons, you know, you go lemonade. And the fact that they also got that Rift Herald, who should allow them to actually open towers there in the mid lane and go wide around the map. The fact that NiP are ahead in terms of gold, for me, it's not even 1k gold ahead.
Yeah, it's not massive.
It's not such an important goal difference. Even if in this minute of the game, I would love to see NiP to actually put their hands on top of some of a Drake and another neutral objective. But look at this, it's gonna be so difficult for them. Xiaohao the W was not the best in the world, but the dress line from Nautilus actually hit Perukia, making it the front lane, and just grab Niket's life. Now you're with the Cyclone and not being even threatened, and the second activation of the Cyclone. But look at Liv going forward, flashing away, but the public execution made its name worth actually. A solo kill about to dive. Angel looking for him with the stones, and that's been a massacre. Those were 4 kills for EDG, and that's it. NiP are not gonna grab this Drake neither.
No, they are not. They are gonna get put down. Soul point right here for EDG. Mid lane tower gonna go down without having to use the Herald there either. Actually, I think the Herald did go down to get a chunk of damage off of it just before this fight ended up breaking out. The most important thing, and we'll see it when we look back on the replay, hang on, is Niket actually gonna go for this? That would be crazy, right? You're not stealing this away. Yeah, you've got yourself the smite, but it's nowhere near upgraded. Watch the Crescent Guard right here. The Crescent Guard out of Xiaohao is everything to this team fight, right? He pops it just about now and just absorbs all of the damage. He is getting things thrown at him constantly, and it just doesn't care. He's living in this backline. It's a complete mess on the other sides of it, but Arn never really gets jumped in any way that's too threatening for him until this point where he steps up a little bit too close to Doinby, but he's already done his damage. And again, Xiaohao, ZDZ, they're just walking their way through this entire team fight, dealing the damage that they need to, and getting EDG out to a lead again, right? You said it was barely an advantage for NiP, well, that advantage has gone away.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I absolutely agree with you. The fact that dealing with Xiaohao's ultimate is so uncomfortable for almost every champion in the game. Or if you're an AD carry or a mate, it's like you need to wait patiently until it goes away. And Xiaohao played wonderfully in that fight. And on the other side, EDG played on the same page. That for me, that was the main thing. Like they were all on top of Liv the moment they saw he was threatening An. So yeah. Sivir was in a really bad spot. Usually you want Sivir being hitting from behind, you know, hitting the front lane, using the W to get advantage and dealing some damage, but that wasn't it. Angel, that was a beautiful flash. Niket, I have to give that. He's been really on point with the threat lines.
Yes. He has. He's been blowing a lot of flashes out of the EDG members, and that's going to be a critical one. Angel not having that up and available for any of these upcoming fights is going to be quite worrying for EDG. Obviously, Atakan is here. We got a little bit of fighting over this top lane wave. Almost everybody making their way over. The top laners without teleports are walking up as well.
Beautiful Molten Shield to get away from the Winter's fight again, because that's main engage for an EDG, as we were mentioning a few minutes before, and I don't want to believe that EDG is gonna go full on top of this Atakan. I don't know if they saw Nayo. I mean, I'm not really sure. Nayo going in the first segment activation, Perukia with the Glacial
Oh, it's nice.
Oh my god, that impulse, that was amazing. And the Dawning Shadow on the other side of the fight from An. Following up, Nayo going on top of Xiao Hao. There goes the middle wolf from Solo Kill. Xiao Hao dealing damage and being taken away by this Gwen. CDC joined the fight, but it was a bit too late. Ace and Bessa gonna be enough to actually join this fight. Public execution, perfectly executed, and CDC grabs Solo Kill, and that's another, not pun intended. There goes, that's Aaliyah dashing forward, but that Nayo, that Wukong was not the good one. That Wukong was a fake. That Wukong was the clone. So right now, Nayo is still alive and kicking EDG, even though they kind of fixed the fight. I mean, it was not enough. I mean, that was the best attempt NiP could find.
Yikes, I mean, okay, that was pretty nice to turn things around for ZDZ, but the fact that he arrives to this fight so late is the big problem. He should have been there already, but he gets caught up a little bit, and Solo Kill manages to arrive to this team fight first. Like, watch the map. ZDZ is pushing midwave. He's pushing midwave. He's still pushing midwave. Now he turns around and starts walking. So all of this time, you've already been walking towards the top side right here as Solo Kill. If you've got ZDZ here, this fight goes completely differently. You've got some extra survivability, some extra tankiness, and a heck of a lot of extra damage that ZDZ is able to put through. And the second that he does arrive, that's when things are able to turn around. But the damage has kind of already been done for NiP. Yes, they don't massively win this team fight. ZDZ does eventually arrive and manage to pull things back around for the team. But if he's there sooner, that's another win for EDG, and they could probably turn it straight into the Atakan and get themselves even further ahead in this game.
They were not passionate enough for the Amazon, but oh my god, this is NiP trying to rush the Atakan. And they have to say that I'm so skeptical about the Atakan attempts so far in League of Legends. There he goes, the Atakan falling quite quickly. ZDC is in there, and Angel also against you, but NiP HP bars are not full as far. ZDC has been taken away, and now it's Angel against the wall 1v1. Oh my god, this is not looking good for the poor Talia, who goes golden stasis with the Zonias, but Solo Kill. Gwen is not in moon, but is enough to actually wipe the fight. 14 and 14 in the kill counting, and god, how much I miss the LPL.
Oh, the LPL is really giving you a warm welcome here, Noah. This is a crazy game. It's going to be a quadra right there for Solo Kill. It's going to be everybody but him dying. Critically, the Atakan gets taken away. Xiao Hao does enough to be able to get in onto Doinby, take a chunk of damage away from him, and then smite away that objective. When you've got yourself as many petals as they do, and all three of the Drakes so far, this is going to be a critical objective for them to be able to grab. Watch it right here. Xiao Hao, this... yeah, early smite, really early smite comes on through from Nayo, and it means that it's pretty easy for Xiao Hao just to be able to take this one away. And then, let's just watch the majesty that is a Gwen. There's a reason that this champion is one of the highest pick bans. In fact, I think the highest pick ban of any champion here in the LPL. There's a reason that it wins almost every single game that it's in. This champion is so strong, and it just snips through everybody there from EDG.
Yeah, do you want a haircut? Gwen doesn't care. She's gonna give it to you no matter what. And now we come back from the replay, and we hear in the Chantec Drake. The last fight was for NiP, but was really close. Parukia with the Unbreakable and the neutral objective ran out of patience. I can understand it, right? Honestly, in this matter, Weaver's Wall just to separate the fight. And you always on one side, and the rest of the NiP on the other one. But the neutral objective goes on top of Wukong, and there it goes, another Unbreakable from the Sun and the Brawn, and Nothing Shadow to shield every single member of the team. CDC about to die and Solo Kill against the world. Massive storm. There we go. Shaha about to die and trying to grab some kills, but this fight
EDG, they're doing it.
EDG, leave. You need to actually leave the fight, but they're not letting you to do so. That's another kill, and Silver is down, and that's an ace. That's an ace going to EDG. They lost the fight, but not again.
Yeah, they lose one slightly up towards the top side, but they pull this one back. The only thing they don't get away with is grabbing themselves the Chemtech Soul, but they're not going to be mad about this one. And critically in that fight, Angel and Arn are allowed to sit and hit and deal the damage that they need to. This is a 2-item Senna who's already got a decent chunk of stacks in the back pocket as well, and was beginning to really deal the damage. We'll have a look back at this team fight. It's pretty messy. Nayo gets himself over the Weaver's Wall. This is critical, right? Because otherwise you both lose this team fight and you lose out onto the Chemtech Soul. So the fact he's able to grab that is brilliant. But watch Angel, watch Arn. They're chilling. They're chilling. they're chilling. At no point during this team fight are either Angel or Arn actually threatened. Solo Kill isn't able to turn it into a massive, messy, split-up team fight like he was in the previous one. He's not able to get backline access. The main tanks for EDG do a really good job of body blocking and ensuring that that isn't the case. And as soon as you leave those two main carries alive for EDG, they're going to rip your heads off.
I mean, if EDG gets away with engaging on your composition, if EDG gets away on protecting their carries, I mean, it's going to be impossible for NiP. No matter what. And
Absolutely.
You were mentioning it. Angel and Ana have all the room in the world to actually deal damage. And threatened, and that's the key thing, and threatened. Look how ahead Angel is, look how ahead Ana is, and we've been talking about the Senna being kind of chill, and the word is chill, but the whole game. I mean, she's been killed 5 times. But it's okay. She's been farming no matter what.
She's been farming.
She's been farming, getting advantage, absorbing wave after wave after wave, and that should have been severe. And Winken. Okay.
That's crazy, actually. That's crazy that this is the first time Arn has been killed more than 3 times. I mean, yeah, this is better for NiP, right, than it was for them in Game 1 in their first series up against EDG. But still, EDG, they've got themselves a significant advantage. 3k, not the biggest, right? It's not completely over right here for NiP. These team fights have been close. But you have now gotten to the point where this Senna is online, where Angel is hitting like a truck, where ZDZ is able to both tank up a bunch of damage and deal a ton of his own. Teleport into the mid lane right here. There's going to be a teleport from Solo Kill. They're looking to play around this Baron. Obviously, EDG aren't on it at the moment. They're actually on a couple of resets. Pruki are going to be coming back out of base right now. Feels a little bit like a wasted TP here from NiP.
Absolutely agree with you, but the fact is that NiP look desperate in order to have pressure there in the mid lane, because look at this, it's 27 minutes into the game, and that tower stands still on top of EDG's mid lane. I mean, that's really serious for NiP. You're not gonna be able to play freely the map until that tower is at least down. But NiP, they know in the blink of an eye, EDG may go to the Baron Nashor, and they can't allow that to happen. So they are here camping the bush, forcing EDG to face it, but they are not going to do so because they have free way. They're in the mid lane. Nick may be in trouble. There goes T-Burst threatening us. It's T-Burst against the wall. T-Burst was the one. And the flank from Nayo has been amazing. Senna's been taken down and Sulkin right now against the wall, going golden. Massive knockouts from the side of Thalia. But Thalia's been taken down again from Nayo. This fight, Luxer, this fight is looking amazing for NiP, who've been taken down also Perukia. Those are 4 kills, and right now it's only CDC against the world. Okay, EDG never face check, but they cut the working on their faces all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, that was so close to going wrong. Doinby flashes out of the bush, misses the stun onto Arn, which I thought, oh no, this one was about to go wrong for them. But no, the response from NiP, multiple members jumping on forwards. I think Nayo was able to finally get into the backline, pick up the kill onto Arn, and at that point, the second that you have this Senna down, the fight's going to be so much easier. Right,
Doinby. I mean,
flash.
But I mean, it was insta-cleanse. It was insta-cleanse.
Fair enough. I thought he missed it. No, it was insta-cleanse, but Nayo, he's the savior right there, manages to get that kill. And the second that you don't have this slow front-to-back hitting that we saw in the previous team fight, things fall apart for EDG. This is what NiP need to do. They need to split these team fights up as much as possible, because if Angel and Arn are sat and allowed to free hit, the fights go for EDG's way. If things are messy, if you get Solo Kill into the backline, if you get Nayo into the backline, then NiP, they can absolutely still pull this back and win this first game.
I mean, but okay. Let's come down from the hype right now. Let's go back to her. How many times is NiP gonna be able to do this?
It's hard. You know,
they compromise so many resources to actually do this. Doinby flash, I mean, ultimates all over. Nayo also flash on top of the back lane. I mean, it was not gonna say nearly impossible fight, but it's one you can do once every 5 minutes.
Absolutely, and also it's one that takes a little bit of a specific setup to make work.
That's it.
You managed to get yourself that TP into the mid lane, which we were questioning, but actually it kind of works because Solo Kill manages to push forwards enough right here for NiP that then EDG, they're forced to kind of face check a brush.
Oh, Shahal. They are watching you, Shahal. They're watching you.
Well, we looking at Darkness. Every time we switch to the Darkness cam, I'm worried that EDG are going to do it again, because that's the problem for them. They were walking into Darkness, they were face checking with members that were far too squishy to be able to do so. Perukia, I think he's going to be happy he didn't just take that Blast Cone. If he'd have taken that one, it would have been a one-way trip into the Death Realm. And this is just going to be a tower going down. Finally, with the Baron, the gold going to begin to swing back into NiP's favor. They're now going to be up by about 1,000. Again, the gold lead hasn't really moved above 3,000 this entire game.
Never.
It's been incredibly close, so back and forth.
Absolutely, and most of the gold from the side of EDG is on the mid lane, which honestly, I mean, Angel is being able to actually put a lot of damage in the fight. But Doembi, even if he's behind, I mean, you're mentioning it, all the season share has been amazing. There goes the clash of the wall, and Doembi is going to be taken away by the Dawning Shadow and grabs Annie's life. Peruki and the rest going forward. Niket gonna be able to actually
On, what are you doing?
Explosive gun, but Liv on the other side of the fight. Liv is flanking, and it's actually working. Angel going golden, and he's absolutely dead. Nayo grabs the kill. Xiaohe's yamming on top of Liv, and Liv flashing away, but this is Xiaohe against the world crescent guard just to make them away. And Xiaohe trying to run, but it's not gonna work unless Perukia makes a miracle. No miracles this time, my friend. 23 and 20 in the kill counting. Oh my goodness. Almost 3k gold diff in NiP's favor. I mean, these Baron Nashes gave them wings.
Noah, what is Arm doing? Did he forget that Leave exists? I mean, why do you walk that way around?
I mean, okay, let's be honest. You never expected the Sivir to flank you.
But you knew he was there. We'd just
he
seen
was
him
there. Yeah, he was there.
At the point at which you'd got the kill onto Doembi, Leave was stood right next to him. That was the other person that was caught in Angel's seismic shove. I'm baffled by that one because Arm deals so much damage. It's 3-item, very close to 4-item Sivir. You can see from how far away he is hitting right now. He is hitting like a truck at the moment. But the second that Arm dies, again, you break that front to back that EDG are looking for, and you waste what was a really good catch out of Angel. Just criminal play right there out of EDG's bot lane, and he's really going to need to shore that up because, as we've been saying, this game on a knife's edge with a decent little gold lead now for NiP. They cannot afford to make these kinds of just silly mistakes.
I mean, the thing is that this fight looked amazing for EDG.
Yeah.
This is McShop into Brown's ultimate, Doembi dying the first one. The fact is that
watch Angel
did
and
this
watch
work?
Watch the way Angel walks, the safe way, the correct way. Watch the way that Arm walks.
That's the difference.
Straight to his death. If they both walk round the side, yeah, you're a little bit slower to this team fight as the Senna, but you're Senna. You're safe. You're going to be able to hit from 6 screens away. It's okay to take a little bit longer to get to this team fight, but the second that he dies, yeah, this thing is just going to fall apart. And this is not the EDG that we've come to know and love. This is destroying all of their stat category leads. The amount of deaths is insane.
I mean, but...
15 deaths in the entire 2-0. 20 deaths now.
20 deaths now. Yeah, I mean, the pace is absolutely different, no matter what. I mean, no matter which team grabs the big 3, in this game or in this series, the pace is absolutely different, like none I think we've seen from recently at least. I mean, the LPL is frantic, but this is another level. And there you go, Xiaohe engaging on top of the fight, solo kill on the back end, and CDC dashing. Liv is absolutely dead, and this fight is looking good for EDG. Doembi and solo kill need to get away, and this is right now going against the world. Angel has been playing out of his mind. That seismic shove again has been the world, and Doembi, he thinks he's safe, but there it goes the Weaver's Whirl and the stones on top of your head. That's another kill, and that's another ace for EDG, and this is it. Look at the death timers. It's 34 minutes into the game. This is it.
Yeah, it's going to be 50 seconds until Doembi's going to be back up, at least 20 seconds until anybody is going to be up and available. EDG, they were backs against the wall, but all of a sudden Leave gets caught out, and you said it perfectly. Angel has been on point this game. Brilliant right here on the Talia. The seismic shoves have been gorgeous, and this is going to be the end. This is the closest that EDG have been to being beaten, other than in that one Thunder Talk game. But they still do it. They are miracle workers.
I mean, it's not a miracle. It was an amazing fight from them. And again, I'm gonna praise Angel, not just by this fight, but because the amount of seismic shifts, the amount of Weaver's Wall, the amount of damage that he put through with the Talia. And I mean, it should have been Senna, the one hitting freely, and you said it, 6 wins away so far in this game. But for me, I mean, a lot of praise to Angel, honestly. And that last engage, the fact that last engage came from Xiaohe was the world. The fight was so thick and so close and so melee. Some of the NiP champions couldn't just get away because of the resources they had.
Exactly. It's really tricky when you get these kinds of actual front-to-back fights where you've got your Talia and your Senna hitting onto the front line as they want to and then onto the back line. And in these big, messy team fights, right, there's a ton of champions about. There's going to be 11 champions on your screen because the Wukong split off into another clone as well. You are going to find it very tricky to see where that seismic shove is on the ground. It's a very small little icon on the floor underneath all of these other champions. It's very easy to get caught out by that. And that's what is the complete difference maker in the end. But I would also really like to highlight again what was able to be done up in the top side, not just for EDG in the eventual win, but I think both ZDZ and Solo Kill deserve massive praise for this game. The Gwen was amazing. We saw some of the stats being pulled up, right? He's been great on the Gwen, but the Ambessa in that last team fight as well. You're hitting front to back for your main carries, and then the Ambessa gets into the backline, and ZDZ is able to just disrupt the fight. It's really well executed there.
The thing is that if we talked about the last fight, it was almost completely melee, because it kind of was completely melee. Like, Ambessa is dancing that absolutely gladly. I mean, Ambessa is on her sauce, actually. So yeah, that last fight from CDC was absolutely amazing, and the way they chased down. Because for me, it's kind of amazing that fight went through for EDG without even using Talia's ultimate, because you could have expected Talia to zone them out with the Weaver's Wall, but no. Nope. Not. The Weaver's Wall was to chase down DMB. And I don't even think DMB on his own was enough to defend the base, but just in case they got him down. What a game we just saw. I'm not gonna say it was the cleanest game in the world.
No.
Because it was not.
No.
It was not. And this is crazy because I remember during the pre-show, what is this? I mean, this is LPL Gold Graph.
Yeah.
What are you talking
Socials
about?
Team, we need another LPL Gold Graph right here. This is crazy. The thing I was excited to see, though, was Angel's damage. 34k right here on the Talia. He was hitting like a truck. He was all over this game. 30k damage, though, right there for Solo Kill. He's 32% of his team's damage. He's all over the map. High kill participation as well for him. Solo Kill tried his absolute darndest to be able to win that game for his team. He was putting the team on his back, and it just wasn't quite enough to see.
Yeah.
And looking back through all of these highlights right, Noah, this is certified LPL classic. Fights that are messy, people all over the board, couple questionable decisions coming through back and forth, right? This is the Atakan fight where you end up with ZDZ arriving late. The fact that this is the first highlight we get that's like 20 minutes into this game and it just got crazier and crazier and crazier going on through it, but so much fun to watch.
I mean, what are LPL games if not sometimes a lot of questionable decisions?
Yeah, absolutely.
But who am I to judge? I come from ERLs. I'm not the one to speak about. But the fact is that those neutral objectives came in favor of EDG, even though NiP was able to grab the last ones, even considering the Baron Nashor. And watching through the replays, we've talked about how hell of a job Angel did with the Talia. We talk about CDC. I think we have to praise Xiaohao, because it wasn't an easy game for the Jin Zhao. Not because of the composition, because of the lack of engage.
Yeah.
Like, generally,
he's gotta go flying
the EDG composition had.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, it came on Xiaohao's back to pull the fight going on. And move on with it. And it was not easy.
No, it was not, but he was able to absorb so much pressure. That Crescent Guard, honestly, one of the best spells that we've got in the game. There's a reason that the Jin Zhao has been such high priority. You think best? I mean, it's strong.
I think it's despicable. It's a despicable ability.
It's pretty
I mean,
gross.
I think it's not okay. I think it's absolutely out of control. It makes no sense.
Hey, it's fun though. It's fun when he manages to just leap into the backline and say, hey, what you gonna do about it? And he buys enough space, enough time for his carries to be able to sit and hit. Now, when talking MVPs, I think there's a case to be argued right here for ZDZ. I thought he was really nice on this Ambessa. As you said, Xiaohao was also able to find himself a few really good engages, but I mean,
but sometimes
let's be real about who is gonna end up with the MVP right here. This is Angel's every single day of the week. He was so nice on this Talia.
I mean, absolutely agree. Xiaohao was in a tense position to say it somehow. I don't know. I'm not native English. I don't know the word. You tell it to me what word is it, because it was not easy. But Angel had a hell of a game, and I'm going to say it all the time. And I'm going to say it all the time. Angel had a hell of a game. I mean, I don't think this could have been done for EDG if it wasn't for how Talia played so far, like this Weaver's Wall. He still had it, which amazes me. He still had it, and yeah, for me, it's gonna be Angel the MVP. It should be.
It should be, absolutely. He very much deserves it. He's been such a key part of the way that this team has been playing, and he was, like you said, not having the easiest time of it. There was a lot of focus being put onto him. Whenever solo kill could, he wanted to be ripping the head off of him and off a lead. And hey, in that fight, in that last fight, he's able to just get so much work done, but there were seismic shoves throughout the entirety of that game that were making it very, very difficult for the members right there of NiP to step up in any situation. Almost every single time they're like, can we afford to walk forwards? I mean, the game should really overall have been won up in the top side after he hits that double seismic shove. It's only really because of the slightly odd walking positioning that we saw out of Arn that that doesn't end up working. We'll see who the MVP is going to be. Really?
Yeah, Xiaohao.
Wow. I'm
Xiaohao, my
surprised
friend.
by that one.
I'm surprised, but I'm not gonna say no. I'm never gonna say no. It was not an easy position for Xiaohao to actually act as an engager, and we mentioned it. It was not an easy position. He acted as an enabler of the fight from time to time, but also as a disengager. And I mean, he kind of made it all by himself, considering the Bra had to protect both Talia and Senna. So yeah, I mean, Angel deserved, but maybe Angel is getting another one in the next one. Maybe.
Hey, maybe. He's been playing incredibly well. I'm not mad about Xiaohao being able
You're
to
not
pick up
mad?
that MVP. No. I do think it should have been into the mid lane, but still, I'm always happy when a jungler ends up getting it, especially in such a tricky game as that one. It was so much fun to watch. A certified LPL gold graph at the end of it as well. And this is just game one, right? We've got this whole series next. Then we've got WE FPX. If you want crazy gold graphs, today is going to be the day.
Yeah. I mean... Hello, everybody, and we're back for more LPL games with Venus in Pajamas and Nether Gaming. I hope you had some time to drink some water, breathe some air, because this last game has been actually something.
Yeah, that first game was absolutely crazy, right? On the end scorecard, you're going to look at it and go, oh, cool, EDG beat them. You look back at that VOD. No, it was not. It was an incredibly back and forth game. We didn't have anything more than a 3k gold lead until the very end portion of that game, the point at which the Nexus is being actively exploded. Up until that point, it was incredibly back and forth. It was a super close game. I think something that I would like to keep in mind, and I'd like everybody at home to keep in mind as well, though, is that as much as it was close in terms of kill, in terms of gold, EDG were all over the objectives in this game, and I think that's what gave them the little edge come the late game. That, alongside some just brilliant play from a couple of their members.
Yeah. Who won game one? Yeah, the viewers. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree with that one. The fact is that, I agree with you. The neutral objectives were everything for EDG to give them the advantage on the end of the game. More if we consider that if not for the neutral objective, the early drakes and everything, NiP would have been not that much forced to go and contest them on the later stages of the game. Yeah. And if not, they would have been caught that many times that we just saw. I mean, it was one hell of a game. It was close, but not in... I don't know how to put this in words. It was a close game, and not in the terms of, oh my god, they play around the map and everything. Yeah, that happened as well. But it was close because the fights were close, melee-ish close, all the time.
I mean, almost all of these fights ended up in multiple deaths for both teams. We had one fight, I think nearly a second fight, where everybody but one person ends up dying. A couple extra burns worth of damage, and we could have ended up with a team fight in which everybody dies and there's nobody left on the map to do anything with. It was truly crazy the entire way through. And I gotta be honest, Noah, I don't see the second game slowing down any. The thing that does make me think maybe it will be a little bit easier here is that coming into this first game, I think we were both kind of in agreement that the EDG composition was a little tricky to play out. It put a lot of pressure onto the jungler to be able to get into the backline, find those engages, find some big seismic shoves or a winter's bite. You didn't really have that non-committal engage. Coming into game 2, if EDG are actually able to get themselves a little bit more of a them composition, with a few more non-committal engage options and a little bit of an easier to execute game plan, then I think this next game could be a lot more one-sided.
Let's see if you agree with me, because maybe this time is going to be even trickier for EDG, because the composition, like the way the EDG ended up drafting for me, it was the result of NiP, actually pinning down Parukia's champion bull, or at least engaging options to Parukia. So this time it should have been even harder, considering, for example, the Nautilus is not going to be an option due to Fearless Draft, and I don't see NiP going for another option when it comes to pin down Parukia's champion bull, because I think that's the way to bring down EDG. We've talked about Parukia so far during the pre-show and how good he's been on this kind of champions, and how, for example, Parukia going too deep in the fights was why EDG ended losing against ET. So for me, NiP read it well. This is the way to go.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if these bot lanes are going to get left until the second round of picks like we did in the previous one. So far, we're getting a lot of the same bans coming on through. Nothing too surprising being taken off of the board at this point. It's been NiP, actually, that banned out the Trundle in the first game. They're now going to have it banned away against them. I do like that we're seeing a lot of focus on towards these junglers, but we are beginning to run out of this top tier of jungle, really, at this point. The Vi is the only thing that's been left up and available. It's totally first pickable if you want it. Actually, looks like NiP looking more towards something for Doinby. Doinby's rise has been incredibly strong recently. It's been one of his highest picked champions, not just this split, but for the past 2 splits in a row, and across the course of his entire long career, something that he really likes. And with the Talia off of the board, it's one of these good champions that can really give him that extra map access. He can go and get involved in these side lanes, he can get his teammates out of bad situations, get himself out of bad situations, and make proactive plays. I like them picking this up for him. Still, though, it doesn't really give you an identity to your composition yet. EDG are very open to pick what they want here.
Maybe it's me feeling young again after watching Doinby first picking the rise, because I'm kind of nostalgic of the 2019 FPX and everything. But do you give him that much value to be first pick material when you said it? There are things open like the Vi itself, who's been also ignored by EDG.
Yeah, I'm interested to see that this is just not being pulled through right now. The Orianna being picked up, I think, makes a lot of sense. It's one of Angel's picks. It's one of everybody's picks, right? It's just super good. It works in a lot of these different compositions, and there's a lot of champions still available, both in the jungle and the bot lane, that could be good ball delivery systems. It's got itself quite a chill matchup. Yeah, in terms of ball delivery system, I do really like the Rel being picked up right here. This is the beginnings of a wombo combo composition. Now, the MF would have usually been the focus for this kind of composition. That's kind of fallen off out of favor. I don't really expect that to be picked up, but if you're NiP, you need to be very careful to not get yourself completely taken over by the wombo. Alistair going to be locked in right here for Niket, so we are not just seeing these bot lanes left or second rotation.
Both teams securing the engaging support like so early in the draft, and there it goes. This is really interesting. NiP hovering here the Nocturne to not give the illegal combo to EDG, the Nocturne Orianna illegal combo to EDG, because it could have been so easy for them. But it's gonna be Viego. Okay, I kind of believed in the Nocturne, and kind of getting the rotation, semi-global ultimates kind of composition at NiP went for the reset one.
I'm really surprised to see the Viego coming through right here. The champion's been picked a little bit recently. It's not been having the best time, right? It's been a super back and forth kind of champion. And in this composition, right, you are very much relying on getting that first kill. Yeah. That's going to be a little bit tricky to do, and as you said it, right, the combo of dreams that you can pull through between that Nocturne and the Orianna. Again, this is still a wombo combo composition of all time. I wonder if NiP do feel pressured to push out, allowing this misfortune to go through, because it would work very well in this composition. I think also Azaya Rakan, if you can pick them up for EDG, could round this kind of composition out very well. You probably want some extra peel available to your ADC at this point, just because, hey, this champion... These champions are going to get jumped quite heavily, especially by Nio right here on this Viego.
Let's see how it goes after the second ban rotation, because for me, I totally get why would you consider a threat that misfortune, but usually, I mean, at least this is a personal taste. When you go to the wombo combo compositions, I kind of don't like that you go for full wombo combo composition, because it ends up being so one-dimensional, and usually you disrupt one of those wombo combo elements and end up having absolutely nothing. You need them to be all aligned. So I don't know if EDG are going for the misfortune here. It maybe end up being punished by NiP, but on the other side, NiP, I really need something that enables the Viego resets. I need some 100 to 0 potential in there, because otherwise the Viego, it risks to end up being really slow and not resetting at all, and that would be absolutely terrible for NiP's composition. So far, Nayo picked 3 Viegos displayed, and they all won.
Yeah.
I mean,
we'll see. We'll see what they're going to be able to grab alongside it. I would not be super surprised if they want to go towards something kind of aggressive up in the top side of the map, right? We've been highlighting that, you know, up in the top lane, there's been some aggressive picks. The Aurora, the Yorick obviously has been taken off of the board. The Aatrox still available. That's something these people have been going towards quite often. EDG, they are going to grab themselves the Corki, which is interesting. It's not a full wombo combo, right? It is relatively mobile, right? You do have the ability to keep yourself safe when everybody jumps away from you, but also just the 2v2 damage between a Rel and a Corki is very strong. It is going to be this Cassante locked in alongside the Tristana, so you really do need to pick up that first initial kill for NiP to get these resets coming on through. Otherwise, EDG, their ability to just snap engage, get those first kills for themselves instead, and then just run through the rest of this game is going to be very easy. ZGC, thinking about the Renekton, it's a perfectly reasonable matchup right here into the Cassante if you want it. It doesn't really push the Cassante around too much. The Cassante is fine. Instead, going to go towards this Gnar. That also fits in the wombo style, but it's a little bit more telegraphed in when its engages are going to be. The Gnar bar up, he wants to go in. Without it, going to be a little bit weaker.
Yeah, absolutely. But you want to, you're also going to be able to push a little bit the Cassante there in the lane phase. Let's see how it goes for TDC in this Gnar. See how much the top lane matchup shifted from one game to another. We went from Gwen against Mbessa to Cassante against Gnar, like totally different matchups, totally different different styles there for CDC and also solo kill. And for NiP, I mean, I really hope that Tristana and Viego are going to be able to grab that first kill, as you were mentioning it, because otherwise it's going to be all the way around. And we all know how obnoxious the Nocturne and Orianna combo may be, but if I see Rod of Ages Orianna, I'm gonna be pissed. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. There's always a chance, right? There's always a chance that we end up with something like
Just
that.
please don't shoot it. No.
I kind of hope it happens just to see you rage at this point. I think that would be quite funny. Yeah, no. In this game, with the compositions that we've got in front of us, I definitely have a lot more faith in this EDG comp. They've got themselves a ton of wombo ability. They've also just got tons of damage to be able to lay down. The thing that worries me a little bit is that Arn is pretty short-ranged. You've obviously got those rockets, but if you want to be dealing that major damage, getting close enough to actually land the Gatling gun is going to be a little bit tricky, stepping up too close to a composition that has a Rise, that has itself a Viego, and obviously a Cassante. That can be quite worrying. And for NiP, these big plays where they can actually get that first kill, the resets are going to be huge.
I'm just feeling a little bit of tension here in the shoulders, Bluxer, because I'm checking on Angel's itemization on the Orianna in the past games, and I'm seeing Roll of Ages. So
yeah,
let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. I mean, I don't know if I'm here alone on the Roll of Ages hate train. I don't know if I'm by myself. Maybe you are not. Maybe you are Roll of Ages enjoyers. I'm absolutely not at this point of my life. But yeah, I kind of feel like when you're playing like the Nocturne Orianna, you want to 100-0 somebody. Like one somebody, or maybe more than one somebody. The ones that you are able to get. And I get to see the Oriannas falling short in terms of damage all the time when they go for the Roll of Ages.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
maybe it's me.
Maybe it's me. In this situation, right, I don't super mind the Rod when you're not alongside the Nocturne, when you do have a slightly more just late game scaling composition overall. But with the Nocturne, you really seriously need that first initial paranoia to work. We always talk about it, right? First paranoia, does it work? Does it get you a kill? Does it at least blow a couple flashes? If so, you're on the right track here as Xiao Hao. Otherwise, this champion can fall behind very quickly and become a little bit of a glorified light switch. Now, whilst that can still be very useful to your ability to play out these games, it's nowhere near as good as being able to actually deal that damage and be that consistent ball delivery system right here for Angel, picking up those kills 100-0, as you said.
Let's see how it goes all around the ball lane in the dynamics in here in the Tristana against Corki matchup, because we are kind of watching Liv and Niket pushing in here. The first wave, maybe the level 2 is going to be for them if they keep going in. Tristana started with the Qs, is going to be kind of effective in farming waves. So yeah, they are playing it aggressively and zoning Anne and Barukia away. But the thing is that, as we saw in the previous game, Xiao Hao is already passing there to the bot side. So let's see how it goes. Niket with the camo on top of Barukia, a little tiny bit of a small penguin on top of Barukia. I never realized that in this game the bomb is a penguin, but I kind of like it. Double sim from Barukia. But yeah, the dynamics in the bot lane are kind of similar to the previous game. So let's see if Xiao Hao ends up appearing in bot.
Yeah, it's entirely possible, even pre-level 6, if you're pushing up this far forward, you need to make sure you've got enough vision around behind you. At the moment, that's not going to be the case for NiP's bot lane. They very much have got only enemy vision for them in the area. Nio as well going to be wandering his way on down towards the bottom side of the map. Interesting, Leave, Niket, they're actually just going to push on forward to get themselves a little bit of a reset, so no threat to being ganked.
And guys, if you want to be as effective as Liv and Niket as they are in grabbing control on the bottom lane, you just need to go to prodiff and improve your game. Just with the LPL 10 code, you're gonna have a 10% discount on the prodiff subscription. And you know, all coaches come from LTA and LCA and ERLs, so they are surely going to be able to improve and step up your game. So don't hesitate and go for it.
Yeah, I absolutely need that. My solo queue games have looked significantly worse than the previous game, and that was one of the messiest pro games I've seen in a while, so it would very much be useful. But we'll jump back into looking at this one. Looking towards the mid lane, Xiao Hao. Is he actually just going to walk straight through the mid lane in an attempt to pick himself up the double scuttle? I respect it, right? Help with a little bit of push, takes a little chunk of damage to Doinby. Not going to be the end of the world, though, and is going to go try to compete for this double scuttle, but bot lanes are in the area on this top side.
There goes Liv. Oh shit, hell, maybe not going to be able to grab that second scuttle crab, and this is this is annoying for the Nocturne, who actually wants to grab the level 6 as fast as possible, and that second scuttle crab could have been the difference. But NiP, of course, didn't allow that to happen, so he's been zoning away to his Raptors, who are being threatened also by Nio. He stepped forward, and Nio now threatening there in the middle, and the flash and the stun coming on top of Angels, but right now, okay, you have nothing, doing be flashing forward and force Angel to flash away. Kind of a successful guy. Let's put it that way. That's 2 flash per one.
Exactly, 2 flashes for your 1 right there. And Angel not having his flash means he's going to be quite vulnerable to the re-engage. We'll see if that's going to actually come through. Same thing though for Doinby, as Angel now potentially could be getting dove. Really?
I don't think they're diving him between towers. I mean, that's not gonna happen, but that is happening. Absolutely, Shaha with a flash forward, and the fear is being beautiful. Now you're trying to deal some damage, and Doinby with a face rush, being able to get away from the threat. But
what?
I kind of respect NiP to try to pull that play out.
You get a flash, you get a flash. Everybody gonna use their flashes right here.
And you
now
gotta jump.
Aggression bot lane as well. Jeez, this game just does not stop. These teams, they don't know how to stop fighting.
No, definitely they are not. I mean, just said it in the pre-game. They were not going to slow down after the first game, and they're not slowing down in this second match. So let's see, because we just saw Liv trying to jump on top of and forcing the barrier away. Yeah, it's one summoner per one summoner because Liv doesn't have the ghost right now available.
Yep.
EDG is camping the bush. They are not jumping on top of Lip. No, they are not trying jumping on top of Lip. Or maybe they are. Is this Corki trying to flank? The stun has been amazing and leave. Having to jump away. Okay, I get excited for everything, but you'll allow me after the first game. Okay.
Of course, of course. In the first game, those would have all turned into kills. And to be fair, they're still trying very hard to make this early game bloody.
Oh, they are doing the same.
Right? 4 of these flashes already gone in the mid lane. And we didn't get to talk about it because of all of the aggression going on, but we got to see what the stats are right here for Doinby right here on his rise. What was that, 89 games of it in pro play? A huge win rate, I think. He had well over 20 games positive on the win rate, and it was huge. There we go, yeah. He is massively up. He's 20 games up in terms of win, 89 career games on this one. And that's huge to see. It's great to see Doinby on this little bit of extra comfort, because it's kind of felt like moving him off of comfort recently really hasn't been working out for him so much. But his rise has been super solid. His Galio has been super solid. So he's on one of these easiest to execute picks for him.
I mean, I kind of consider doing this rise, as I said previously, during the draft, kind of legendary, but because, I am really FPX when nostalgic. I'm not going to hide. But the fact that they consider it even first pick material with all the things available, that I mean, we talk about the Vi during the draft, but she's been absolutely ignored so far in both draft by NiP and EDG. Yeah, I'm surprised as well, because you could have been. I think Ari, for example, was available as well, and we kind of I kind of expected, or wouldn't be surprised if we get to see the Ari Vi combination for EDG, because NiP won for the Rise's first pick, and you could have gone for that peak potential, those skirmishes, those really aggressive situations for your team to grab the second victory, but they ended up wanting that little combo Nocturne Oriana, which I respect.
Yeah, it's a little bit more towards the wombo combo rather than having those quick picks on skirmishes and finding yourself those pre-kills before you actually get to the big team fights. And so they now need to make it work, right? We've been...
Oh, Tristana!
It's cancelled.
I mean, that's the worst thing that may happen to you if you're a Tristana. The passage of forest, even. But Peruka played it really beautiful. He waited until Liv jumped away and just smack him down, pin him down to the floor. Tristana, I mean, not in real danger considering that he still had the ghost in the flash, but there it goes, the stun responds with the shockwave on the paranoia. I see absolutely nothing. Angel still alive, but Nocturne not anymore. I mean, Nocturne is alive, which is not, is the Viego, and there it goes, CDC appearing in the mid lane. Nayo has been taken down seconds away to get the flash again.
Yeah. And that's the thing, right? 3, 2, 1, that flash is now going to be up and available for him, and he would have been able to pick up that kill, but once you get the Paranoid Darkness down, it's so tricky to get that engage going through. An Angel with a beautiful shockwave to save his own life right there, and hey, we were talking about it right at the very start of the game. Can Zhao Hao make that initial paranoia work? Well, the answer is now absolutely yes. He's been able to get that first kill as well. Gets himself a kill, Angel onto the board with the assist. This is exactly what you would have wanted as an EDG fan.
I'm going insane if I see another bot lane camping a bush on top. I'm going insane, because we've seen it plenty of times. I mean, with the fake recall and everything, they're playing the mind games. They're in the top side, but Nayo ended up dying, as you were mentioning. Shaha had to pull through on that initial paranoia. That's the first blood for EDG, by the way. And also on the other side, that's really dangerous for NiP composition, because we also talked about during the draft. They need to make it work. They need the first kill. They need to go for the reset. And Barugan needs to go for the engage. Leave flashes away. Niken may be in trouble.
this
and
TP.
flashing away again as well. That TP is really dangerous. TP comes through and doing the flashes away. Flashes for everybody. Anayo is waiting carefully, patiently to his opportunity to dive in here. That's a 4 against 2, but some HP bars are not the best in the world. Peruki about to die. Nayo grabs the assassination. Niket is gonna be taken down. Oh my god, I have a deja vu. I have a deja vu. I swear to god, Blockster, I have a deja vu. Nayo grabs Corky's soul and Valkyrie away from the threat. Another heartbreaker. But those dives though, and again under this very same turret, NiP is looking, I mean, NiP didn't learn from the first game.
You are so right to call out deja vu right there. That is crazy that they go for that again. And it so nearly goes wrong for them before the dive even gets set up. Unfortunately for EDG, they don't have the same level of map mobility out of an Orianna as they did with the Talia. So it's a much slower rotation right here to be able to get up into this top side, but Leave already has to jump away. They can't take so much damage that he has to flash away. This is the insta flash out from Doinby 2. So you end up losing yourself 2 flashes before this dive actually even kicks off. And it's so unfortunate for Arndt and Perukia that they can't quite make this one work out for themselves even better. But this is 4 people underneath the tower. It's good timing right there on the headbutt from Niket to stop Perukia from being able to buffer that one through on his crash down. But Angel's able to arrive, pick himself up a kill, and Nayo, it takes himself the Heartbreaker out to survive in that situation. 3 kills to 2 now for EDG. They've got themselves a slight gold lead. But boy, I think we're going to be strapping ourselves in for another messy game.
I mean, very messy game. We expected it and we are having it. Don't complain about it. I mean, it's what you wanted, right? But definitely, I mean, Nayo, we were talking about how bad it was that he got killed first in the game, because you need, if you are NiP, you need the Viego to be online and to be a threat, and so able to go cartwheeling, to put in somehow, like Heartbreaker after Heartbreaker, resetting with the ultimate. Those 2 kills may have given the Viego some oxygen to come back into the game, because otherwise how Angel could have been so disruptive for NiP's composition. On the other side, I mean, we need to talk about that tower. What's going on with that tower? Because in the previous game it happened as well. The fact is that I kind of had the feeling that NiP wanted to stop the play after Leave jumps away, but doing BSTP force them to go and compromise themselves into the dive.
You cannot stop at that point.
You can't say no after the TP.
Yeah, you have to just keep on moving in on that one. Hang on, Angel about to get jumped. Doinby jumps with the Realm Warp, but yeah, they're not really going to be able to get close enough to him in the re-engage.
There he goes, the paranoia, and Shihao jumping on top of Doinby. 2v1, Yome being some trouble, and Peruki joining the fight. But Naima and Doinby just take shelter under the first tower. They're in the top side. Near to objectives, I mean, still kind of far away because we don't have nothing. Oh my god, Alistar hex flashing. Alistar with the pulverized Perukia inside the Herald pit, but nobody's in there. Literally nobody is in there, so Perukia is just now chilling. Nayo on the other side is not chilling at all after the Gatling gun. Perukia with the double attack, and that's another kill for the Corki. Niket in some trouble after being forced to use the ultimate, and Angel took down the Tristan. The rocket is not enough to take down the Alistar, but okay, we have to talk about this, guys.
What? I don't want to talk about that.
You are the colorcaster. Analyze.
Right. So the initial play up in the top side, quite aggressive, especially because you don't know where Xiao Hao is. And at the point at which you don't know where he is, you can always expect that he could just turn the lights off. Even if he's down on the bottom side of the map, you can still just turn the lights off and make it very tricky for that play to actually work out. But then he's actually is topside, able to get the paranoia in to go aggressive, and I thought that was going to be some quick, immediate kills. Actually, the shot play never ends up coming through. Now this should have been some nice quick kills. Yes, you've got a spell shield right here onto Xiao Hao, but just complete
that was so
mistiming.
Unfortunate.
Niket does the headbutt over the wall at the same time as Nayo jumps over the wall the other side. It's just a miscommunication on who's going to be making what bit of the play, and it gives this a bit over-aggression out of NiP that immediately EDG jump on. And this is a problem, right? EDG are a really good team here in Group Nirvana. They will capitalize on small mistakes. And that right there, Noah, that was a big boy mistake that NiP made, and it just gives so many kills over to EDG.
That wasn't a small mistake.
No.
Definitely, it wasn't. a big miscommunication that may cost you the game, because that's one of those plays that may cost your mental for the rest of the match.
Yeah.
Right now, that was a play that was supposed to be 1 or maybe 2 kills for NiP, and ended up being a disaster for them. And Solo King dashing forward trying to grab Angel, and I have seen this plenty of times. Flash into all out. Solo Kill trying to grab Angel, and the shockwave just to cut the grass. You did a very good job, but after the Buster shot, Tristana takes down Orianna. That was a small mistake.
Yeah, that was a little mistake right there. I think even with the shockwave coming through, there's a chance that Angel's still dead. Did have the flash available, so maybe lands the shockwave, flashes out. Still, we will never know. It is going to result in this top lane tower going down, and this keeps the gold very, very close right here for NiP. They're only down by about 1,000 gold at the moment. Really nothing too big for them to need to worry about. 15 minutes into this game, a lot of towers going down. First Drake went over to NiP. The Grubs are going over at some point. I don't even know when they went over, but NiP were able to grab them. This has been crazy. Second Drake going to go over to EDG. They're going to keep these 1 apiece at the moment. Critically, though, first items are beginning to come through. We've got a Rod of Ages onto Doinby, but we don't. It's a Blackfire Torch right here onto Angel. You're going to be happy to see it.
I mean, am I? I don't know. How excited are we about Blackfire Torch Orianna? How much excited are we?
It's not
Rod of Ages.
It's not Rod of Ages.
It's not Rod of Ages, but I'm asking this. I'm asking this. Are we excited about Blackfire Torch Orianna? I mean, you have some front lane. Yeah, you need to deal with. I absolutely get it, but let's see if it's enough to actually 100 somebody. I mean, she's ahead. and that should have been enough for the Orianna to actually obliterate anyone with Xiaohao's paranoia. But going back into the game, at least, Luxor, at least NiP made their homework in terms of neutral objectives, because this was something we were demanding after the first game. This was a problem for NiP in the first game.
Exactly. They were getting completely overrun when it came to picking themselves up those objectives. They were able to grab 2 grubs, the first Drake. They're going to stop that Drake stacking from coming through anywhere near as quickly for EDG. And with the composition that they have, they don't really mind this game going super long, right? The longer and longer this game goes, the less likely it is that Xiaohao's going to be able to actually one-tap somebody with his ulti, even with Angel putting the ball on top of him and getting a big shockwave off. And you're just going to get tankier onto solo kill, Doinby and leave. They're going to be dealing more and more damage. So it's not the end of the world to delay this game through. For EDG, they want to keep the pace of this game high, especially because right now, Trinity Force in inventory, Arn is going to be very, very strong here on the Corki. The Shockwave combo is going to be very strong for EDG too. They're in a spot where they just need to keep the pressure up and try to find a couple of big fights and skirmishes.
Nick will fight on the pulverize, as Perukio was absolutely on his own and Leaf grabs a kill. I mean, I was going to say, I have the feeling they want to fight, but there's nothing to fight over, because the next break is going to be in more than 3 minutes. There's no Atakan, there's anything, but they definitely wanted to fight, and the Rift Girl has been summoned here in the mid lane. There it goes, another amazing engage, and maybe in trouble, exhaust on top of Corki's head, and there it goes, solo kill. The Q3 not the best in the world, and now they see absolutely nothing after the paranoia, and is gonna take down the Cassandra, and that was a mess. That wasn't a small mistake neither. CDC jumping forward, NiP being absolutely compromised, and Angel grabbing the kill after an auto attack, but leave, going forward, clicking, beautiful clicks. Tristana jumping forward, but now you're alone on your own, and Leave needs to jump away. Another kill for Nayo, jumps forward, always forward. There's no other way to go, always forward. That's Nayo turned into the Nar, and that's a fight that NiP made work.
Yeah, I mean, it's messy. It's not a clean fight right there, but you see Young Tao arrows in inventory. Leave beginning to do a little bit of damage and was sat pretty for the majority of that fight. Finally has to flash away in order to keep himself alive at the back end. We'll have a look at what ends up happening to start this one out, because it's initial engage right here onto On. And this is just massive damage that they're able to put straight on through to the Corki. But Solo Kill just gets himself a little bit too aggressive trying to chase onto
Carried away?
Yeah. I mean, it's unfortunate when you get that far forwards that you're just going to have the lights turned out. ZDZ, watch him through this fight. He is looking desperately for that big Gnar ulti the whole time, but he just can't quite find it. Finally, he goes for the play here, but the buffer out of Leave is on point. Manages to get that jump through. If he gets slammed into that wall, Leave dies in this fight, and it's a complete win for EDG. They're able to turn this one back around completely. In the end, it's a knife's edge, but NiP, they come out on top.
I mean, they come out on top, but that was a risky fight for Leaf to take. But the clicks were super aggressive. They kind of and they ended up kind of working. I'm still so fed though, but Tristana is ahead. 2 items and a half for Leaf. Nonetheless, on this Tristana pick, looking for the third one. And that Tristana, we kind of tend to forget that Tristana is a potential hyper carry when it comes to late game. She's gonna have a lot of range if the game keeps going on. 5 and 8 in the kill counting, and this is very dangerous. In 40 seconds, we're gonna have the next raid. It's gonna be an Ocean Drake in less than 5 minutes. The Barnacle is gonna appear there in the top side of the map, and this is still really close because this is again less than, I mean, around 1k gold diff on EDG's favor, but that's not enough to actually say that the game is over.
No, absolutely not. Ramwalk in. Okay. Just hunting, just looking for something aggressive.
Asserting dominance.
I like that answer too. Yep, I think that is totally reasonable. We've obviously got Atakan up in the top side, but we've also got a Drake available bottom side of the map. Everybody looks like they want to fight around this Atakan now, though. NiP, they've got themselves the fast track on towards this objective if they want it, but now they pull back, head back towards the mid lane. If they can establish mid lane push and move down towards this Drake, it's going to mean EDG are stepping into a heck of a lot of darkness if they want to contest. No, they're going to go topside, right? They're going to try flip it.
They're gonna try to flip it. The Atakan is there in the top side of the map. I see shit after the amount of action that we saw in the part. Nocturne going there, heading there. And this Atakan, my question is if it's going to be fast enough. Doing B is gonna be left on his own, doing the Drake. No, he's gonna leave. He's gonna leave as well because they know EDG are trying to grab the Atakan as fast as possible. Perugia waiting patiently there on the Tribush. And EDG is not even trying, to be smooth in their intentions to fight with NiP. There goes Perugia's being spotted, the Atakan being pulled to the top side of the map, and now you're going invisible. There goes, we see absolutely nothing, and Cassandra's on his own. There goes jumping again, the all out, and Angel grabs solo kills head. Perugia jumping to the backside, but Tristana is still dealing some damage, and there it goes, the reset, the first kill. Nayo heartbreaking away. The Atakan is being left away by EDG, but right now this is a pull to EDG. This is a neutral objective for NiP. Tristana jumping forward, trying to grab nothing, but the Atakan goes all through NiP's hunt.
My lord, I can't believe that they get away with this one right here as NiP. EDG, they end up with the Atakan resetting on them right as they're in a good spot to be able to take it down during the paranoia. And that really ruins their plans. I think they were, again, expecting it to reset and to get to fight another day for that Atakan. Instead, as you said, it goes over to NiP. They're going to be able to pick up this crucial objective. Now, we're going to jump into a replay. Don't be surprised if we get yoinked out of this one because that Drake is still available on the bottom side of the map. This initial bit of engage is great. It's amazing to be able to immediately take out solo kill. Perugia just gets bopped away, doesn't actually get the Magnet Storm off, otherwise that would have been a hugely won team fight. And ZDZ, he missed his Gnar ulti again. Yeah, we're going to jump out of this one because the fighting just doesn't stop.
I mean, I don't know if NiP are going to be able to make their way into the river. That's going to be a neutral objective for EDG as NiP are pushing through the mid lane. The game right now is getting really tense. Leaf dealing a lot of damage, and Tristana is so good at this. He's so good at playing these neutral these structures. And we're talking about Tristana who got a bunch of boycrafts, which makes her even worse for EDG to deal with when it comes to defend the structures. It's going to be nearly impossible to do so. But 6 and 9 in the kill count in less than 100 gold between both teams. On one side, we're having a heavily fed Diego, a heavily fed Tristana, the KDA not the most beautiful in the world, but still more than 1k gold ahead in terms of resources from An. And on EDG's side, we have CDC kind of chilling, and also Angel extremely fed.
Yep. EDG do not lose when they've got themselves an advantage. Now, they were a little bit ahead of 15 minutes. They've not had a massive lead in this situation, so the stats will tell you that EDG are going to win this game. My gut feeling, I have absolutely no clue. NiP, they seem to be slightly stronger. They're getting Leave into good spots to sit and hit. He doesn't really do too much damage at this point with the Phantom Dancer Young Tals, but he has the components for an IE in his pocket. Once he gets that completed, now he's going to start dealing some real damage, so we'll see when that one comes through. 3-item Tristana obviously going to be pretty tricky to deal with, and I love that you highlighted the grubs onto this Tristana as well. That's going to make stopping these pushes very tricky, and especially once the Baron goes down, right? We've got 30 seconds until the Baron comes up. If you can grab that one for NiP, having Baron buff on this Tristana means that these structures are just going to melt in front of you.
Absolutely melt, and for me, this is going to be a situation where EDG may be tricked into the top side of the river, considering that NiP may be having a really fast Baron Nashor. If they are all on the same page, they have Tristana, they have the Ryze, even though the Ryze is kind of behind, but they have enough damage, enough DPS to pull the neutral objective through really, really quickly. And for me, that's the situation. If NiP are able to pull through this neutral objective on this Baron Nashor, the game, it's maybe over unless some miraculous fight is coming through. Is coming from EDG. Just because of the Tristana and what you were saying and the potential that they may having, I don't think that EDG ends up having enough weight clear to actually defend themselves if that happens. That's my main worry here for EDG.
Yeah, they need to win these fights. They need to pick themselves up the Baron. That's going to allow them to push forwards a lot further. That's going to be something incredibly important for them to grab. Also, we were talking about the eye edge that has now come through right here for Leaf, so he is now 3 items completed. He's still very close to picking up that 3rd item for Arn, but he doesn't have that in inventory. So you are in quite the advantage right here for NiP, even though they're technically down a little bit in terms of gold. With Baron up, let's see how long these teams stall, or if they really want to start this up, because if you let this go long enough and allow this Ocean Drake to get up, now you're having to worry about 2 different objectives to try play around.
Tristana is 3 items. She's 261 minions after 26 minutes into the game. She's a monster, okay? She's a monster. There's no other way to describe the Tristana right now. If Liv plays it well, this may be it. Like, the Corki needs to expose himself to deal damage to the Tristana. I mean, Tristana is kind of... Liv is playing kind of out of his mind. You were mentioning it. He's playing on knife set. And
there they go!
Okay, I said absolutely nothing there. Tristana has been absolutely obliterated by the Ilial combo. Nocturne and Orianna absolutely working. But there it goes. Nayo going forward, looking for the engage, doing this, still alive. And Niket barely, but still alive and kicking CDC, about to transform into the Mega now, looking for the massive engage. Only got solo kill that went all out, but's been taken away. The fights though, I mean, that combo. Was it?
Yep. So, your Tristana does lots of damage, other than when she dies in 0.2 seconds because of the combo we highlighted. And this was something we talked about in draft. This was something we knew NiP were aware of. Still, they don't want to just give this one up. And with lots of half health bars right here for EDG, there's a chance they can stop this one.
They still have Nayo alive. There it goes. CDC really chong down, dealing some damage. There we go. Heartbreaker, Heartbreaker after Heartbreaker. And there goes the Viego. This guy never lost a game with the Viego this season so far. And he's saying that this is not going to be the first one. Angel having to TP away, and that was really close though. The Baron Nashor went all straight forward to NiP after losing the fight.
Yikes, that's so rough right here for EDG. They think they can go and pick themselves up the Baron, but if we were talking about a very fast Baron take for NiP, EDG's much, much slower. We'll have a look back at this combo, and this is just the combo dreams. You get the shockwave coming through, and it lands at the exact right moment. Yeah, if you allow the Paranoia to land, the Nocturne to get there, then press the shockwave, that's tons and tons of time for your Tristana to just immediately flash away, and it's going to be absolutely fine. But you press it at just the right moment, manage to get that pull through, and it's awesome. And then you even get the kill on solo kill. I thought at this point it should have been the Baron, but they just get chunked out way too much from it. And this is really well played from Niket and Nayo, just to be able to get this Viego into the backline. And once you get that first initial kill, what do we say? That's the route to success right here for NiP. First kill goes down, transformation comes through, and at that point the fight is completely lost for EDG. They give over to the Baron.
Angel had almost no mana to actually follow the fight, and we saw him trying to get away after the TP. And I'm having flashes from the previous game, because in this very same spot, NiP, even though they have the advantage in the game 1, they ended up losing. But this time they're gonna siege like carefully enough to grab the structure and get away. So I kind of followed across the curse in here, because I was talking about Liv and the potential that the Tristana ended up having in this situation. She gets absolutely erased from the face of Summoner's Rift, but somehow NiP pulls through the retake of the Baron Nashor and ends up having the you guys, no. You know, guys, I'm gonna getting bullied in Spain if you do this, because I mean,
100%
This is
LPL
just
caster
curse.
curse. Yeah, yeah.
This is
We'll
me.
see if you're able to do it again. Hey, I can
Don't
hear Prod
test me.
laughing right now. Prod is also currently 1-for-1 on caster curse today. I guess Prod curse saying that NiP always win when they're ahead in gold. Well, they lost in the previous game. They've now said that EDG always win when ahead in gold. We'll see if Prod can go 2 for 2 on this curse as well. Because right now, NiP, they are in a good spot, right? They're up by 4,000 gold. That's one of the biggest gold leads that we've seen throughout the entirety of today. They're even in terms of Drakes. They've got more of the grubs. They grab the Atakan as well. They're in a great spot to be able to find one more fight and win this game.
I mean, I'm going to say something before they fight, which is going to be kind of early because they are always willing to fight. But it's like Kissy saying EDG always wins when they are ahead in gold. They only lost one game so far.
Yeah.
It's like, it's super cheap statistic.
Oh,
There goes, I see nothing.
Here goes
Oh my
again.
god, Tristana, you are in some kind of trouble. Tristana is still alive, but not for much time. That's another kill that goes through the cookie because the old man also needs kills. 3 items as well for by the way. The Gatling gun kind of itches.
Yes, he hurts at this point in the game. And as much as you do now have 4 items completed right here onto Leave, if he's not allowed to play video game, then it's going to be so tricky. They need these resets to be coming through. They need the rocket jumps, they need the resets onto the Viego, and he just gets abandoned, right? Everybody leaves the area, and look, the Flash, not up and available at this point, doesn't even have Ghost to try to run away. He still does a decent chunk of damage back to Xiaohao. You need to be careful once that Flash is up and available that you can't just turn that one back around. 4 item Tristana is going to seriously hurt, especially with that LDR in inventory, but if every single time Leave steps up a little bit by himself, he dies, that's the way for EDG to be able to play this one out.
The thing is that there is one rule if you're playing against a Nocturne. Moreover, if you're playing against a Nocturne who successfully killed you before, don't be by yourself. Don't be alone. Literally, existing by yourself is dangerous across the Summoner's Rift. Moreover, if you are a tiny little and fragile Tristana, you don't want to be by yourself. You need like a solid Alistar by your side, or something like that. But don't be on your own, because otherwise, that's what's going to happen. And moreover, if Leave was playing so ahead on the top side, like it was EDG's territory so far, you need to respect the paranoia.
Yes, you really do, and it's happened multiple times now. And NiP stepping up, trying to face Trick into this bush. Solo kill, very tanky still. He gets chunked out, gets about a third of his health taken away. Currently, everybody just jockeying for position because we've got ourselves a minute and 15 seconds until the Baron is up, and just under a minute until the next Drake is available. It's soul point for whoever can grab this Drake. Grabbing an Ocean Drake is always just going to be nice for the overall keeping yourself healthy on these long sieges, but the Baron is going to be the key target for both of these teams. I really don't feel like either of them can afford to give this one up.
You know, not so far ago, I was talking about how Angel was super ahead and Tristana being extremely fed, and somehow Angel, right now he's level 17, but he was 2 levels behind Doing and that wasn't like this not so long ago. But right now, Doing alive and kicking and being a serious threat to EDG, considering that skating is here, guys. Skating is here, and it's Rise's moment, and also Tristana's moment if Liv doesn't get cogged again. But the fact is that some tense situation in here. Drake about to spawn there in the bottom side of the river, but also in less than 20 seconds, Baron Nashor is gonna spawn on the top side.
TP.
So I kind of have the feeling that NiP is going to say, Drake's meh. I don't care, I prefer the Baron.
Yes, the Baron is going to be the key target. EDG, though, they're going to go for this Drake. I think they expect they can take this one out quickly enough to go and rejoin up towards this fight, but you lose the Baron very quickly, and no,
there it goes.
They're going to get pulled off of it. ZDZ has teleport available. He's going to try to finish off this Drake while the remaining members of his team move up towards the top side. There's so much darkness they're walking into, but it doesn't matter. This works.
There it goes, delivery system. There goes your Alistar. The Alistar to get killed because Naked is so chunked down right now.
Yeah.
CDT joining the fight. No rage on this Nard, just chilling. This Nard 10, 12 in the kill count, and Naked, I mean, I get the strategy, I get what NiP was trying to do, but the delivery system was not the most effective in the world.
No, and you've also got yourself the light switch for Xiaohao. He immediately hits Paranoia, and at that point, there's no follow-up available to you. And it's not like you're on the team where you've got the ball to be delivering into the backline. You're kind of just trying to get in, grab a initial bit of damage, initial bit of CC, and then have your teammates follow up. It just doesn't end up working, and EDG, they kind of get away with murder in that situation. Really well played from them to be able to go send ZDZ to pick himself up that Drake. This is melting, bro.
Round
get
2.
vision.
They are trying to
Vision.
grab again the Baron Nashor, and this is Flip. Shahal ended up in the middle of everything, but it was Nika the one. The smart on the neutral objective. Anna about to die. Shields, and more chains, but 2MB is going forward really fast after the first rush. And Leaf resetting, jumping forward and forward and forward if he feels so, but not right now. He's gonna be strong. He's gonna push. He's gonna take the responsible decision to shove the wave there into the inhibitor tower in the mid lane, because NiP grabbed the neutral objective somehow, and they may be having it. The inhibitor in the mid lane is gonna be enough, or they want to close this game so far. 2 down from EDG. This is a 5 against 3. Parukia, Angel, and CDC trying to defend the chunks of their base right now. NiP trying to take the Nexus towers. Parukia really chunked down, has to jump away, but Leaf grabs the kill, and this is it. We're gonna have a third game. EDG only lost 1 game so far this season, and it was a single game against Thundertalk, but this is the second one they lose.
Yeah, they're gonna lose a second game here this split. NiP, they're gonna send us to a game 3. When you were asking, Noah, hey, do we have 6 games today? And I was like, I don't know. EDG, they were able to 2-0 last time. I was wrong. We've now got the 100% Noah caster curse. We've got the 100% 2 out of 2 production curse here onto these teams. And we're going to get a game number 3. This is exactly what we wanted from the battle of the top 2 teams right here on Group Ascend. On Group Nirvana even. These teams are just going toe-to-toe, battling. And it's been so close the entire time.
It's absolutely reasonable that you've mistaken these teams for Group Ascend teams, because honestly, they could have been. So far, I mean, they're going to clash against the last teams from Ascend Group, and they are a threat to some of them. I mean, we've been discussing it through the pre-show, but the fact is that this game was also kind of back and forth. At some point, I feel like EDG had it, and it was going to be a 2-0. More if we consider, well, was it the dive in the top? I think it was. That was an absolute disaster. Or the play around the Herald Pit. That was also an absolute disaster. And I think that was going to be it. That was it. That was the kind of place that get your mental away. But NiP was strong enough. They scaled into the game. DoingB was a monster also in the last 5. But it all came down to the Tristana and Viego being able to reset and jump forward again and again.
Yeah, I mean, that was the thing, right? At the very beginning of these fights, it looked like it was going really, really well for EDG. They were able to get that Shockwave Paranoia combo off almost every single time between Xiaohao and Angel. But the rest of the map just was not working out. This was my worry about grabbing the Corki going into this matchup, right? You're very short range. You have to step up quite close to be able to deal the majority of your damage. And at the point at which you're getting close enough to be able to do that, that's not really putting you in a good spot to be able to actually land any of the damage. You're getting tapped down very quickly. And then, I hate to say it because I think I've been really enjoying the way that ZDZ's been playing throughout the entirety of the split so far, and I thought he was really good in the previous game. In this one, the Gnar just wasn't it. He was not hitting a bunch of these big Gnar ultimates. He wasn't joining a lot of these team fights with a fully stacked rage bar. He was trying to stack up his rage during the team fight, and at the point at which we finally got the Mega Gnar on the board, well, a bunch of his members had already gone down and died.
The fact is that you said it a couple of times, the fact that he was chasing the perfect ulti that never came through, that maybe was it. But also on the other side, I think we have to praise the way, I'm gonna praise Liv. He played it amazing at some points, but he got cocked on other points. And this is it. This is LPL. This is what we chose to leave. And this is another absolutely LPL goal graph. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, look at the amount of damage that Arn and Angel were able to do for themselves, right? They were dealing massive amounts, and yeah, Solo Kill doing absolutely nothing right here in terms of damage. But what I'd be very interested to see is how much damage he absorbed, because there were multiple times that he ended up going down to like, what, 50, 60 HP, a couple auto attacks away from death. But it didn't matter, because as long as you're absorbing that damage and not some of your main carries, it's going to be fine. Yeah, look away. We don't have to watch this dive again. This one was incredibly messy. It worked slightly better for NiP than the previous one did, and hey, maybe that's what set them up for success.
And this replay is not fair because we missed the moment they messed up, like the fight with Tristana jumping and the Rel being knocked back to the to the Herald Pit. I mean, this was the outcome. but it's enough for replay. The fact that it was also kind of a back and forth game where this time at least NiP made their homework in terms of neutral objectives. Even though for me, the Nocturne Oriana looked really good until it didn't look good. I mean, you were saying it. NiP was waiting for the moment that the Nocturne wasn't able anymore to tap down your carries.
Yeah, exactly. As soon as you were able to survive that initial little bit of engage that you had between the Nocturne and the Oriana, these team fights are just won. And I love all of these replays, but the critical one is going to be the replay around the Baron. You get yourself that immense pick onto the Tristana. Leave is now dead, despite the fact that's like 4-item Tristana now back in the fountain. But you go try the Baron, and you get denied. You get stopped. Between Nio and Niket, they're able to stop that play from coming through, and that was the critical turning point. You pick up that Baron, all of a sudden you're able to crack open a couple more towers, you get to extend your gold lead out as EDG, but you give it away and your opponents get a bunch of gold back from the kills. They get the Baron and they start cracking open towers with the Tristana. That was the moment in which EDG lost this game. There's plenty of other moments in which maybe they could have gotten it back, but that was the key moment.
Like I saw EDG's most of the game being so aligned, playing in the same bit, but at the critical moments they were all on their own, kind of panicking after the resets were popping through. And this is it. This is the play that you were mentioning around the Baron Nashor. Not the only one. And the fact that NiP were able to pull through these 2 Baron Nashors, and this wasn't even Neo. This was Niket, the one that actually got the neutral objective, and that's panicking because you need to run away. EDG knew in this situation that if they get caught again, they were losing the game. And even if these 3 were able to get away, it wasn't enough to claim the victory or defend their base. So we are running into the 3rd game, and my question is, who do you think that is going to be the favorite so far in this game?
Oh boy, I have absolutely no
it's a
clue.
difficult one, I'm sorry.
I think EDG do take it, right? I think overall they've looked better. They made a couple of critical mistakes. I liked a lot more of the composition out of EDG. The Corki was kind of the only bit that I didn't love in the end. And I think EDG not playing the Gnar particularly well did ruin it a little bit. NiP, obviously big props to them for being able to take that second game. But EDG, I think they've just overall looked like the stronger squad. And now that we've got a lot of these key picks taken off the board, that's going to be big. NiP, who's the MVP? I feel like Nio could pretty easily take it. We'll see who it actually is in the end. Yeah, Nio does take that one.
It's going to be Nio.
In terms of people who were impactful, the Viego was huge. It felt pretty slow for the majority of the game, but around that Baron pit, in that critical turning point of the match, that's where he really pops off, grabs a bunch of those kills, and that was huge for him.
Today's Jungler's Day, Bloxer. You were asking for it, and now you're having 2 junglers MVP. So there you have it. And if you guys are having fun watching the LPL, and if you'd like to support the LPL English, please consider becoming a Coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. And a lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it based on our talent and content creators. So please subscribe to our Coffee, linked in chat, to unlock perks like early access to content, and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. Like, it's all good.
Yeah, it's a bunch of good stuff. We thank you very much for supporting us here because, hey, I love that we can bring you these crazy, crazy games. And believe me, we've got at least 3 more crazy games coming. We might have 4 more. Strap in. Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL English broadcast, and we're having kind of a banger of a series, considering Ninjas in Pajamas got Edward Gaming to the third game of the series. EDG only lost one game so far until today.
Yeah, they lost one to Thunder Talk, and everybody thought, hey, that's a whoopsie, right? They made a little mistake. It was a fluky game. Peruki was having a particularly bad time. Things happen. This felt like a real loss. You know, it was close. It very much could have gone the other way. EDG could have still come out on top. They throw it around a Baron. But this is now 2 games in a row that these two teams have gone absolutely toe-to-toe. That we've got certified LPL graphs for our gold, that we've had bangers back and forth the entire way through. It's brilliant to watch, but it means coming into this third game, I have absolutely no clue who's going to come out on top.
No, definitely. I mean, more if we consider how close, like, the games were most of the time. I mean, it wasn't, none of the games were an absolute sum. No. Far from that. It was so close. The first game ended up being for EDG, but it could have been for NiP perfectly if it wasn't for the last mess that they did on the last on the last fight. So we could be talking about that this series went to 0 for NiP. So right now, I mean, EDG had it on their hand. I mean, let's see how it goes for them. Let's see if they switch sides or whatever is happening. But they need to come with a new strategy because they placed like their bets onto the Nocturne Oriana, and it wasn't enough in the end.
No, it really wasn't, and that was really rough to see, despite the fact they kept making the combo work. They made other map mistakes, rotation mistakes. Honestly, things that are pretty odd for them. Things that we haven't really been seeing out of EDG. They've been pretty clean on their map rotations, but then again, they haven't been pressed like this previously. I mean, Production's been doing a brilliant job of throwing up a bunch of the stats for us about these EDG members. They hadn't died anywhere near as much as this. They died more times in the first game than they had in the entire series previously versus NiP. This one is really pushing them, and it's beginning to show cracks in what is the rest of their play. If they don't smash you in lane, then maybe their macro isn't looking so good. Maybe their decision-making isn't going to be the best. And we have to remind ourselves here of what it means for these teams to be able to pick up these wins, right? Coming into this, EDG have absolutely no championship points for getting towards Quell's qualification. Ninjas in Pajamas have a whole 5 championship points. So they're doing really hot when it comes to getting to Worlds. Obviously, Worlds is the goal for all teams, but these two teams, they're going to be looking at that as something that's a far-reaching goal, but maybe something you can do. If you can do it, you want to be topping out this group, and the winner of this today is going to get a big leg up in being able to win the group.
The thing is that, do you believe in miracles, Bloxer?
Yeah. Look,
that's a question. That's a question.
It's the LPL. Anything is possible. I've seen crazier.
I've seen crazier. That's what I was going to say, actually. I mean, EDG and NiP, they are not looking bad when it comes to defeat teams or be potentially defeat teams of the Ascend group. I'm not gonna say the top dogs, but maybe those that are part of the lower standings, which we'll see after this game, because this series went to the third game, and honestly, I expect no less from the FPX against WE. So let's see how it goes, because as we were mentioning during the pre-show, NiP and EDG, they are chilling. They already have their spot locked in to the playoffs play-in. So they're just right now trying to step up their game, trying to get that top spot in the standings, which is going to be kind of important when it comes to the decisive spot, to who is going to be the real top dog of the Nirvana group.
Absolutely. So we jump on into this one, and this is now going to be EDG over on the blue side. They've been red side for the previous 2, so we'll see what the strategy is going to be, what's going to change around this time out. And so far, we're seeing quite a lot of the same sorts of bans that we've been seeing previously. Interesting, actually, that it is going to be NiP banning out that Varus again. They did in the previous games, but you often find that it's something you need to be banning out on the red side and not so much on the blue side. They're banning it on blue. Obviously, they're going to keep taking that one off of the board. Yunara as well going to go. But, yeah. As soon as the Pantheon gets left open, that one is going to be slammed. In terms of top-tier junglers still available, the Vi is the next one that the majority of other champions would be going for. The Poppy then pops up. However, we've seen time and time again that Nayo is one of the few players that does really like this Skarner. There's a couple of people that we've got in the league that really like this Skarner, and it can work incredibly well for them. Is going to be locked in right here. And let's see what he can do with this pick, because this is a bold choice when the Vi is available.
Absolutely. I mean, they decided to ignore the Vi in the previous game as well because it was available after first and second bomb phase, and they decided to ignore it. Once again, they want to go for this corner. And also, I mean, if the Pantheon is on the loose, you cannot ignore that one. The Vi maybe, but the Pantheon, you cannot ignore him. It's going to be a Skarner, and it's going to be an a blind Aatrox pick here for solo
Yeah.
field, who's also again shifting the dynamics of the topside matchup. We went from Gwen against Mbessa to, you know, Cassandra against Nar. We're shifting once again the dynamics in topside.
Absolutely we are. Now, anytime you've got yourself the Pantheon, you want to be looking at how much you can get done with that ulti. It's very similar to the Nocturne in that way. And also who you can pair up alongside. You don't really want to be ganking onto a Victor that much during the early game. The Victor's much more trying to just scale up, get himself into those late game team fights. The Renekton, though, that is a lane that you very much can play around. And I'm expecting something quite aggressive out of the bottom lane as well for EDG. Talking of aggressive, though, Doinby gonna go towards his Akali right here. Really throwing down the gauntlet onto Angel in the mid lane. Angel's had a really good series so far. His game 1 was especially fun. But this is something that can actually threaten onto the Victor in the laning phase. And more than that, can get out of that lane pretty easily and go wreak havoc on the rest of the map.
It's going to be quite a short composition for NiP, considering the Kali popping off me here for doing B. Several brawlers in there. You have the Aatrox, you have also the Akali. You need to be really on point. Almost perfect execution demanded from NiP if they want to come through the series as winners. On the other side, I think EDG kind of have it easier somehow. It's like a straightforward composition. You have Pantheon, you have a scaling mage in the mid lane, you have the Renekton, you know what to do. But on the other side, NiP, it's trickier, or is it just me?
For NiP, if you can land a couple of these big ultis, right, you get a massive impale off onto Nio, you're very accurate with all of those Qs onto solo kill. This game can be very easy looking, but you're right, the barrier to execution is much higher. There's a lot less that you are actually able to just point and click your way through. Find it interesting what we're seeing banned out as well right here. The Lucia going to be taken off of the board, as is the Kai'Sa. I wonder if the Xayah is going to go, no, the Ezreal instead. I think that does rise the priority of the Xayah if you want some extra survivability here for EDG. Over on NiP, you've got a lot of champions here looking to jump forwards. You can then respond to that in two ways. Get yourself another champion that wants to go and be aggressive, or you could just sit a lot further back and grab yourself something like the Jhin. Maybe the Phelios 2 can work, where you sit quite far away and just rain down hell from afar. It is going to be the Jhin that they're locking in right here. You're kind of trusting that EDG won't have enough tanks for you to really worry about, because right now their tank killing ability kind of not that strong.
I mean, they don't have like real tanks, quote marks. They have the Renekton, they have also the Pantheon who are tanky. I don't think is the situation where Jhin is dealing with Mundo or Sion or the likes of. I think the Jhin is not that bad here in the spot. But the Draven, though, that's a statement from, honestly, this is Draven. Let's see who is paired with, because you're calling it. I like this one as well. I like this one as well, but this is blind pick. I mean, are you blind picking the Blitzcrank?
Screw it, why not? At this point, what are you really that worried about in this game? I mean, this is more sensible. Boo,
this is the responsible pick.
Boo. This is much more responsible. This works really well into NiP's composition that very much wants to go flying at you. It gives you a strong laning phase still, but the response is going to be the Nico right here for NiP. Again, that gives you a little bit of extra power in the 2v2 in the bottom lane. You are expecting EDG to come out on top of this one, but the Draven needs to come out on top. If you fall behind, you're going to give so much less to this game than you can as Leave right here on the Jhin.
I feel like for both bot lanes, for both EDG and NiP bot lanes, it's all or nothing. Or it works, or it's like a zero, like an absolute zero, like playing with one less player on your side. Like Draven just needs to be on top, as you were mentioning, because otherwise it's gonna be absolutely ignored. Even as you need to have that Draven really fed when it comes to the lane. And if I'm not mistaken, it was NiP coming through the first one to level 2 in the earlier 2v2 stages of the game. It was NiP's ball and the one pressuring earlier in the game. I really love to see Anon Parukia coming through, being aggressive during the ball lane, because otherwise they're gonna be smashed. And you don't want that Jhin to be smashing your back lane. I kind of like the Jhin pick, but there's only one thing that like NiP composition is screaming, and it's dive. And dives, honestly, I mean, dives from NiP so far, just say that I'm a bit traumatized after NiP's dives. You guys dive, but be careful, please.
Yeah, very much going to be a little bit worrying every single time they dive, but we'll see if they're going to be able to clean it up here in this game number 3. Critical matchup right here. EDG winning this one would pretty much guarantee them being top of the table as long as they're able to clean it up versus some of our weaker teams in the division. If NiP are able to claim this one, they will now be 1-1 versus EDG, and they have a chance to top out this group.
And of course we have 3 games in this first series, and guys, of course we're having another 3 games on the second series, because why not? Because we came for this. We came for having 6 out of 6 games. Yesterday they had it, and weren't you jealous, Bloxer? I was jealous.
Oh, of course. I absolutely love when we get all 6 games. Hey, this is going to be an incredibly fun day, and we're only halfway through at this point. Let's see who's going to be able to round this one up, who's going to be able to take the victory. It has implications not just for this group, but for the teams we'll be seeing in the next game as well. Jumping on into this one. EDG got themselves a composition that wants quite a lot of early aggression. You've got Angel as some late game insurance. The Victor will be strong later on into the game, of course, but beyond that, you want your Pantheon getting aggressive. And where does he want to get aggressive? It's got to be in the bot lane. Arn here on the Draven. This is his first Draven game of at least this split. Not sure how much he played of it in the previous splits, but I can't imagine the answer is going to be that much. And so far, we've been seeing Dravens pop up once or twice. I don't feel like it's been that strong. You really need to get this champion ahead, otherwise, oh boy.
And I mean, ahead is an understatement of how much you need the Draven to be fed. Oh, heal, aggressive heal in there from Perukia, who wanted to trade forward. No matter what, we demand this from EDG's volley. We wanted them to be aggressive, and you have a Draven to do so actually. But we all know, if the Draven is not able to cash in, that's it for it. That's it for the Draven. If he gets killed, it's going to be over. If he gets killed before he cashes in the passive, it's going to be over for the Draven. Leave on the other hand, yeah, he may be killed, he may be left behind, but he's gonna be useful no matter what. You know, he's gonna have this certain utility with the W and also the ultimate. Draven is or nothing.
Ooh, yeah, and see on
17-14 is kind of close.
That's pretty close, but it's also quite a lot of play, right? Yeah, as we've been saying, needs to try get his bot lane ahead, and they do not have any vision of this.
It's all or nothing. This gang needs to be successful, otherwise Xiaohao threading the bot lane and leave with the W, with the flourish, looking for the back lane. But Xiaohao is still there. Xiaohao is still there. He knows he needs to get that Draven fed. But right now, NiP's bot lane, they're playing really carefully.
Yeah, they know how much they can step up. I mean, Niket was there actually emoting on his opponents, shoving, just like, hey, we knew this gank was coming, we're chilling, we're fine, just able to walk that one away. It does take the heal. Yeah, Xiaohao is spending a lot of time here. In the time that his opponent has been able to full clear, has only not taken his blue buff, he's only taken 3 camps. This is a real delay in the way that Xiaohao's been able to play this early game, and you don't want to be falling behind on the Pantheon either. As much as, yeah, you want to get the Draven going, falling behind on the Pantheon is also really risky, especially when you've got something like the Skarner on the other side of the map. This is a champion that can get very far ahead.
Xiaohao may be finding an opportunity there in the mid lane. Doinb really chunk down an Angel going forward. Xiaohao looking for the stun, and even Doinb is flashing away. It's not gonna prevent him to die on Victor's hands. On bot lane, Perukia really chunk down as well, but that was it. The bot lane maybe wasn't the best part of the map for Xiaohao. It was the mid lane.
Hey, even if the bot lane gank doesn't really work, ZDZ can stop these recalls coming through. This is actually pretty critical. Yes, it's going to leave him in a pretty miserable spot, but it's about stopping the rotation from coming through, making sure that Yorenekton should be able to survive this one out, and Solo Kill is now going to have a bit of a miserable time up in the top lane, facing off against Arn and Perukia. Although actually Perukia looking to move down towards the bottom side potentially. Could try to get a bit aggressive as Nayu now hunting Xiaohao through his jungle. He's not allowed to get these crops.
This sun was kind of unbelievable, but it was there. CDC and Xiaohao against Nayo, Niket and Lee fighting over those golems, and this is really smart from NiP. Perukia joining the fight, but there goes the smite. And now it's a 3 against 3. Xiaohao maybe in a bad spot. The W from Lee, but he's with no mana, and there he goes to the W. Now you may be about to die, and this is it. Niket also in a really bad spot. Perukia and CDC going forward, and there it goes. The Crocodile claims the kill. Lee needs to get get away as 2MB is joining the fight. There it goes, dash forward, the stun on top of leave, the W, not promising, and CDC dashing and leave. You cannot leave, definitely. 2MB right now against the World Parukia got the kill from NiP's AD carry, and 2MB getting shelter under the tower in the bottom lane. This was a mess of a fight. NiP looked for it, and it ended up bad for them.
Yeah, I mean, this is really different to what we've seen in the previous 2 games where we've had very slow starts. You can feel the pressure right now on Xiao Hao's shoulders. He knows that he needs to be getting aggressive early on with this Pantheon, but you can feel it too from Nio, getting into his opponent's jungle, trying to disrupt. We didn't even really get to talk about the implications of the fact that that mid lane kill went over, an early kill onto the Victor into the Akali lane. That should tell you something about the way this game is going to go too. But instead we get heavy skirmishing in the bottom lane. The bailout just doesn't quite come through. So close to actually being able to keep him alive. And now ZDZ, this is your dream as a Renekton. Everybody fighting right at the very beginning of the game and just giving you a chance to land 1,000,001 slices onto your enemies.
They were fighting in front of your nose. How they're doing that, right? I mean, it's really dangerous for them right now. The Renekton obviously is ahead. On the other side, NiP not having the best time of their life because this gold diff at 6 minutes in the game, it is remarkable, honestly. It is not like 1k, 20 minutes in the game. No, it's 6 minutes in the game, and it's more than 1k on EDG's favor. And honestly, I thought the game was kinda over for EDG after we got to see Xiao Hao spending and wasting so much time there in the ball lane looking for a gun that never came through. But it was the opportunity there in the mid lane. Maybe it was the opportunity in the mid lane, and NiP going greedy, trying to deny more camps to Xiao Hao. That was EDG's salvation.
It's not just the denying of the camps, but it's also that mid lane play. The reason that Angel's able to get that kill alongside Xiao Hao is because Doinby gets over aggressive in the mid lane. He jumps on forwards, and the second that he leaps in, he's not really got any way out, gets taken down. And then a few seconds later, Nio makes the same mistake, goes really aggressive, thinks he's got the support of his bot lane, which he does, but he doesn't have the support of his top laner, and top laners have a ton of just base stats that you could start playing around, especially something like a Renekton. So you get turned around onto very quickly in that fight too. This is EDG punishing onto the over-aggression of NiP in a way that we just haven't seen from them so far in this series.
Now NiP need to be extra careful. I mean, they needed to be careful, but now extra careful considering that already unlocked that Whirling Death, who will allow him to have some impact even to the other side, in the other side of the map. And he's stacking quite decently. Ultimate for An, which on the other side, neither Niket or Leave do have their ultimates on. Parukia is a level behind Niket, but he's been rotating like non-stop rotating to support his team. So yeah, I mean, the Renata is still going to be really useful thanks to the Baylor, who was really close to be successful. So EDG, I think they're kinda are online for the next fight.
Absolutely they are. As much as we booed and we were sad because it would have been fun to have seen a Pike and a Blitzcrank in this game, the Renata was the right choice every day of the week. Yeah, it's exactly what we wanted to see. And hey, in this situation, we'll see if they're going to be able to get extra use out of it right now. Can EDG grab a second one? No!
Beware the fire, there goes Nio with the sound W from Jin, and there goes Pop Blossom, amazing ultimate from Niket, and doing the dashing and slicing again. There it goes, this last Void Grab maybe for NiP, but Angel and An look like they want a little bit more affection. They are leaving, NiP is leaving the Void Grab speed, but that fight, it was a kill, just one kill for NiP. I think it's not enough for them.
No, I mean, NiP would have really wanted to get more out of the fact that you managed to land that 2-man Impale, you get 3-man Pot Blossom off. That was the beginnings of a really good fight. Still, at this point in the game, right, Leave doesn't deal that much damage, Doinby doesn't deal that much damage, Nio never really going to deal that much either. And so, again, you're just kind of waiting for a lot of these pieces to get online. For NiP, getting into the later stages of this game is going to be critical. For EDG, though, your best time to fight is right now, and when you get that first item, this smite out of Xiao Hao means that he misses out onto that one. 2-man Impale, 3-man Pot Blossom. It's only Angel that manages to avoid going down to that one, but the damage just isn't there. Doinby is on top of Arn, and it just doesn't matter.
And we have another Brawl there in the top side on being pinned down. Oh my god, this is the worst thing ever for Draven. Now you grabs the kill. You shouldn't leave that one for your AD carry, by the way. But a kill is a kill. That's the third one for NiP, and that's what we were talking about. You needed to cash in for your Draven, but that's not what happened.
No, not even slightly. I mean, at that point, you're just getting bullied around right there, and EDG, as much as they were able to get themselves out to a significant advantage at the beginning of this game, it's just over-aggression right here. You could see it in the picture-in-picture. On has no reason to be stepping up like that, and just gets taken down. Like you said, should have been left. You would really like that kill onto leave, but even just stopping the cash out right here from the Draven is the critical thing.
Yeah, absolutely agree with it. I mean, we missed how the fight started, and it was like that. They were coming, they were waiting for him, and he took the bait. I mean, there's no other word to say it. For round 3 in the kill counting, by the way, still the gold lead for around 1k and EDG's favor, but most of the gold lead are on top side and also between support, which is not that critical to put it somehow. And NiP is still putting a fight through. If they manage to find another fight like the one they got with the Niket 3-man ult and the Naya with the double in play, that may be it for EDG. Now EDG on the other side, I feel like they need time for the Draven to stack again and for Alien to scale, of course.
Yeah, of course, but you really want to be playing around this one item power spike. You've got it now for Xiao Hao. You would love Arn to have already cashed out to now have his first item completed. Might have it on this next reset, right? He should be pretty close to being able to pick that one up as first items do begin to come through. But once you have that power, once you have those first item spikes onto the majority of these champions, you need to go. Talking of going, ZDZ, he's going to have to turn tail and run.
There goes the Scorpion there in the bowling, but the Crocodile is a monster. They force the ultimate out, but that's not enough to take their Renekton, who's so fed, who has already the first item completed on their inventory. First item, by the way, for Xiao Hao, as the Thunder Sky appears on his pocket. It wasn't a successful gank. You wasted your time there. I mean, you spent your time there looking for the gun that never came through, and right now maybe it's not the best spot. Naya and company need to face their path through the river to see if they can fight over this second Drake.
Yeah, you really, really want to be able to pick yourself up a second one right here if you're NiP. Drake stacking going to be a great way for them to win this game. It's been something they weren't able to do in game number 1, did a much better job of in game 2, and it pulled them into a pretty good spot. Right now, though, the river is going to be in control of EDG. You've got first items completed on at least 3 of your members, so you're in a decent spot to be able to fight this one. I don't imagine that NiP are just going to allow this to go straight over, though.
No, definitely. I mean, Nayo about to finish the bloodbath Ferokia, maybe in some kind of trouble. And there it goes, W from Yin, not the best in the world, and Champions fights down the neutral objective. There it goes, EDG wants to get away, but it's not going to be that easy. As the curtain call has been summoned, Xiao Hao dealing some damage, Nayo about to dab a double impale, and again another magnificent Pop Blossom, and everybody's popping. There it goes, Leaf going forward. The fight goes forward for NiP, and Angel is going to be taken down as well. 517 in the kill count, and this is it. This is the fight NiP we're looking for. The gold diff right now shift towards NiP's favor, and that fight was another massacre.
Yeah, absolutely. You said it perfectly right, Niket. Finding that massive Pop Blossom exactly as he needed to. Gets onto multiple members in the backline. Solo kills unlocked. Leaves able to just open up the curtain call and rain down the bullets. Doesn't even deal that much damage at this point in the game, but the key thing is that you're just slowing people up for these people dealing damage at this point to be able to land it. I mean, watch solo kill, right? Pop Blossom obviously is going to be the main thing that starts this one off, but then as soon as solo kill arrives, he just starts ripping heads off, right? He's got that Demonica thing, and he's running through people right now. Angel going to get taken down at the last moment in that fight, and easy looking fight for NiP. Yes, you lose out onto the Drake, but they're going to be very happy with the way that one worked. Now a small gold lead for them. Again, back and forth game. Minute now until we've got ourselves our next objective to try fight over. NiP, they're going to be very happy to go toe-to-toe, I think, in the next fight.
And you know what we were talking about a few minutes before? Like, EDG needed time to let unstack again, the passive. He's been ripped away. I mean, for me, with Draven, I don't know if he's gonna be on spot to work again, honestly, because those are 2 dead before he's even able to cash out the passive. Not the best spot with Draven, no matter what. But even though the first item came through, it's gonna be the collector for Anne, but collector on the other side as well. And Leaf is being so useful for NiP, the W's, the ultimates, and allowing his team to dive, because this is what it's NiP's composition all about. Dive. You wanna fight all over. You wanna play on the edge of the knife and be successful on it. Doing beat dive that fight really beautifully, as well as solo kill as you were highlighting. If they can do so all the time, that's going to be it for NiP. And on the other side, EDG, I mean, Draven's time is over. Maybe, I'm so sorry for lot, but it's still maybe the victor that is going to pop off later in the game. Dreamy trying to go for the fight, but Angel, I mean, playing safe. Paruki coming through. They're in the top side. Let's see if they can shake hands. Okay, they shake hands, but it's just, they are just being polite.
Yep, not going to be overly aggressive right there. Like I said, Angel has got that early kill in his pocket. He's got himself that rower stacking up, so he should be in a good spot to go, but it's still going to be 20 or so minutes away before this Victor's really going to be able to deal that damage, and that's the point at which a lot of the rest of this composition is beginning to fall offline. And you saw right in that lower third, again, Arn has lost a ton of stacks. It's a massive amount of gold that he's just missing out on in this game, and it's allowing NiP the run of the Rift at the moment, and they can just keep on pressuring onto this Draven without an ADC available that's able to deal damage and actually be involved and useful in this game. It's going to be so incredibly tricky to play this one out right here for EDG. They're going to have to find themselves a couple of picks, and that's something we haven't really seen yet. We haven't really been seeing Xiaohao use that Grand Starfall and try for any side lane plays. He needs to get more proactive with this one.
The fact is that I think Xiaohao was in a good spot to actually look for those plays, considering how behind he was left after the level 2 try to gank situation, which he was left like 3 camps behind Nayo. He needed time to also recover. Obviously got neutral objectives, but the fact is that we didn't get to see the Pantheon operate. The Pantheon used to go when it comes to the games. The Grand Starfall there still to be played aggressively, at least. Xiaohao jamming forward though, the stand on top of doing this head, and the gas Renata fell short. It wasn't the best in the world, and right now NiP wants to go forward. Nayo even with the flash, with the aggressive flash, the W from Lee, very successful on top of Xiaohao, and CDC is a monster. He's dashing, slashing, cutting heads through. Niket really chunked down, and solo kill on the other side of the fight. Doing trying to dive to navigate the fight.
He's dead.
Away, and right now Kashin, do you hear the sound of the money coming through? That's for Draven. There it goes, the Carding Goldo dealing some damage, solo kill threatening the backside, and Nayo still fighting, still brawling. CDC not being able to run away anymore. That's a triple kill for solo kill, 6 and 10 in the kill counting, and yet even if it didn't look good for NiP at some point, look at that Aatrox.
Finally, you managed to cash in a little bit of gold right there for Arn, but it's a slim victory in what is an overall resounding defeat. NiP, they're able to just push their way through the entirety of that fight. I think the whole fight, they've got themselves solo kill dealing his damage, whereas ZDZ, he's in the backline the whole time, but I don't know that he's actually able to really do anything in this one. Does ZDZ mean to... Yeah, he does actually mean to go in. This isn't a misclick. He does want to go fighting. I wasn't sure about that. The initial play is Doinby going overly aggressive, like, right, okay, this is going badly, and again, you've still got yourself ZDZ in the backline, chilling, not really getting taken down, but that's because he's not actually able to land any damage onto the key carries, and he's just getting chunked out right now. Whilst all of this is happening, right, you've now got yourself the Rift Herald moving on into the mid lane. We see one initial charge out of the Rift Herald. We'll see if we're going to get a second or if it's just going to be a little bit of a quick trip over towards this Drake. Seems like that's going to be... Hang on, driver's license. He's got his driver's license!
We're crowning a new Drift King here in the Summoners Rift. There it goes. It was really nice driving, really good driving skills, honestly. Those driving skills are granting another tower for anything.
Hello.
There he goes. Dreamy wants to brawl. Dreamy wants to fight a little bit. Dreamy went into the mecha. Dreamy, it wasn't the time for you to go into the mecha. You get too carried away. But the W from Lee, again, so good. See, this is going to be erased from the face, the surface of the Summoners Rift. And there he goes. Spot Blossom promising Paruki responds with the ultimate. And there it goes. Another ultimate coming through. Parukia being covered by Xiaohao. And the monster comes through, slicing everybody down. Now he's going to be taking down Xiaohao, gets the kill. And no, NiP, can you get away from turrets? I'm just asking you to do that.
Hey, it's an execute. It's alright. Nika is just going to get executed in that fight. And it ends up being what turns into, what, a 3 for 3? That's not terrible for EDG in this situation. You get to have Angel just pushing onto the top lane. He's going to be able to pick up this top lane tier 1 tower. They're at least getting a little bit of gold back for this one. Still, you get the mid lane tier 1. You get the bot lane tier 1 for NiP. A bunch of kills onto a couple of these key carries as well. And these fights are just so incredibly messy. Initially, it's really nice right here in terms of the driving. Now, this is questionable. I'm not certain that this is what I was wanting from Doinby, but I mean, at this point in the game, you're quite far ahead, and they're able to just turn this one straight back around onto ZDZ, who has no survivability. Without this hostile takeover, this is just Perukia immediately getting taken down, so at least he's able to do that. But this is, again, towers are the biggest op right here for NiP. Every single time they try fight around a tower, it does just so much work to them. I can't believe that NiP actually doesn't take any damage in and amongst this entire team fight. That's crazy.
The thing is that the play, I respect the attempt, the doing this attempt to run over with Herald on top of CDCs. I get it. He had coverage from Leave. He knew that the Jhin was there to deal some damage and to help him to take down the Crocodile. Okay. Towers have contributed to NiP death this series. Please, everybody, an applause in here because they've been the true MVP so far in the last fight. What I was saying is that, okay, the Herald play, maybe it wasn't the most responsible one, but I respect it. The attempt to kill Perukia, okay, it was nice. Then they got carried away. They absolutely got carried away.
Yeah, and it's really unfortunate to see, because without that tower there, if you're just fighting in a slightly more neutral situation, Solo Kill is so strong at the moment, right? He's very close to having that second item completed. The only reason he hasn't been able to get it through is because he's had to grab himself a Bramble Vest to be able to steal with ZDZ, and the healing coming through from him. Now, we're going to get this Atachan started up, EDG. They're taking this one down, but it's kind of slow, and we've seen plenty of throws around this objective before. NiP teleporting members in. They're going to go for this fight.
A wise man once said in Spain that Atachan loses you more games than it wins to you. Pop Blossom, another time, Niketo, my man, what are you playing out of your mind? This is a massacre, this is how this started for EDG. Solo Kill being taken away, but Druid been navigating the fight however he wants. Another kill on top of Draven, and Angel right now. He still has his flash, but it's not gonna be enough as Nail just chases him down the W from lead this time. Not good enough as Angel is going to be able to get away. But those are 4 kills, Bloxer.
Yep.
4 kills going all through NiP, and I mean, it's not that far to happen. EDG is really close, the closest they ever been so far this split to lose a series.
Absolutely they are. They feel like they are on the brink of destruction, and a big part of that is Niket right here. He's a cannon minion, and then the Pop Blossom comes on through, lands onto 3 key members. Perukia and Arn immediately get taken down. It's only Angel that manages to limp away from this one, and this is the big difference, right? Perukia, he just hasn't been able to find these big moments right here on this Renata, hasn't been able to have those big hostile takeovers. Niket into the backline with absolutely huge Pop Blossoms, and Solo Kill as well, so far ahead of his lane opponent right now. It's making this game very tricky to play out for EDG. They're going to need a couple of quick picks. Teleports coming in, here they go.
Dwimby on one side, on his own, Angel TP coming through, but look at the damage. Dwimby is a monster as well. CDC with the ultimate into the infill. Now you've been on point so far on this corner. Dwimby dashing forward once again as Leaf took down Shaha. CDC is not gonna live more longer. Angel on his own right now. Solo Kill trying to grab the kill, and Angel trying to get the explosive cone. The bullet, and Angel is gonna be taken down. The W is not gonna be, definitely not enough. And Nayo wants the kill for himself. 10 and 20 in the kill counting. I mean, I'm not gonna count. I leave that to production. How many kills we had so far in this series? Because
all of them. Every single one.
Yeah,
there have been a million kills during this series. It's been so incredibly fast-paced. We are well over a kill a minute in this one, and it's once again complete and utter destruction right there for EDG. To make matters worse, they're now also going to lose out on the Drake right here, you have to think. I mean, yeah, you don't even have your jungler anywhere nearby, barring some miracle steal from a handshake from Perukia. This is going to be sole point for NiP. They are up
Infernal
by just a ridiculous amount. Yeah, Infernal Soul Point, 4,000 gold, 10 kills up for them, and they've got the control of the towers as well. Baron, gonna be spawning now in 40 seconds time. NiP, they've won every single one of the fights, and that was the attempt we kind of wanted to see from EDG, what, 15 minutes ago, where you finally actually use this engage from the Pantheon. Here you go. You've got yourself the Grand Starfall, but Xiaohao kind of finds no target. He's just going to have to jump in onto Niket, who just Pop Blossoms and walks away, and it baits the remaining members of EDG in way too far, and they just get put into the meat grinder. Solo kill does so much damage. Doinby's able to weave his way through this fight so effectively, and there's no real threat onto any of these key carries. Leaves chilling throughout the entirety of this fight.
The fact is that, I mean, at this point of the game, from EDG, I feel like he was desperate to get there, to get the fight on, but it was just too late. And I remember we were talking about Parukia and how the hostile takeovers were not being like so successful so far in a game, but it's not a comfortable game for Parukia so far. He usually, when you're playing Renata, you want that super carry, like a hyper carry that you can buff with the W, the payload, and that you can protect with a hostile takeover. I get that that carry was supposed to be Draven, but once Draven is nothing in the game, who is that good pairing for the Renata? Like, I feel like it's nobody. Maybe the Renekton if he was more fed, maybe the Pantheon if he was more fed, but none of them is able to follow Renata's wishes to put us on house. Like, there is not that good carry for Renata's W, and I feel like it's a waste of resources because they're not feeling it. They're not feeling the way into the game. I feel like the opportunity went away long ago.
Yeah. I mean, it's so rough right here. This is not the EDG that we were expecting. You can see 6-0. They were right now at what should have been the top of the table if they weren't behind in terms of just overall games played to NiP. But now, all of a sudden, they are on the ropes and they're going to be forced to step into this Baron completely blind.
What? That was a grand starful, but it was, I mean, it was to the back lane, like a real back lane, and CDC won before, not the best fight for the Renekton, still putting down some damage as Xiaohao joins the fight too late, too far. Another desperate attempt. I think they thought NiP was rushing Baron Nashor, but nothing like that. I mean, Xiaohao's ultimate was on his own.
Yeah, that was exactly what you didn't want to see. Yeah, that's a truly insane amount of kills to have over the course of a full series, and I don't know that this one is going to slow down at any point in the rest of this game. NiP in complete and utter control of this one. They're going to be up now by 8,000 gold. With the Baron buff in their back pockets, they're going to be looking to crack open the base of EDG and crack open their undefeated streak so far. See if they can put themselves right at the top, deserving to be at the top of Group Nirvana, and critically get themselves a matchup with the worst of Group Ascend. That's going to give them the easiest available option to be getting themselves into the playoffs, exactly what either of these teams are really fighting for.
Which most likely we will discover which team is in next series. So stay tuned, because this is just halfway the day. This is just the third game of the first series of the game. Like, you said that this is not what we expected from EDG, but this is the step forward we demanded from NiP.
Absolutely.
I mean, we can give them that credit. They've been playing, yes, the games were bloody, the games were messy, they came through them. They came on top of it so many times. And at the beginning of this, of the last game of the series, I remember we were discussing how the first game of all, it could have gone to NiP if it wasn't for that last fight. We could be talking of this series being a 2-0. And NiP, right now, they are proving that it was more than real possibility.
Absolutely, they are getting them onto the ropes right now. Another big aggressive engage.
Grand Starfall, but you went on top of Niket's ultimate, and Xiaohao is not a threat anymore. Look at this solo kill doing me. Now you're diving into the fight. Dive. This is what this composition is screaming. You want to fight, you want to dive, and you want to heal. Where was the heal? What is Satrix, for God's sake? Angel is the last one standing for EDG, and this is gonna be it. This is EDG. First defeat so far in this split, and it's on NiP's hands in the third game nonetheless. Until then, they only lost one single game, but this right now is a full series. NiP threatening the lower standings of the Ascend group.
My lord, alrighty, we've really got ourselves a battle here in Group Nirvana. Yeah, like you said, those bottom teams of Group Ascend better be watching out, right? This is a real dent to Rafa and his Mafia of saying, hey, EDG going to Worlds. Maybe less. Or maybe it's EDG and NiP going to Worlds, right? Maybe that's the way that we need to look at this one. No, jokes aside, massive congratulations to NiP for winning this one out. It wasn't clean the entire way through, but it felt so much better. I think the thing that really impressed me about this series is that it wasn't Leave putting the team on his back. It wasn't him making mispositioning errors, losing his team the fights. It was instead almost every member of NiP stepping up, but specifically, again, I just have to constantly be looking up towards the top side. Solo Kill was a monster. That Aatrox performance was out of this world.
I'm just saying, those 5 points, Bloxer, those 5 points NiP have. Beware Worlds. There it goes. I mean, in fact, EDG only lost to teams that have 5 points. They lost to NiP and they lost to TT who have 5 points.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the curse of the 5 points. Maybe this is it. But who was it that was calling EDG Worlds? Who was it selling it?
Rafa is the EDG going to Worlds, man.
Maybe you were mistaken. You were looking to the wrong team. NiP played off their mind. But definitely, even though, now going back to Earth, please, we're coming back down to Earth. There are some serious mistakes both NiP and EDG made into the series that other teams in the top of the standings are definitely not going to allow you to do against them.
Yeah, this is a sort of back and forth matchup that... It is fun. It's enjoyable to watch. I had a good time. I'm pretty sure you had a good time, although I'm not sure that you had a chance to breathe for, 3 straight hours watching that one. Versus top teams, versus teams from Group of Send, you play like this worries me a little bit. You know, when EDG are coming in and smashing every single one of the opponents that they face, taking them out in like 20 minutes with 0 deaths, or maybe 1 death on the Perukia, it's pretty easy to say, hey, this is going to be a nice, easy clap for them versus a bottom Group of Send team. This brings me a little bit of extra worry, because it shows me that EDG don't really know what to do when they begin to fall behind. They took a couple of critical fights in Game 1 that gets them the lead, but they throw some critical fights. They throw some critical map decisions during Game 2 that loses that one. And Game 3, they draft themselves into such a corner, and it's just such an odd one from them, right? The Draven... I like it if you really try to focus around it, and Xiaohao does, but he doesn't do it in a way that makes anything happen for the team. And it was only through NiP kind of over-aggressing in the bottom side of the map that looked like it gave EDG a bit of a look back into this game, and that door was very quickly shut again.
The fact is that right now, EDG still have another 3 series in front of them. It's going to be Ultra Prime, LGD, and LNG, and I feel like these teams are smelling the blood in there. Because, like, EDG's defeats came in their last 2 series. The first game, that was a defeat against TT, even though they ended up winning the series, and right now this was a full defeat against NiP. They need to be back online if they don't want to face more losses against, who knows, maybe Ultra Prime is going to be able to do so, maybe LGD is going to be able to do so.
You're funny, Noah. You're funny.
You're not listening. It's not just blocks and locking.
You got jokes. The whole audience is laughing too. Ultra Prime, hey, we'll see.
Maybe I'm just saying maybe.
Maybe. Every single goal graph that we've had today has had a swing back and forth. There's never been one team that's got themselves the initial lead and been able to carry it the whole way through. Angel, almost all of his team's damage in this one, but just wasn't able to do enough. Whereas for NiP, everybody was popping off in this one. I personally was most impressed with Solo Kill, but then again, I don't feel like you can take anything away in this game from Niket. He was everywhere. Those pop blossoms were gorgeous, and they were just meaning that the key members of EDG couldn't step up in a single one of these fights.
And even though EDG got some early skirmishes, which I thought they were actually doomed after the amount of time Xiaohao spent in the bot lane looking for a gun that never came through, in the end, it was it. I mean, the composition just fell apart after that much time that you spent on the bot lane. You had a bot lane that was not able to come through with the Draven and the Renata, and on the other side, I mean, Liv and Nico, you were mentioning it, they were absolutely amazing. This is the Nico you want to have on your team when you are playing with Nico. This is a Nico landing amazing ults after amazing ults. There he goes. Even if it's just one single member ultimate, it is the crucial one and allowing you to grab the kill. And let's take away this replay because this is the dive. I don't want to watch it again because it's painful.
Yeah, dives were
Dives, no.
definitely bad. NiP and dives, not good. They definitely need to go back to the drawing board on those. Everything else, though, was really gorgeous to see. And again, I feel like we need to zoom out and look at the wide picture again on this one. NiP, this is their second to last series that they've just won. They've only got one more series up against LNG. LNG stink. This should be a win for them. They should end themselves in a very good spot right here at, 9-1, with only a singular loss. That's pretty good. They should be happy about that one coming out of it all. And then if you look over to the other side towards EDG, they've played a heck of a lot less games. They've got Ultra Prime, LGD, and LNG left. That should be all wins for them again, but if they play like this, that begins to worry me a little bit. And if you drop a couple of these series, all of a sudden, you're putting yourself in a really, really bad spot as EDG, where you pretty much had locked yourself the top spot. Winning this series would have locked you in for the top spot in almost every scenario, barring a massive collapse nobody would have expected. Now, there's a couple of questions. Still, for EDG, everything is in their own hands. If they win all of their remaining 3 games, 2-0, I think even 2-1, that should put them at the top of the table. They should be winning that one out. But they've made it a little bit less comfortable for themselves than it otherwise could have been.
What could have been? Let's see how it goes for them, because they, in front of them, they still have to those 2 series. If they are back online once again and get to 0 after 2-0, it's maybe gonna be the same outcome we all expected so far. But yeah, this has been a call to action for EDG to put it on Hawaii by NiP. Definitely, I mean, they were testing themselves. NiP stepping forward again. This is what we were asking from NiP, to be contesting that top spot of the group, because you were expecting a quick 2-0 for EDG.
Yeah,
confess it. You were expecting a quick 2-0 for EDG.
Absolutely.
I think we all expected it.
Yeah, very much so. We'll see who the MVP of this is going to be. Okay, it's going to be something wild.
What?
We've just had that in our ears.
Oh, wow.
Okay. I'm never super mad about a jungler being put on top. 8, 3, and 6, 20% of your team's damage. You know, you can understand why the vote has gone there. I personally very much would have been giving it either top side or down into the support, right? I think Solar Kill was popping off on one, as we were saying, right? I feel like it had some of the biggest pop blossoms I've seen in a while, but sure, Nio was pretty good at also being able to find some big impales, follow up on a lot of the aggression. I can see it.
I mean, the impulse were actually stunning, no pun intended, in there, but they made the difference. So far, for example, I remember a fight over the river where Renekton's flank could have been promising, but he came all through the impel, so he stopped, like EDG's intention so far. Let's celebrate if jungler gets an MVP, because, you know, maybe it's not happening that much.
Yeah, absolutely. They can get a little bit overlooked, and I think you've got to be very, very happy right here if you are NiP. A massive win for them, a little bit of a get-right win for them, and if they can close out with a win versus LNG, they're going to have had a very solid split for themselves indeed, and they will be looking at those bottom-tier Group Ascend teams as juicy, juicy targets and a potential playoff spot that they will be so after.
Absolutely, and now we are going to a short break, because this is just the first series, Bloxes, so hydrate yourself, take a break, breathe, and we are back for the next series. Hello, everybody. We are back and rolling here on the LPL English broadcast, and we are ready for another best of 3 series, who I don't think is going to disappoint us. I think it's going to be another 3 games full of action, because honestly, we cannot demand less after the first one.
No, absolutely not. And in terms of teams that love sending it to a third game, WE, they're the kings of sending it to game 3. Them and Top Esports love a game 3. The difference between a Team WE and the Top Esports is what happens in that game number 3. WE, you can see it right here, 1-8 in the standings right now. They've not had a particularly good time of it, but hey, it's no better right here than Fun Plus Phoenix, 1-7. This is a bottom of the barrel kind of matchup.
I thought you were about to say that the difference between Top Esports and Team WE are the part of the standings where they actually stand. Top Esports first, Team WE 8 on the same group. It's a massive difference. But it comes from the difference, the outcome of the third game. Definitely. So let's see how it goes for Team WE and Fun Plus Phoenix. They're going to be your direct rivals for NiP and EDG, who just saw. So let's see how it goes for them.
Yeah, this is the key thing, right, is that these teams want to get themselves off of the bottom because you don't want to be facing kind of either NiP or EDG. We'll have a look at WE right here, and you know them, you love them. Every single time we talk about this team, we have to talk about Monkey, we have to talk about Taeyoon. These people are the main carries. Monkey and Vampire, they get together and try to put Taeyoon as far ahead as possible and then hope and pray that Taeyoon can carry. Obviously, so far in this split, it hasn't really been working out for them other than in game 2s. Overall, though, it's been a little bit of a rough one, and part of the problem for them has been the fact that Cube and Karis have had a really rough time of it so far.
I mean, they definitely had a really rough time so far. But the fact is that, I mean, they are the ones trying to get Taeyoon online so far during the games. The fact is that I really feel that sometimes Taeyoon needs to be slowed down a little bit. I feel like Taeyoon gets carried away so often.
Yes, ever so often he manages to find himself a little bit too aggressive in a lot of these situations. That being said, he kind of has to. It's the same problem that Monkey runs into, where if these two don't try to play very aggressive and get themselves into good spots, their team just falls apart, right? Karis hasn't really been putting in these MVP carry level performances. Cube usually sat on a big tank, which when it's the Scion works really well for the team. When it's not the Scion, works a lot worse for the team. He's had like almost 100% win rate on the Scion. I think he's lost that recently, but still, high win rate on Scion. Everything else has been a lot rougher, so you're putting a lot here on Taeyoon, and when it works out for him, he has been excellent, right? You can see it right here, making it work on the Ezreal. He's had some really impressive Kai'Sa performances. When you give him the Zyra as well, champions with a lot of agency that he can use, he's really, really strong looking. It's when he's on champions where he needs a lot of setup from the rest of his team that things can begin to fall apart.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he needs to that agency to be successful on the fights. But I kind of feel like Taeyoon likes to play on the edge of the night. The fact is that sometimes you hurt yourself playing like that. But he had some decent performances so far. Like we are actually watching, and I remember another Kellyn, if I'm not mistaken, who he did actually really good. So let's trust Taeyoon if he can carry Team WE forward to a victory, because the fact is that I feel like Team WE, they put a fight. They put up a good fight, no matter who the rival is.
Oh yeah.
But they end up falling short. I feel like they have the potential to not be last in the group.
Yes. I look at WE as the better of these two teams. I very much do. As much as we have for the last, 3 weeks been talking about, hey, WE, maybe they'll be able to get a little bit of a streak going. It hasn't worked out for them yet, but I do think they're better than FPX. An FPX who really has been struggling, and as you'll see here, an FPX that's had to make a little bit of a change. It is going to be IYY for them right here in the jungle.
Yeah, things happen. IYY is going to be playing for FPX so far right now, and let's see how it goes for FPX, because definitely it's not, I mean, not the best position for the team to actually deliver a good fight right now. Nonetheless, expect 3 games as we were talking about. So let's see how it goes to IYY. What do you expect for this jungler?
Oh, I mean, he's played in 10 games for them so far, was the jungler when they managed to get that 2-0 versus IG, so that was pretty impressive for him, even though it didn't really feel like he was the main part of the carry. I think, honestly, the difference between IYI and Milky Way hasn't been that big of a gap, really. The team kind of plays it in a similar way. Whether or not he's there, it's Jackie, right, that's really finding those big carry performances. Is Jue finding those big carry performances. Now, obviously, if you don't know why we've got ourselves IYY instead of Milky Way, we've got a little bit of an explainer.
Yeah, as you can see there on the screen, summary. I'm reading it for you. Summary for announcement made by FPX on August 9th. False statements about the FPX esports team appeared online. After a careful internal investigation, they determined the accusations were false. They then reported the case to official authorities. Unrelated, on August 11th, FPX received a report that Milky Way violated regulations during 2024 the Mexico Cup. As such, FPX immediately reported it to Riot and suspended Milky Way's play and practice until the results come through. The organization is currently awaiting results, and Milky Way remains suspended until the LPL's investigation concludes. So, FPX stands against unfair competitive behavior and works with the LPL to protect a just and healthy esports environment. That's the summary of the announcement.
Yeah, exactly. And this leaves us with IYY in the jungle. We won't talk too much on this anymore. You can see their statement. We'll wait and see what the outcome of that official investigation is. For the team itself, what this means for their play, obviously you never want internal distractions, but beyond that, IYY has a slightly better win rate for them when they've been playing with him, basically because they were able to pick up those 2 wins versus IG, and that was a massive upset. Absolutely nobody was coming into that series looking at it and going, oh yeah, this is going to be a win right here for FPX. No matter what issues IG have for themselves, losing to FPX, that was kind of embarrassing for them, and you could see it here in this series. This is IYY playing. He was a big part of being able to follow up on a lot of the plays, but I'll be honest, it wasn't IYY making these plays. It was Jouet. Jouet was on one, especially on this rail in this first game. He looked so solid, and he's really going to be someone to watch.
I mean, definitely, but the fact that he followed up the plays, they were on the same page. I mean, that's something actually contributing to the victory as well. So let's see if FPX works better with IOI, then that's something to celebrate for the FPX fans. Let's see how it goes, because as we were talking about in the previous series, for me, so far today, like this day, is all about the potential matchup between these 4 teams.
Yes.
Not only between teams in the same group, but the way they are going to collide, like potentially collide when it comes to the players. And so far, we saw messy games in the previous series, but we saw the potential those 2 teams do have.
Yeah, exactly. FPX in this victory here versus IG, they show that they've got some potential to maybe be able to push themselves a little bit up the standings, to get away from the EDGs and the NiPs of the world, who have shown that they look pretty scary. And I feel like it's a relatively common sentiment that some of these teams down in Group Nirvana could beat some of these bottom teams in Group Ascend. We'll have a look at the strength of schedule upcoming for WE and FPX, because if you want to avoid these best-in-class teams, if you instead want to be either getting yourself straight up into the playoffs, not having to do the play-ins, or if you instead want to be having to face off against an LGD or a Thundertalk instead of an NiP or an EDG, this is what you've got to do. And these overall strengths of schedules, it's pretty tough, right? They don't really have any easy teams to play against. That being said, it feels potentially like it's a little bit easier overall for FPX to be able to win out.
I mean, the word is potential all the time. The potential these teams could have had, the potentially how the games are going to be for them, potentially the results they're going to have. But the fact is that no matter what the rivals are, I feel like in this team, in this Ascend group, both FPX and Team WE are a step behind them all. Like, no matter if it's GDG, Weibo, anyone's legend, this is LPL, and anybody could win anybody. And the fact that, for example, Invictus gaming defeat against FPX, yes, that's the main defeat, but I still feel like these 2 teams are a bit behind from the rest of them all. None of this series is going to be easy for none of them.
No, absolutely not. For both FPX and WE, winning any of their remaining series is going to be incredibly tough. I feel like, as we've been speaking about it, right, we do believe a little bit more in WE. They've been pushing the majority of teams that they've faced to those 3 games, right? They've most recently been played up against Weibo, Billy Gaming, Billy Gaming. In those, every single one went to 3 games. They were always winning that second game. WE, they don't seem to be able to win first game. They don't seem to be able to win third game, but second game is where this team really comes online. The previous win that they were able to grab was the win up against FPX, and that one was also a 2-1. We are very much expecting this to go to 3 games. If you don't want this to go to 3 games, then you're probably looking at WE, and you're looking into this jungle, because what we were saying, right, IYY, he's been decent at following up, but it wasn't necessarily a big part of the proactivity out of FPX. Completely different to Monkey, who is the beating heart of his team.
The fact is that, if I'm not mistaken, like all Team WE series went to 2-1. Just the only exception is their defeat against Invictus Gaming, who was 2-0. the odds that this game is gonna be a 2-0 are really, really low. I'm expecting this third series, and the fact is that let's see if WE are gonna be able to grab the victory in the third one, because that's gonna be the huge difference. Or IYY. I mean, yeah, I'm trusting more FPX playing with IYY, but maybe not enough to close this the quickly way, because that's the problem we saw in the previous series, and I also expect in this one, teams not being strong enough to close quickly, and strongly enough the games. This being an issue for them.
Very much so. It has been both FPX and WE's real issue where they just can't get things closed out. And we're going to be in such an interesting spot where it's the junglers and the bot lanes where I feel like our eyes have to be going. These top lane, this mid lane matchup, I'm not so sure how much explosivity we're really going to be getting. At least in my mind, WE, as much as I really like what Monkey could do, I think that Taeyeon and Vampire have been interesting. Karus has been, I think, easily the weakest laner that we've had. Hasn't been able to get anything going in his individual matchups. But then again, it's not like Care's been able to really explode onto the Rift either. So do we just get handshakes in the mid lane? Or is this the situation in which no Karus or Care thinks, no, I can actually find some aggression here and actually play this one a bit more forward?
And we are on the first draft here so far in the series. Priorities have been shifting a lot between the first series and this one. VAR has been taken away. Once again, this time it's FPX, but Gwen is not going to be ignored. Gwen was taken away in the first series, but because it was played in the first game so far. Yunara also being removed, not an option for neither of the AD carries. And now let's see what the last ban is, because Rumble, for example, keeps on the loose, and Pantheon as well.
Yeah, Pantheon not being banned away, I would very much expect that to be the first pickup if you give this one through. Yeah, it is going to be the Wukong taken off of the board, so you're now probably looking at grabbing yourself the Pantheon. Then again, IYY really hasn't been much of a player of it. He's been much more a Wukong man, that's why that one gets taken off of the board. The Xin Zhao is also available, and that's something he's liked for himself quite a lot. Hey, you called it out. The Rumble is going to be the lock-in right here. So trying to get Sheer a aggressive matchup for himself and something that can really influence onto these team fights.
The thing is that I feel like there are some kind of decent responses still available for the Rumble. Let's see how it goes. They're hovering the Ornn. There it is, the non-committal engage that we expected. Team WE right now going all straight forward for a very kind of front-to-back composition, adding the Trundle, on top of it, securing kind of a really promising jungler. I respect a lot of the Trundle. I think it is... I'm not going to say out of control, but it's so... I feel like it's so unfairly strong right now.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when you've now paired it up alongside a tanky champion, where you guys are now the front line. You can go running in. That pillar, it gives surprisingly good ganks over. Interesting, we're actually going to get Care onto one of his more signature picks. He's going to pick himself up the Yone. I wonder if they just want the Sedge to be able to pair it up. Yeah, it's that classic combo that we've been seeing. Now, last time I saw a Sejuani on my screen, I watched every single Glacial Prison fly in every direction that it didn't want to go. So we'll see if he's going to be able to rein this one in a little bit more. And it's going to be the Aurora lock-in here for Karus. Now this is pretty typical of these two. Karus has been moving towards the Aurora as one of his highest priority picks. He hasn't necessarily had a great win rate on it, but then again, WE don't have a great win rate overall, so I don't think that necessarily reflects on his play of the champion. Into this Yone, the Aurora should be fine. You should be able to sit quite far back. You're not expecting to get solo killed, and now you should have some big backline threat onto whatever it is that Jackie decides to play.
You respond with the Aurora to a highly mobile champion with another highly mobile champion, so Aurora.
Yeah.
I feel like she has enough agency to deal with the Yone, so let's see how it goes. Poppy needs to be banned away. I mean, that's the responsible one for FPX, considering the amount of dashes that they have just with the Yone. So if you want the Yone to have some impact, you need to take those ponytails away from the Summoner's Rift. On the other side, in WE, punishing those AD carry picks. Neither the Lucian nor the Kai'Sa are gonna be able for Yachi so far in this game, and I'm wondering about what option is gonna be the one for Yachi, because you really wanted those mobile champions.
Yeah, you would have loved to have been able to move yourself around a lot during this matchup.
Ban is real.
Yeah, in terms of the things that he really likes to play, the Corki is still available, but I don't know that that really works. And they are going to hover on towards it and decide to lock that one in. Okay, fair enough. It is, again, super short ranged, and all of your carries at this point are super short range. You are needing to get very close to your enemies to be able to deal any damage right here for WE and FPX. They've got themselves a composition that does not mind that. You jump onto them, equalizer on the floor. You've got yourself a Fate Steel coming down over the top as well. Now for Jachi, what do you want to go towards? He could play something a little bit more aggressive, potentially, if he wants to get really Yeah, really hyphy with it, is going to go on towards this area. This is something we haven't been seeing so much. It gives you some immense late game scaling, and this FPX squad, once you get into the later stages of the game, they're going to be very strong.
I mean, this is going to be Yachi's first area so far in this split. Let's see, the Bard is going to be the option for FPX, or it is going to be this one right now, which I believe it is more credible for me. The fact is that for me, it's Team WE forcing Yachi's hand here, because you wanted the Kai'Sa, you wanted Lucian, or even the Ezreal at some point to be those champions that are going to be able to follow up the Sejuani and also the Yone, but they were being taken away. So what AD carry can follow up that kind of dives?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, what do you do other than slam the Zeri and go flying in? Right, it's that or the Samira that's not very strong at the moment. It's that maybe the Xayah that's going to get a little bit left behind. I'm very excited to see this area. I'm very excited to see this FPX composition. This is the sort of composition that is win more, and you need it to begin working out during the early stages of the game so that you can get a couple items onto these main carries, and then in these big team fights, you've got such great pick potential. Anytime you've got the Sejuani on the board, throw that Glacial Prison out, jump on top of that, and you can get yourself those nice picks. There's a reason that we see that as a combo all the time alongside the Yone. And then also, in these just big 5v5s, that Equalizer from Sheer needs to be massive. If it can land over the top of a couple of people, especially a couple of people stunned up in a Magnet Storm or in a Fate Seal, all of a sudden, there's kind of nothing that you can do as WE to get away with these fights. For WE, I think it's even more critical that they get ahead early, because this composition, with as short-ranged as it is, yes, you've got a little bit of non-committal engage with the Pillar, with the Ornhorn coming on through, but in order to actually deal the damage, you need to be right on top of your opponents, and you can't be behind in gold in order to do that.
That's a lot of wars blocks, sir, but who do you think that is going to be taking this game?
I like what FPX have. I have more faith in WE as a team, but I really like what FPX have for themselves. I'm gonna give it to FPX, but I don't know. This is dubious.
I'm giving it to FPX as well, so let's see how it goes. So here we are, Summoner's Rift, first game of this series.
There we go.
FPX against Team WE. Like the lowest part of the standings, they're in the Ascend group. Teams that are potentially going to face.
I'm so disappointed in these.
You hear nothing.
These Gyos. That's for WE's home stadium. They usually are a little bit more behind their team. This is a matchup that they can totally win up against FPX. I don't know. I was expecting a little bit more cheering right here from the crowds. I'm a bit sad.
Well, just send a message to them. Please be more cheerful for the next for the next games. Please, audience, be more cheerful the next time. Don't disappoint my main blocks are here. So jumping onto the Summoner's Rift. Sorry. Let's see how it goes for this area. I'm not such a big fan of this champion, at least right now. It's not. She's not in the moment where she was like a pentakill with Lex. Moving forward, and I kind of feel the lane may be a bit tricky for Yachi so far. Taeyun's potential with the Gatling gun is really scary.
Yeah, I mean, she's been played in what, like 6 games, I think, so far this split. Really just hasn't been on top of the board really at all. Been something that's been a little bit more of a pocket pick, usually a game 3 pickup instead of being picked up this early on. But you can see actually already stepping up, quite aggressive with it. Obviously, Alistar very weak during that level 1. Need to be careful though. Dwayne did already take a decent chunk of damage, and this bot lane could definitely be explosive. Corki has so much early power. If you can pair it up with a good engagement from Vampire, there's definitely the opportunity for 2v2 kills down here. But again, you have to pick that moment to go in very carefully. There's always going to be that follow-up damage from Jachi.
For now, level 2 for FPX's bot lane, pushing Shogun, Bomber, and Taeyun under their tower. It's like you need to respect the early game if you're playing with the Alistar. But so far, we're watching Team WE jungler Monkey passing towards the bottom side of the map, looking for maybe a potential gang there in the bottom lane. As Sejuani is looking for the pathing to the top side, like they are crossing paths in here as well, and maybe trading, scuttle crabs as well. I need to see the best of this team so far. Neon Dream, Sarah in the LPL Season 3, 2 months, 4 picks, 3 wins and 1 lose. Not looking bad.
Yeah, actually has been picked up in quite a lot of wins. I thought it had a few more losses, so that is nice to see. I definitely think it has been picked up more in these later stages of the games, though. So having this in-game #1 already pulling out the stops, and you've got yourself a team composition here. Part of the reason I love what FPX draw for themselves is there's just a ton of these priority picks. The Sejuani Yone, one of those combos that usually gets banned out. The Rumble, again, something that hits the ban table all the time. And so if you can make a win happen right here, you're going to feel very good about that. Losing would be terrible. Monkey dive.
There goes the dive. Vampire going to the back lane. Yachi maybe in some trouble, and Monkey dealing some damage. Vampire about to be taken away, and oh my god, these dives. Another tower shot by Yachi took down Vampire. This is a 1-for-1, and I don't know if it's worth for Team WE.
Let's see if everybody's able to get away, because IYY is going to be running in, and Taeyoon has got himself into a bit of a rough spot, trying to trade this one back. IYY. Oh, he doesn't go.
No.
Okay, okay. You know what? That makes this much more worth right here for WE. You're able to get that initial kill onto Monkey, as we talk about, right? The beating heart of this team. Getting him ahead, something you absolutely want to be able to do. And then, yes, you do give over a kill to the Zeri. Not going to be ideal. It's not the end of the world. You get that wave pushed in. He's going to lose out to a couple of minions, right? He loses almost a full wave of CS and XP. That's something, right? It's not the end of the world that you lose out that death right there onto Vampire, but still we will track through to see what it means going forwards, because that's all of the flashes on the bot lane gone.
I mean, dives are terrifying, I get it. So if you guys want to be more successful in your dives than Team WE and NiP in the previous game, not going to lie, then you just need to go to prodiff.gg. To improve your game, and you can use LPL 10 code to save 10% on prodiff subscription, and you guys know all coaches come from LTA from ERLs, so you're gonna have whatever you need to just step up into your game and be more successful on those dives. I know they are tricky, but you can do it.
Yeah, they are. I mean, I'm definitely too scared to go for them. I do not trust that any of my bot lanes are going to be able to follow me up, but you should have that trust at this level, and you can see Taeyoon and Vampire certainly are playing with a lot of trust right now. Going to be pushing forwards, take a good chunk of health right here off of Jachi's health bar, and this bottom lane continues to be explosive. Turning our eyes... No, never mind.
Not
turning our eyes.
Another dive, and I'm going to die in here. It's not me. All Yachi is gonna be taken down. Vampire grabs the kill that should have been shared with his AD carry, but this dive was it. This was the good dive.
That was a really nicely executed dive. And that's shocking. Prodiff diff, apparently. They got that little bit of coaching in the previous 30 seconds and are able to pick themselves up that kill. Genuinely wild to see these dives coming through this early on. Obviously, Alistar, great on dives. Post level 6, when you've got the unbreakable will, that's the point at which you can sit under that tower, absorb a ton of the tower shots without really worrying about it. Pre-level 6, that's very surprising that they're able to pull that one off. It's unfortunate as well that Vampire's the one that picks up the kill. You've now had 2 kills go over, not to Taeyoon, who you really would like to be pumping all of the gold into, but it's really not going to be the end of the world. You get slightly tankier Alistar, you get some extra damage onto Monkey, and so far, so good here from WE. They've got themselves a small gold lead and are being proactive on the map, exactly what we wanted from them on this short-ranged, very risky composition.
I got from Team WE draft that they wanted to, punish Yachi's in champion pool, but right now, watching the game, I definitely get it. Trying to be on top of carries, who just goes invisible and jumps away from the threat. But going back to what I was saying, they are trying to punish Yachi as much as possible. Look at this, Valkyrie is aggressively forward from Taeyoon, trying to deal some damage onto Yachi. This is gonna be dope. Once again, this is Monkey, magnificent pillar in there. Yachi's not gonna die, but he's gonna be zoned again from another wave, from more minions. Look at the gold diff. The gold diff, not the gold diff. Look at the minion diff between AD carries. That's a massive hold.
Huge CS diff. The kill going over to Jachi in the previous dive is the only reason that he's still within touching distance in terms of the gold, and he's still down by about 300. It's also just causing so much pressure down in the bottom side of the map, unlocking Monkey to be able to go and start up this initial Drake. Should be able to take this one down nice and easily. A plate going over to WE as well. They have now got themselves about a 600 gold lead overall, and it's spread relatively evenly as well. Monkey got a little bit, Taeyoon got a little bit. You're going to be very happy with the early stages. For WE, with this composition, this is what they needed to do, but they need to keep the pressure up. They cannot afford to let off the gas, because as soon as they do, FPX's composition is so strong, they've got so many of the best picks in class in the game at the moment, that this composition can absolutely mount a comeback.
The thing is that my eye is still on the Zeri, because she very cashes out the kill quick enough, but it's not gonna be that easy. Look at this, they're zoning another wave from Yachi. This is a disaster for a champion that you want to be online powerful, but also scaling. And the scaling is gonna be really difficult. You're trying to climb the Everest with no oxygen at all, or even worse. Like, you're trying to climb a higher mountain. Might be caught in here. There it goes, the cold board got Monkey in some trouble on the Fate Seal. Has been amazing. Dre takes down Cube. was still alive, and I don't know how. They're trying to deal some damage with the Gatling Gun, but the Gatling Gun falling really short. Valkyrie is away from the threat. That's 4-2 for FPX, and they claim the first point for the boots upgrade.
Yikes, as much as we're praising WE, FPX, their composition does just work a little bit better pre-first items. Once you've got those level 6s through as well, it was a brilliant equalizer coming through from Sheer onto multiple members, and then IYY and Care, they'll do a surprising amount of damage. The Permafrost constantly coming through, being stacked up quickly by Care, means the damage coming out of this Sejuani can be surprising. It's a good initial bit of buffering there from Care, and then watch the equalizer, right? Straight across all of the key members, then you get the Fate sealed into it. That's the combo we were talking about during draft. That's what you need to be able to replicate as FPX.
And going back to Liv, we're watching some fight coming through. Dway is with the stun, but IYY is still alive. Kicking, Sure joining the fight. Yun with the Gatling Gun, trying to punish Dway, who's level 6 already. So nobody's in here from FPXs, but the rebuild belongs to Team WE. Still the gold diff, not even 1k, but a decent gold diff considering the moment of the game we are right now. 2 Void Grabs going for Team WE, so another point.
And it's about where these kills are going as well. We were talking earlier about how WE, they get a bunch of kills, but you get it onto Monkey, get it onto Vampire. Maybe that's not the ideal distribution of gold. Well, when you're looking at ideal distribution of gold, Jackie getting the kill and Sheer getting 2 of them is exactly what you are looking towards right here. You want to have this Rumble as strong as possible. That equalizer is very easy to land in this game. The Fate Sealed, the Magnet Storm, just being stunned up by the fact that Sejuani is a walking ball of CC. There's lots of abilities that keep people in one place, and it makes that equalizer so impactful. You need as much damage as possible onto Sheer. I love that he grabbed those 2 kills. And then just the fact that IYY already here on the Sejuani has had a pretty big impact into this game. That being said, they weren't able to grab all of the grubs. 2 grubs do go over to WE, so they get that step towards the feat of Monster Slaying alongside that first Drake. That is good for them, right? Because they already lost out onto the feat of Warfare, FPX having those 3 kills nice and quickly.
Vampire going really aggressive. On the previous fight, we kind of saw how the combo wasn't landed due to Care playing it really good. You mentioned it. The buffering was amazing from FPX's mid laner, who right now is 0-0-3, like licensed to support, but Team WE heading towards the bottom side of the river, where Jue and IYY are already waiting. So I feel like FPX had a little bit of trouble considering the situation in the bot lane, which is still kind of difficult for this area. But right now, I mean, if you have Sheer in that moment, if you have Care so on point, maybe you don't need this area too. For now.
Yeah, if you don't have to worry about the Zeri too much, the Zeri can just be that extra little sprinkling of damage on top, and you can try to carry through the other members of your squad. That's huge for FPX, because again, as we've been talking about during the pre-show, it's Jackie popping off, it's Wei finding these big ultis that's been really carrying them through. All of a sudden, Sheer popping off, Care popping off. That's what we want to see, to watch FPX transition from being a one-dimensional team to a team that can win through multiple avenues.
Carries maybe some sort of travel, but yes, it's just Care trying to zone the Aurora away. The fact is that, for me, for now, 2 Triforce on Team WE side, I'm waiting for Taeyeon to have the second item, the Muramana, already charts and ready to go for Team WE composition to keep going forward. I really want to wait for the moment to happen. If the situation comes through and FPX still wins the fight, I feel it would be kind of good for Team WE. Monkey showing himself in the ball lane, and Care using the Fate Seal just to get away. Kari's jumping in between worlds kinda naively, I would say, because the kill looked kinda impossible in that situation. FPX is also joining there in the bottom side of the river, as Team WE are trying to put their claws on the second Drake of the game. It would be an Ocean Drake, and TP is coming through. FPX wants to deny this neutral objective from Team WE. Care joins the fight once again, but TP is the answer Team WE gives to FPX. So this neutral objective goes to the red side.
Yeah, but look what Sheer's allowed to do up in the top side of the map, and now everybody with a teleport available has left, unless you've maybe got a teleport on the unsealed spellbook from Vampire. He's just going to get some nice alone time with this tower in the top lane, and this is just more and more gold being pumped right here into the Rumble. Yes, you managed to get yourself that Drake. Drake stacking is going to be important for WE, but yeah, I would be a little bit worried about giving this much gold uncontested over to Sheer.
The gold even top is something definitely to be respecting. More than 1k gold between top laners. I mean, you kind of assumed that Cube was gonna be left behind, considering the matchup that you chose to have, but beware, because Dre may be in some sort of trouble. Exhaust on top of Monkey's head. Vampire and Monkey against Dre, who's about to die. Karis jumping forward, and the last auto attack from Karis gets the kill. The Aurora grabbing the first kill for herself.
There we go. Karis has had, like we've been saying, one of the weaker laning phases, but now one item completed with the Leandries in pocket. Is just able to jump on forwards on a champion that he's very, very comfortable on. He's been playing a ton of the Aurora so far, really likes to pick this champion up, and being able to get that first kill can get that acceleration that you need, because the Corki, the Aurora, those are the damage dealers. Those are the engines right here of this WE composition. And if they're too far behind, it's going to be very tricky to be able to win any of these big team fights. Trinity Forces now coming through for Monkey and Taeyun as well. So they are also going to be dealing a decent amount. It's well-rounded as long as you can get close enough for WE. That's my worry, though, is that they're just going to get jumped. You're trying to walk into a composition in FPX who don't mind that, because Care can leap towards you with the Fate Seal. You can have the Equalizer come down. Jue as well, just with the Magnet Storm. So getting as much damage as possible, going to be critical.
It's going to be absolutely critical, but you need to be on point on those situations. Still, I don't feel it is the peak moment from TLW's composition neither for FPXs, even though the Blade of the Ruined King is already on her hands. IOI and company, the rest of them trying to go to the top side of the river. Vampire is some sort of trouble. Here comes the glacial prison from IOI. Vampire goes with the ultimate just to dodge that CC, and the Herald, the Reef Herald, being witness of all this violence there across the top side of the map. FPX trying to get away, or at least buy some time to get back online to rush the neutral objective. Vampire is so changed down. There it goes, the Call of North God, as Cube is flanking the composition. Aurora jumping in between worlds and pulling some amazing amount of damage. The Equalizer hub is really promising, but maybe not enough. Sheer and Yati trying to get away, but that series definitely, I assure you, is not enough at this moment of the game. That's a kill for Taeyun, and the fight goes all straight forward to Team WE.
Yeah, they're going to be able to pick that one up. 4 for 1 right there. Only Vampire going to be falling for WE. Exactly what they needed in that team fight. And as we were highlighting, right, they have damage available to them as long as you can get close enough to be able to do it. For FPX, they open themselves up way too far in that situation. Sheer just about going to be able to limp away with his life. We'll have a look back at this one. The beginning of this fight is just immediately going wrong. Cube, good little bit of engage. Lands that 3-man Call of the Forge God. And you can see it's kind of a desperation Fate Sealed there, Adaka, trying to get himself into the backline. It just doesn't end up working out. Jackie going down to that last little flash forwards from Taeyun. And this game, just as back and forth as we were expecting from the previous series.
I have a question. Like for you, Blockster. I think for you, definitely. If Team WE wins this game and they are the kings of the second game, is it going to be a 2-0? What magic is stronger?
That's what I think.
The winning of the second game of their fate being sealed to a third one. What goes stronger?
I think that WE in Game 2s is so strong that it would be a 2-0 WE win. Then again, maybe I'm wrong, and it's just because they always lose that first one, and they just... the gods want them to play a third. Maybe that's the situation. We're just going to jump away. I honestly have no... I feel like we have to see 3 games anyway, though, right? Like, there's no way that we don't get a third game. So maybe that means that FPX are going to be able to get themselves back into this game. They're not down massively, right? They're only down by, what is that, 1,500 gold or so. It's not a massive advantage, but again, it's kind of where the gold is sat at the moment. You've got a good amount of gold onto Sheer. He's in a very strong spot. And now Karis and Taeyun have been able to claw their way back into this game and get out to some pretty significant advantages.
The thing is that I think FPX is they have decent win conditions when it comes to the late game in the shape of that particular series. But the fact that she's still behind, maybe it's not enough for them to be back, or at least to contest the later stages of the game when it's necessary, when it will be necessary. There we go, CPs again in the bottom side of the river. Which is stronger, Game 2 Blessing or Prot 6 Game Curse? Well, I mean, let's see the magic. You know, magic ways are really mysterious. There he goes. The fight is going to be all over the Hextech Drake because the soul, I mean, it's one of those you kinda want no matter what. And Team WE, they have half their way onto that Hextech soul. FPX, I feel like they are not finding their way onto the fight. The neutral objective being rushed by Team WE, and there he goes, Equalizer promising again a Faisal, and there goes Dre's ultimate Vampire about to die, and Yachi grabs the kill, but the call of the fourth god, keeping them away from the objective. This is Soul Point, Hextech Soul Point, going for Team WE, but that Fate Seal, oh my god, what have you done in there? That has been amazing. That's a double kill for the Yone, 2-1-5. For FPX's mid laner and giving Team WE a message. We are not still done.
Yeah, they managed to find their way back into this one, but it takes a bit of a miracle fate sealed right there out of FPX to make it work. The initial team fight works out so very well right here for WE. The equalizer's brilliant. It lands onto multiple members, but I mean, look at that. You're just taking so much. Again, Cube's been really, really good right here with those Call of the Forge goals to land it onto multiple members. But the key thing right now is that nobody feels confident to step up and actually go chase into that brush. Not in the situation that they're in, not when there's going to be a bit of a, hang on, angry run ball in the bush way. Okay, just gets bopped away. I think that was Vampire deciding, actually, we're done with this fight. Knew that Care was in the area. And Care, he's in a pretty strong spot at the moment. Only got the balk, but very close to being able to complete that second item. And at that point, he's going to be able to rip heads off even more effectively than he was in the previous fight.
800 kill counting, around 2k gold diff in favor of Team WE, though 4-0-3 for the Aurora. Garrus is playing out of his mind as well. I feel like it's going to be these two mid laners deciding the fate of this game. But do you remember what I saw a few minutes ago? I wanted to see how Team WE and FPX's fight when Taeyun lost 2 items. And Muramana is fully charged right now. Taeyun is 2-1-6, is still so ahead compared to Yachi, who grabbed a couple of kills, but I feel like it's not enough. 2 items also for Yachi. I mean, it's not a bad considering how it started for FPX's AD carry, but it's around 1k gold diff between AD carries. I'm not talking about Monkey, okay? Because I already said what I wanted to say about Trundle's state right now so far in the game, and if you paid attention to the replay, it's obnoxious that what is Trundle? It's a brawl. It's like a brawler. It's an assassin. It's a tank, or is it everything? There it goes. They're trying to pin down Dre once again. The fight and Care dealing some amount of damage. They are about to die in there. The pillar from Trundle knocking him down, but still alive. Care and Team WE is just taking this tower, but are they going to head to the Atakan?
I mean, they can try start this one up at the moment. They know exactly where Sheer is going to be. He's going to be pushing down on the bottom side of the map, and you've just forced Care to head back to base. He does not have teleport. Still, with the Hextech Rift, you're going to be able to get back to this one a little bit quicker. Here comes the remaining members of FPX. No, they decide that they're not going to be able to arrive anywhere near quickly enough, and that's a great snap call out of WE to be able to pick themselves up this key objective.
TP from Karras to try to defend this tower, but it feels really coarse. Oh my god, the dodge. Oh my god, the dodge into the ultimate, jumping in between worlds, but definitely you don't want to go aggressive 1v4, even though I kind of felt it from Karras. Joining the rest of... Yeah, you felt it as well, right?
Yeah. That was a little bit of a risky moment right there, but really well done from Karras to be able to just hop away, not even need to use the flash. Did still have the flash available, and can just drop the between worlds. It's really not got that long of a cooldown at this point in the game. Already a quarter of the way done. And we should now have a couple of seconds to take stock of this game and breathe. We've got a minute 30 until the next Drake is going to spawn. Yeah, and this is a big one, right? This next Drake, huge. Soul point available for WE. If they can pick this one up, Hextech Soul, one of the best objectives you can grab in the game. But in these straight-up 5v5 team fights, it's been really back and forth. This has been where both of these teams have found some of their biggest successes and their biggest losses, and it's all going to come down to the placement of a couple of big key objectives. Can Sheer hit a massive equalizer? Can IYY and Care get that nice little combo off between them? Or does Cube hit himself a big Call of the Forge God that unlocks Karras and Taeyun to be able to dump their damage that they've spent so long in this game building up to?
Monkey going larking here around the bot side of the map in less than, in 40 seconds, no less than 40 seconds, the next neutral objective is gonna spawn. It could have been Hextech Soul, nonetheless, in 23 minutes into the game, went all straightforward to Team WE. That's a hell of an early soul, and a good soul I mean, that's a soul you wanna fight and die for, definitely. FPXs are well aware of this, and that's what they are trying to make force and get into the bottom side. But here, maybe cutting here, Monkey, the face still not the best in the world, and Vampire was waiting. Vampire was waiting and got the kill to his AD carry. That's another tower there in the middle, and that is going to straight forward to Team WE. For right now, it's a 4v5 situation. Potentially, theoretically, the Drake should be really easy for them to take.
Absolutely, the resets are going to come through. Everybody going to be scraping together the last couple of items that they can before this Drake spawns. And let's see where everybody heads. Just giving this one up feels so bad, but without the Fate Shield, without the damage that Care has, it's so tricky to actually be able to do. IYY just tries to steal it.
I don't think so,
right? What?
Oh my god! IYY, you did it! 13 HP the Drake had. That's the last thing I saw. But that's a steal on paper that on paper should have never happened, because we saw FPX not even going to the neutral objective. They just sighed and said, okay, this is for Team WE. We are just flipping it. Let's see if it works. It worked.
And he lives. He doesn't have flash. He just walks away.
No.
He
just walks away.
I'm in shock and awe, and I'll be honest, quite a lot of horror at that. This should not happen. We'll watch it back again, but Monkey,
13, right?
Man. Yeah. 13, yep. And it's literally an auto attack. That's egregious. That's egregious right there out of Monkey. I mean, this buys you 5 whole extra minutes right here as FPX, which when you've got a composition that includes a Zeri, includes a Yone, includes a Rumble, 5 minutes matters. That could be a whole extra item into your back pocket that you can turn around into a big wombo combo, into a big team fight. Will it come back to bite WE? We'll have to wait and see, but it has given FPX this little bit of extra hope that they most certainly didn't have previously.
It feels like they bought 5 more minutes, as you were mentioning. Like, it's early in the morning, you don't want to go to school. 5 more minutes, mom, please. I just want 5 more minutes. And it could be it. 5 more minutes could buy them the game. Let's see if it goes like that, because still the gold diff is kind of messy, kind of respectable. Gold diff in favor of Team WE. They lost the Drake. They're going to have another one in a few minutes. In 3 minutes, FPX is going to be in the same spot where they are forced to fight over the Drake. And it's gonna be like this all the time. Every 5 minutes, you're buying 5 minutes, it's gonna be like this all again. And for the next 5, I don't think Zeri is gonna be on 3 items yet.
No, I would be surprised if that one gets completed through. It should be Immortal being a full build, so you're probably not that far off of it at this point. Care jumping on forwards, and he's got support this time around. TP gonna come in to at least try to keep the mid laner alive, and this might be a return collapse.
Why, the ultimate, the best objective is not Vampire, definitely. And there it goes, they are playing volleyball with Sejuani. She's not even touching the floor, knockup after knockup, and right now you took the jungler away. Next to the Baron Nashor, it feels kinda easy for Team WE. The decision is right there. This is going to be a Baron Nashor call. Team WE trying to stop Sheer and the rest of the FPX's intentions in front of the river. Carrick joins the fight. Yin and Monkey were trying to take the neutral objective. This is a 5v4 situation. There goes Dre jumping into the backlane. Here with the Fate Seal, and that's amazing. Carrie's still alive, but not anymore. Carrie's took down Yachi, and Taeyun is gonna die against Sheer, who's 1v3 right now. Dre still standing, Sheer still standing, going golden, but going golden is not going alive. Sheer, what in the world have you done?
I mean,
that's been amazing.
Yikes, that's now going to be 2 objective attempts in a row for WE that don't go anywhere near as well for them as they would have been expecting, right? You have a brilliant Fate Sealed into the backline right there, and Sheer, we've been highlighting him, right? He's had a ton of time on the side lanes, alone with towers, getting a bunch of gold into his back pocket, and it has resulted at this point in him dealing a metric ton of damage every single one of these fights. Watch the equalizer as it comes down. It gets dropped right on top of a couple of key members' heads. Karis gets taken down with it. Taeyun is taking damage from both that equalizer and the Baron. The Baron deals the majority of damage to Karis in this fight. And then, through the Golden Vampire, gets taken down by Sheer. It's a mess. It's a complete and utter mess of a fight. But you're going to be happy with this one as FPX. You lost out onto your jungler, and then it still gets turned back around, and you don't lose the Baron.
I'm wondering if Sheer's play stop Team WE from getting the Baron Nashor. the fact that he got another kill maybe stopped Team WE's attempt to do the Baron Nashor, because right now neutral objective is still there. Another one is gonna spawn on the bottom side of the map, because in 40 seconds it's gonna be another Hextech Drake, but yet FPXs still have not been able to take that first tower. They're in the mid lane.
Yeah.
However, right now I feel like anything may happen in this game so far. So Team WE, the question is, are we going to 3 games, or Team WE is gonna be able to go to 0 in this series? TP is coming through, Carry's joining the fight, and Sheeran Company, they need to face check their path onto the river. It's not gonna be an easy path to face check. IYY going forward, trying to get a good ultimate. The double nugget from the side of Earn, and IYY, there's not there anymore. Dre with the ultimate out for another amazing fade still. Kier dealing tons of damage, but definitely falling short. Yachi with the ultimate. Oh my god, Zari, I respect the attempt, but you're not gonna be enough. The electricity wasn't that stunning this time, and Team WE pulls off a full ace in here, and maybe this is it?
Yeah, this should be the end of the game. This should be WE pushing themselves to a game number 1 victory, a place that they really haven't been too often so far this split. It comes off of the back of a little bit of a mistimed Care and Sheer. Their ultis just don't land at the same time, and WE with their 3k gold lead are just going to walk this one through. They're going to be 1-0 in this critical series versus FPX.
I mean, we potentially had a really early Hextech Soul, sorry. We potentially had a really early Baron Nashor. We had none of them. And the game is over. The game is absolutely over. It was less than 30 minutes. A victory in less than 30 minutes, and a really convincing one, besides one of 2 things that Team WE for sure is going to be able to take care of for the next game. But an absolute banger of a game. I really love Monkey's performance on the Trundle. Taeyun was on point with this Corki. I think that Team WE's came with a plan and made it work.
Absolutely, and I think one of the reasons that I look at this win, and despite the fact FPX did find a couple of great moments to try get back into this game, one of the reasons that it doesn't fill me with anywhere near as much worry for WE is that FPX had themselves a stacked composition, right? That was loaded from top to bottom with some of the best in-class picks that you can possibly grab for yourselves, and it just did not work out. One of the ways in which it didn't work out was actually one of the non-best in class. It's the Zeri. Interesting pickup. We were like, okay, I can see it, right? Everybody wants to go diving in. Zeri loves to be in a bit of a messy fight where you can run through it, lightning crash in the middle, and then gun people down. But in that fight, in that game, really, the whole way through, it was getting dived bot lane, it was getting jumped. Right at the end, obviously, we see a little bit of over-aggression and the kill going over, but that's a desperation play, right? At that point, you know that you're not really going to pick up that kill, but maybe you do. Jackie just wasn't able to get anything going. When these big fights were happening right here for FPX, it was between Sheer, IYY, Care, and Jue, making things happen. And more than anything, I think Sheer and Care had a couple of really big moments in that game, but it just wasn't enough to overcome the fact that WE were fighting so consistently.
I mean, definitely. For me, some of the key points in this game were the Trundle, who made Sejuani not a tank at all. Honestly, we kind of saw how easily taking down Sejuani was so far in this game, but also the fact that they played all around zoning the Zeri out in the early stages of the match. The fact that Yachi was not even a champion into the game, even with 3 items, like meant the whole world for Team WE. That's a victory, a really important one. And we go back into the question: the kings of the second game, they are right.
Yes,
so, and they grabbed the victory in the first one. So the odds are shifting, or what is going on?
It felt preordained that we were going to get 3 games from this series. When we were looking at everything here, we were very much expecting maybe EDG were going to be able to 2-0, but there was no way that this one was going to end up as a 2-0. I don't know. WE are really, really good in their second games. You can see it, right? The gold graph reflects the story of the game, right? You managed to finally get yourself back into this game for FPX, and it flips on its head. The thing that makes the most sense to me is the fact that, Karius and Taeyun were dealing damage in that game, and as much as Sheer was trying to pump it back, he wasn't really getting that much out of Care, he wasn't really getting that much out of Jackie, and it meant that there was no real way to play these team fights out for them. It all needed to land perfectly at the same time to make this composition work for FPX. In the next game, when they don't have all of these amazing pickups, right? I don't know whether or not FPX are going to be able to win. We'll obviously have to see what they can draft for themselves. There's still plenty of good things left on the board, right? We haven't seen ourselves a Pantheon yet. We haven't seen a Vi today, which is very surprising. But looking back through all of these highlights, Cube, I think, was looking really solid. We talked about a lot in his previous series, how he was only able to win on Scion and on nothing else. He was able to snap that streak by winning on something, I think, like the Yorick, and losing a little bit on the Scion, but he's been really nice on these tanks. I think when you give him something big and tanky, he's been able to just buy so much space for these carries.
Absolutely. I mean, the ultimates were the whole world also for Team WE. You can see it here in this replay how, yeah, maybe he compromises himself and he receives a lot of damage, and yeah, he enables kind of the Yone ultimate, but he's on them away from the Hextech Drake, who was the Wincon. It was a solid Wincon for Team WE. On the other side, I would like to praise FPX's solo lanes, because I think Care played kind of well. The ults were also amazing, and also the equalizers. We were highlighting the equalizers from Sheer all across the game, and even though, I mean, they were there, they were amazing. They enabled also their composition, but it wasn't enough, right? There were pieces missing in there, but Sheer played out of his mind. This replaying here, for me, it was not buying only 5 more minutes, maybe it was even 10 more minutes into the game. But again, this is the catch, this is the skirmish. They pin down Sejuani. Sejuani is not a tank in this replay.
No, the Sejuani's not tanky in this play. Jackie's not hitting, but look at where that equalizer is. If that equalizer doesn't happen, if she holds that equalizer, and then a couple of seconds later, then is able to unleash it right on top of that massive Fate Sealed, that's probably a 1 fight. If not, at least enough people die that the game doesn't immediately end, and we're not now talking about going into game number 2. It's so close to being a victory right there. We've had so many bangers today. I mean, it's been crazy how back and forth all of these series have been so far.
Absolutely. I mean, this game was the fastest that we had so far today. If I'm not mistaken, less than 30 minutes. Confirmation from production. Thank you very much, production, for everything. But the fact is that Team WE looked really solid so far.
Yes.
Because my questions, I come back to what it was for me, the narrative from the day. Are these teams going to be able to fight the Nirvana, the top dogs from Nirvana team?
Yeah, I mean, so far WE are looking really good. I think Monkey getting this is perfectly reasonable. He was able to just kind of take over with this Trundle. It's one of his best pickups, and he's still got a ton of stuff he's really good on left on the board. He is the best Skarner player that we've got in the league at the moment. I will stand behind that. Him on the Skarner is brilliant. You saw him hovering it in the previous game. He's still got that available to him. I don't see Monkey slowing down. He's the beaten heart of this team. He's been the best part of this team from when they were terrible to when they were on their win streaks during split number 2, and to now trying to drag his team to another victory. They really want to pick up this second win versus FPX.
Today is the junglers day, right? For MVPs, and all of them going to junglers. You should be really happy for them. But absolutely, I was praising the Trammel, and it worked. It worked really well. So right now, this is the first victory for Team WE. Let's see how it goes, because we are now tossing to a short break before coming back to the second game. Hello everyone and welcome back. We are ready to go back again to this Team WE against FunPlus Phoenix series. The first victory was from Team WE. The Kings of the second game pull out the first victory.
Yeah, it's crazy. This is kind of like uncharted territory for this team. It feels like they really don't pick themselves up first wins very often at all. But in this one, they were able to do so. And I'll be honest, relatively convincingly, right? I think it would be a little bit too far to say it was a completely convincing win. There were definitely moments in which it looked like FPX could get themselves back into this game, but WE, they slammed the door in their face. They were able to execute a little bit better on some of the map rotations. They found some of the key picks that they needed to. A lot of this very replicable in this next game.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you. For me, the key was to pin down Yachi's champion pool, and also the options for the AD carry. This area was not, from my perspective, not the best, or not the most comfortable pick so far. It was also really punished during the late stage, but now, I mean, you don't hear production, but it's been really something. You guys made my first day really difficult. You put the challenge in front of me. It's not enough.
100 kills in game one. That was crazy. In series one.
Yeah. Go Noah. Go play the LPL. More than 100 kills in the first series. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's been fun so far. But now my question is, I really like how FPX's solo lanes played. I think they got the something, but it wasn't enough. What is the plan on the next games, guys?
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? As FPX, I'm a little bit worried about them because they lose with a composition absolutely stacked to the nines with a bunch of the best champions that we've got for ourselves in the entire game. Whereas WE, they got a little bit more comfort, right? Karis on the Aurora, it's something he loves playing, even if it's not necessarily something that they win that much on. Monkey looks great on this kind of champion. Cube's good on a tank. Taeyoon, he loves going towards the Corki. That's his highest win rate champion, and they're able to pull out the win here. But I don't think WE have used up all of their best options for themselves. In terms of what's left, there's still a bunch left, right? We're still only in game number 2 of a best of series, so there's a bunch of some of the best stuff still available. It's about what slips through, because in the previous round, we saw a bunch of the best stuff being taken off the board. Varus was taken away, Gwen was taken away, the Wukong as well, also taken off the board. Do any of those slip through? And then, again, very interestingly, the fact that the Pantheon wasn't banned and wasn't picked, that's not something that we usually see slip through those pick bans either. Yeah. And the question, where's Vi gone? Why has Vi completely dropped off of our screens, right? Hasn't been changed around too much in any of the patches, and just has disappeared from our screens today.
Yeah, absolutely ignore the Vi. I mean, I was not being playing by so far in this split, so I kind of expected him to ignore the time. But the Pantheon, for me, it's a lot of question marks in there, because the Pantheon was like so free, like so go to Pantheon, but they decided to go otherwise. We saw in the previous series how the moment Pantheon was open, they just went to it. They just went with everything to the Pantheon, even if it ended up losing the game. But the peak is still so valuable. So let's see how it goes right now. Team WE with the first victory. FPX needs to grab 2 victories in a row if they want to end up winning this series between the bottom 2 teams from the Ascend group. Which, and honestly, we go back to the question: do you see these teams being able to confront the top of the Nirvana group?
I think it's going to be really, really
That's
close,
a no.
right?
That's a straightforward no.
Yeah, that's real. I think it's going to be really, really close between them. Currently, the way it would shake out, if FPX do end up losing this one 0-2, then they would pretty much guarantee them being bottom of the table. We looked at their strength of schedule earlier. I'd be very surprised if they pick themselves up any more wins. Maybe another victory against IG out of nowhere to pull them off of the bottom, but then they wouldn't have the head-to-head versus WE, one of their bottom tier mates alongside them, and that probably means that they're playing up against the best that we've got from Group Nirvana, which is EDG. Now, obviously, EDG losing today, they don't look as strong, but I still do think that EDG in an FPX match, it at least goes the distance as a series, and I feel like there's a chance here where we actually get to see some of these Group Nirvanas teams pick up wins. Last split number 2, the Group Nirvana versus Group Ascend matches were kind of formalities. Nobody really expected any of the Group Nirvana teams to actually make it into the playoffs proper. This time around, I think it's definitely going to be a much more interesting question.
I'm going to be the disruptive one in here, because I kind of feel that you two blocks in production, you were like bluntly saying no, they are not going to be able to put up any kind of fight against the top dogs from Nirvana group. But I kind of feel that the moment Team WE got what they needed to grab the victory, they ended up the game. And this is something we've been discussing about so far today, that the teams were not that convincing when it came to closing the games, at least the ones we're touching today, right? Like, pay attention to what happened between NiP and EDG. Like, it was a bloody series, to put it mildly, because I think it's an understatement of what happened so far in the previous series. But Team WE was more convincing in some sort of fashion. In the moment, they had what they needed. Okay, guys, we have the Drakes, we have the control of the map, we can threat with the Baron Nashor. They even pulled off like a consistent attack, like an attack without a throw. For me, it's like odd at this point of my life. Like, myself coming from ERLs, yes, it is something really odd to see for me. And Team WE managed to do so. On the other hand, we saw EDG and NiP fighting with stones and sticks.
Yes.
All through the series. It was not consistent, neither convincing.
No, I mean, that is very much gonna be, I think, the theme of these group Nirvana games and some of these bottom group Ascend games, where, like, there's just a bunch of fighting, there's a bunch of just kills that really shouldn't be happening. I think the thing that makes me lean towards your way of thinking, where these group Ascend teams probably are a little bit better, is that WE, they pulled off a dive, and nobody died on their team. They were able to actually dive correctly.
Wow. I'm content with that, okay?
Yeah,
I'm a simple
we got to see
woman.
one singular dive today that didn't go wrong for the team trying to execute it. It's been crazy. We should be jumping into the picks and bans just about now. We've set up the stakes of this game. It's incredibly important. Getting into the playoffs, if you want to make Worlds, you need to get to playoffs, otherwise you've got no hope as these teams. And you just want to win this one. This is the other person alongside you in the bottom of the barrel. Picking up this win would be huge. And WE, if they can do it in 2 games, it would be their first 2-0 of the entire season. It would be massive for them.
Worlds is the word. I mean, this is difficult to say if I'm not a native English speaker, okay? That's odd. But the fact is that, okay, Team WE, 30 points, guys. Those are 30 points. 30 juicy points for Worlds.
Yeah.
FunPlus Phoenix, 10.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, it's there for you to pick up the opportunity to go to the international stage. Now we're heading towards the second draft in the series so far. And Vi is again on the loose. Pantheon is again on the loose. But right now, I mean, you can say no to Pantheon in this moment if you're Team WE. On the other side, I'm surprised because FPX has prioritized the Taliyah in front of the Pantheon.
Yeah. I mean, the Taliyah is something that's very strong. It works well into Care's wheelhouse, and it gives you a lot of map mobility. And part of it is also being able to take it away from pairing up alongside the Pantheon. Now, Monkey has only played the Pantheon a little bit. He's been moving towards a lot of different champions. He's much more of a Wukong and a Skarner man than he is a Pantheon guy, but the Pantheon's so strong you can't be passing that one up. Cube going over to the Yorick. It's one of the few champions he does actually have a win on, so I don't hate it that much in this situation. That being said, the Yorick is really risky. It's the sort of champion where unless it all goes correct for you and you get to maul a bunch of towers early on and get really far ahead, you don't give your team that much during the team fights. Your split push can actually be quite weak if you're trying to build towards the team fights, and it can all begin to fall apart. I really like this out of FPX, taking this Skarner away from Monkey. He is excellent on this champion. This means if you do go to game 3, he won't have it available to him, and paired up alongside the Nautilus, you've got yourself a really solid front line with a ton of engage.
A ton of engagement, a ton of CC. Okay, we get it. FPX do have a lot of CC in this game, just with the Skarner and also the Nautilus. But if you want to CC, there it goes the Annie. For carries, we saw Annie earlier in the day in doing these hands with full short. But in the end, it was such a strong pick, and I feel like per with the Pantheon. The Annie does have that kill potential. Let's see how it goes, because with this Annie pick, we're gonna head towards the second ban rotation. Renekton has been taken away from FPX's hands, which I think it's totally understandable.
Yeah, into this situation where you've got yourself a Yorick, this champion countered by a couple of things very hard. The Renekton much in that list. So is the Jax. The Scion actually also has a pretty good time into it, so that one already being taken off of the board is going to help. I wouldn't be super surprised if we see another ban focused up towards the top side of the map. Then again, you do have a lot of ADCs still available, and people really haven't been looking towards the ADCs until quite late on in these drafts, maybe taking away a couple more of these strongest ones. could be the move. No, the Jack's just going to be taken off of the board. Yep.
Yeah.
2 of the biggest counters right now are taken away. You're kind of getting down to things, I don't know, like the Aatrox, potentially, if you actually want to go toe-to-toe with Cube. Otherwise, you're kind of fine to just absorb pressure in this lane and go be more useful than him in the team fights.
Absolutely, and for me, FPXs are trying to pin down right now Taeyeon's champion pool, considering the Varus, the Ezreal, and the Corki. I think they were his most played champions right now. He's not running out of options, but heading towards the most uncomfortable ones. This is it. This is going to be the Kai'Sa with a lot of outplay potential. You disrupted the potential Nautilus Kai'Sa bot lane, which I totally understand, but the response is going to be really blunt from XPX. The Hover Delusion, for me, it was kind of okay. And the Jhin in here, I'm not really much convinced, because Yorick, for me, it is that kind of tank that is so annoying for Jhin.
Yeah, I mean, this is the sort of situation where, do you actually get to play this one out? Interesting that it is just going to be the Ambessa locked in right here, because Ambessa actually, I don't think, has a particularly good time into the Yorick. The Yorick's able to lane this one relatively easily during the early laning phase, and then later on the Ambessa very much going to be going and joining into these team fights, and the Yorick wants to be sat on the split push. FPX hovering on towards the Misfortune. I would not like that in this situation. There's way too many champions that can jump into the backline. I think you need a little bit more backline access if you want to play something like that. Instead, it is just going to be the Jhin locked in. Between the Jhin and the Taliyah, you've got yourself a very nice long-range bit of damage right here for FPX, and the final lock-in is going to be this Nico Kai'Sa, very strong bot lane that can bully this Jhin and Nautilus around pretty effectively early on. And again, we've seen what the Pop Blossom can do. Vampire on this Nico as well was one of his best pickups during Split 2 when they were on some of those massive runs.
Absolutely agree with you. The Nico's gonna put a lot of pressure on FPX's bot lane. I kind of get why maybe Yachi was tempted to go to the Misfortune. I agree with you. It was an awful spot for the Misfortune, but you want to bully down that Kai'Sa no matter what. You have kind of a narrow window of opportunity to take her down, and maybe that's during the laning phase. You want to outrange her, you want to punish her, and maybe you want to go to that Misfortune, that bully, the lane bully that Misfortune is, or maybe the Jhin. For me, the Jhin works better, but it may not finding the same obstacle, these obstacles that do are the tanks in the form of, the Yorick or even the Pantheon. I mean, Pantheon is just too tanky for the health of the game, in my opinion, with the So let's see how it goes for the Jhin, honestly, because for me, the Nico, it's really disruptive for the bottom lane.
Absolutely it is. It can just make that bottom lane so very volatile. I like what WE have for themselves until I look towards the top lane, and I know, I understand that Cube is good at this champion, that he likes this champion, but I'm not such a big fan. I don't find it to be that compelling in a lot of games. No, I feel like the Yorick, it just disrupts the way that these teams are so used to playing. You want to leave the Yorick alone in a side lane, but you also want your top lane to come join you up in these team fights, and it just leaves this weird split where sometimes the Yorick joins, sometimes the Yorick doesn't, and it never actually gets to sit, take plates in, and get ahead.
They're silent. They're not cheering. Bloxer, you asked for it, but you're not getting it. I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry. They are really quiet today. Going on to the Summoners Raid for the second time in this series, the 5th time so far today, and we'll see if we go to the 6th game or if it's just it. And 2-0 for Team WE. I see you really convinced.
Yeah. I mean, constantly, WE get themselves into game 2s all the time, and they're really good at them, and especially considering that in these game 2s, right, they've usually lost, they're playing up against some of the best teams that we have in this entire league, and then they're still able to pull out these victories. Anytime you see WE, you know you're in for a long day, but if they can win this one right here, might be able to cut our day a little bit short. We saw a bit of invading on the bottom side of the map for FPX. WE, they're going to respond to this one and potentially jump IYY. If he doesn't spot them out here, this is devastating for the Skarner. He sees them.
He saw it. He sees them, definitely, but it's not going to be enough. You need more than spot them to actually claim your territory there in the top side of the jungle. Monkey is zoning him away, and the one who's going to pay the price maybe is Cube. That's going to be laid there in the top lane. Definitely, you're going to trade with him, but absolutely not the most comfortable situation there for Skarner in the jungle. Taeyeon receiving a decent amount of damage in there, and have to ghost away from the situation. Yachi and Yue being so so able to punish Team WE's ball lane, and this is something we were talking about during the draft, how you want to ball it down that Kai'Sa, and for now, they're doing it.
Absolutely, they are. Well, still, the pressure going to be coming through from WE's bottom lane. And as you highlighted, right, yes, you managed to push away IYY from his jungle for a few seconds. He's still able to put his way back in. Yeah, Monkey just has to walk away and go start onto his own camps. That's going to put him behind a little bit. In fact, he's only done his chickens. He's going to go for some very interesting pathing right here. Recognizes that it should just be IYY up on his topside camps for at least a little while longer. And he's going to try to steal away at least his opponent's chickens, if not maybe the red buff, although that might be pushing it.
We were in there because Dre went for the dredge line and W from Yachi. So easy, it's like you don't even have to look for it. You know, you have to be really precise. It's like Nautilus makes all the hard work for you. And I'm sorry, IYY, there's no wrap for you. They've been taken away. So disappointing first counter, obviously, but definitely, I mean, he's still ahead at some points, but he's being spotted all the time. Like a ward on the Raptor speed. In there, they saw him crossing to the bot lane. Jhin has been thrown away. Yachi needs to recall, and at the beginning of the lane phase, I kind of felt that FPX's bot lane were managing to do so, to volley the Kai'Sa, to volley the Nico down. But right now, I'm having flashes from the previous game. Yachi resetting really early means that he's gonna be left so behind.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be able to get back into this lane with some boots, which does help. Allows you to space versus Kai'Sa just a little bit easier. Alright, into the mid lane.
There he goes, the gank onto Karius that has to flash away. The seismic shove, really promising from Kier, who for me was one of the highlights from FPX's previous game. Cube joining the fight, IYY maybe some kind of trouble. Karius
he's caught!
Peeking, and the prison has been absolutely magnificent from Cube. You were really hating his Yorick, but the Yorick is working so far. Monkey with the flash and stand forward. Kier needs to flash away, and this is a really volatile situation there for the Taliyah, because right now, without the flash, you are just so fragile.
Yes, needs to back off quite far underneath the tower. Yeah, I don't love the Yorick in general, but I think Cube's been one of the better performers that we've been able to see on it recently. And that Morning Mist was really nice, just absolutely stunning IYY up, gets that flash out of him. And the flash off of the Skarner does just give you an extra level of survivability. Once you get that level 6 through, you're not so worried about getting flash impaled or anything like that. Gives him a little bit of extra juice during these skirmishes and fights. Still, nobody ends up going down, at least, so we get to at least the 5-minute mark before we see any blood being spilled. First Drake going to be spawning. It will be a Hedge Tech. Pretty nice Drake to be able to grab individually. Stats that everybody would love to be able to grab for themselves. Yeah. Stats. Yeah, exactly. There's a couple of things that he's been good on. Hey, he's just won on the Ornn. He's getting himself another victory on another thing. That's included in the 315 as well. Thank you very much, production, for clarifying that one. Yeah. Yikes. It has been rough, but that's just an overall WE rough. And the fact that he's been good on this Yorick, yeah, as we've been talking about, it's not going to be something I hate too much. To a huge chunk of damage. Oh my. Getting those plasma stacks up is huge.
Absolutely. Here, Vampire doing all the hard work with the E as well, and also the decoy, because he plays the decoy as well. But Dre is not going to be able to engage so freely right now that he's being chunked down and forced to use the cookies. Another beautiful E, and this is really bad for FPX as well. It's like the Jhin is not working. Is being bullied by Nico mostly, and Nico enabling Taejun as well. Nico disguised as Kai'Sa, and it's not gonna be an easy path for FPX's bullying, who again is so behind. The gold, the CSD is really similar to the previous game.
Yeah, they are beginning to fall behind quite heavily, and as we've been talking about, right, if FPX want to be able to win, he actually needs to get himself into a strong spot. It's a little bit less likely they're going to get dove, I think, in this game than they did in the previous one.
Karius.
And they... Oh, hang on.
Oh my god. Synchronicity, not on the same page. FPX's jungler and mid laner, because, I mean, you just need to wait. For Skarner to finish the pathing from Sun to do the seismic show, but I think Kier was impatient. Monkey's invading once again. I don't think he's spotting Nautilus and Jhin recalling, at least for now. TP's coming through, Ambessa joining the fight, and yes, he's spotting Dre. Jumping forward, the Sun in there, but Ambessa is the threat. Oh, not joining the fight, Ambessa just left his support away. Dashing to the wall, and Dre need to flush out. Ambessa, that was rude.
Yeah, Unfortunate that they don't actually manage to pick up the kill. I think Jue wouldn't have died even if that spear had have come through right there from Monkey. But all of that pressure should open up, allow them to go on towards this Hextech Drake if they want it. And so far, looking so good from WE. I mean, hey, if nobody dies, is it really that rude for Sheer to just abandon his support in that situation? Probably not. Not going to be the end of the world. This Drake taking has been delayed so far, actually, that it's 30 seconds now until the grubs are going to spawn. And that's going to open up an interesting question, right? Anytime you've got yourself the Yorick on your team, you would love to have these grubs. That extra ability to rip through these towers, always going to go a long way.
That extra damage is definitely valuable for the Yorick composition. I mean, right now the goal is not that much globally between the teams to see if the team LPL is winning the early game. But if you can put your claws on top of these Voidgrubs, that would be so completely different. 8 minutes into the game and we do not have a first blood. Oh, this is shot. Not good from Care. But I'm surprised. Maybe I'm calling the odds on top of Care. Oh. There goes the Dreadline Monkey jumping on top of the Talia, going through ultimate, Nautilus ultimate on top of Monkey. Karis needing to flash away, and there goes the first blood for Yachi with the 4th bullet. And there he goes, another seismic show from Care. That's a double kill for the Jin, who was behind, but not anymore, I guess.
No, that's going to be a great injection of gold right into Jack's pocket. He's going to be very happy to have picked that one up. They're going to be able to turn around and grab the grubs as well, our FPX. And as we were just praising what WE had been able to do, all of a sudden things snap back. And I hope we get a replay of this one, because this was an aggressive play from WE. They were trying for this play. Actually, they're only going to be able to grab one of these grubs. The second set should reset. And FPX, they're bringing all their members in. They want to fight.
Everybody's invited to this party. There goes the Curtin Cole and Skarner grab the 3rd kill. That goes all the way forward to FPX's Monkey in some kind of trouble. There goes Tiber's also invited to the fight and to the party. Vampire with the double E being so on point. But there goes Yachi with the W, sniping it away and grabbing another kill for himself. And that's the 3rd one for a Jin that, honestly, the laning phase, what was that? I don't remember it.
Yeah, who cares about whatever happened 5 minutes ago? Right here, right now. Jachi is in such a strong position for himself. 3-0-1. Going to be well on the way to being able to pick up that first item. And the grubs, all 3 of them, going to be picked up from FPX. Denied away from the composition that has the Yorick. And it's just over-aggression right here from WE. You don't actually have the members available to make this play work. And everybody's walking in slowly. It's a brilliant initial catch right there to be able to grab Theun, and then you could just keep running this one through. But at the same time, Karis was nowhere nearby. You didn't have a couple of your big ultis available to you because you'd been pushed around. Vampire. Just about going to get away with that one. But still, 4-0. 4-0.
For now, it's definitely happening for FPX. Maybe the second game is not going to be it for Team WE. 4-0 for FPX, 3-0-1 for Yachi, who's everywhere. 100% kill participation for this Jin, who was so left behind, who still is 20 CSs behind Taeyun, but who cares about CSs if you can get kills. The fight over the Hextech Drake, the first of the game, there it goes. IYY trying to make its way into the bottom side of the river. The neutral objective goes to Skarner, Pop Blossom, but Justin Dre and the Seismic Show is lethal to Vampire. IYY is the one grabbing the kill. Monkey so changed down, and there goes Sheer joining the fight. The public execution on top of Annie. Another Dreadline from Nautilus to divide the fight until you needing to flash away and get away as fast as possible. This game is not looking good for Team WE. What were you expecting? A quick 2-0? No. You're here with me. You're trapped here with me.
Yeah, we are locked in right now, and yeah, so about the dross for game number 3. I can't believe that WE have managed to throw this one away so badly, but then again, the gods do want a game 3 from this series. It's got to be all 6 today. We'll have a look back at what ends up happening on this one, because again, it just feels like over-aggression from WE in a situation in which they really just don't know enough about where the members of FPX are.
Where are they? I mean, Embassy still needs to get through, but the fight is that this fight was 90% of the time a 4v5. And
yes,
even though FPX is pulled through.
Yeah, and the public execution onto the backline is just so brilliant. It's what allows FPX to get all of the kills in this situation. And it's Vampire jumping forwards. Even if you don't get the flash away from IYY in that situation, you still have only managed to catch the 2 tanks of the team with that Pop Blossom. Vampire going to have to do a heck of a lot better for his team if he wants to be able to carry them through, as WE falling further and further behind in this game. They're going to be down by about 3,000 gold at the moment. And it's beginning to reflect, right? These first items should be coming through pretty much wholesale right here for FPX. They're only at the moment waiting on Care being able to get back to base, grab that final first item for the squad, and they are in such a strong position to be able to send us to a game 3.
8-0. It's such a statement from FPX's, considering that we're not even 14 minutes into the game. It's almost 3k gold diff in FPX's favor. That's a massive goal diff considering the moment in the game that we are. Production is having fun, right?
Oh yeah, everybody knows that we got to be going to all 6 games. I mean, it's
but now you jinxed it, right?
Oh, I hope so.
Isn't that how it works?
So. Nah, to be fair, I do actually want another game of this series because this one's sad. This is FPX so far ahead. WE actually just going to be able to jump right here. Jachi's just dead. Okay.
Flash done, and there's not Jin anymore. He had no cleanse, so you cannot cleanse death away. So definitely Team W wanted to kill on top of the Jin. It was a shutdown, a really valuable shutdown. But look at this. Nice. On the other side of the map, FPXs are still mining that tower down. There it goes, another plating for IYY and also Care. The tower is still there, but so chained down. So I don't think after 14 minutes it's gonna be that difficult for FPX to claim. Sheer? No.
Yeah, I mean,
no, they're not killing each other.
Should just be going down. I'd be very surprised if we actually end up seeing any head-to-head fighting between these two in the top lane, even though, of course, Cube doesn't even have his first item completed at that point. Should be picking it up on the base right now. We've done a very good job of being able to farm so far, and does get that Trinity Force into inventory. So he's going to be strong if he's allowed some alone time with these towers. That being said, anytime you're trying to fight into a 4v5, as WE, that's going to be really risky. You saw they were losing previously in a 4v5 that benefited them. Anytime Sheer arrives in these teamfights, he's just going to be such a big part of the game plan for FPX.
The worst part for Team WE, just before this skirmish there in the middle lane, which got them the kill on top of the game, is that it's not only that they lost the fight, they lost the Drake as well. I mean, they got nothing out of the play. They lost everybody, they lost the Drake, so they got absolutely nothing in there. Even though they're still, I mean, here it goes, Jorik punishing the structure, and it's going to be the first start of the game.
Yeah.
They're gonna get the point, which is absolutely important if they want to fight over those boots with FPX. FPX, on the other side, FPX just need a neutral objective. It's not that far from them. Apple Blossom Vampire, count minions. We'll always need to count minions, and Sheer is gonna be taking down Vampire is gonna die. Vampire is gonna die, and dives are always messy, aren't they? Yeah. Dives are always messy, but just one soul. Considering that you got 2 towers out of it.
Someone gonna base.
Here? What?
Okay, Care's come back, but I mean, this tower might actually go down. You don't have the most damage available to you at this point in the game. No, okay, they are gonna be able to stop this one. Uh-oh.
I don't know. I mean, Joy is gonna get away. Honestly, it was dangerous. Kaiser was zoned by Delia's alchemy that she could join the fight with the killer instinct, which was not that crazy to think about. That push from Team WE was absolutely stunning.
Yes.
For a moment, they thought they were gonna get Inhibitor Tower.
Still, even as they were able to just get themselves that tier 2 tower, that's a massive injection of gold. That pulls them back within 1,000 gold of their opponents. They're also going to be able to snap engage right here onto the Drake. Oh. Herald's going to go down onto the mid lane. There should be the mid lane tier 1 tower picked up. I'll be honest though, if you're able to stop the tier 2 from going down, tier 2 tower and a Drake, that's worth it here for WE. Nah, they're not going to be able to stop it though.
No.
Shame.
It's impossible for them to actually clear the way, considering that it's 4 members from FPX's pushing the mid lane. Good driving skills.
Is he gonna make it?
Smooth. Nice. Smooth. Is it going to collide?
Really?
Oh my god, such good drivers. 10 out of 10.
There we go. That's exactly the driving. We've had excellent driving so far today. Exactly what we wanted to get to see right here. And that's going to be another tower going down. Now, while we were watching that Herald being taken solely by FPX and the big push bot lane from WE, I was thinking in my head, right, you're going to need to get quite a lot of gold back from this Herald to make it worthwhile, losing a tier 2 and a Drake down in the bottom side. Well, being able to grab yourself 2 towers in the mid lane and a bot lane tier 1, absolutely going to be worthwhile, and they bring that gold lead back out to about 3,000. And looking at where that gold lead is sat at the moment, Care really far ahead at the moment. Already got that Seraph stacking up right here. He's going to be in such a strong position, especially once he can complete that second item.
Talia has it all. Honestly, she's so ahead. I mean, I feel like Diani is again falling short this time for Karius. He pulled through the kill on top of the team with the flash, with the Tivers and all of that. That's again a situation that you can only find once every 5 minutes. On the other hand, FPX is what you said. They just demolished everything in front of them. They took all the mid lane, and that's so important for FPX to deliver into neutral objectives. Monkey maybe in some kind of trouble. W from Yachi, not good. Monkey still standing strong. There he goes. TP's coming. TP's falling down from both teams. Karius joining the fight, and there goes T-Burst, and there goes the boss. And this is the dream fight for Team WE. But even though I don't know if it's gonna be enough, there it goes. The anchor on top of the Anima. Taeyun is still free, doing some damage. Taeyun with the flash forward. Taeyun so aggressive. This is how he loves to play, isn't he? Just he's gonna be taken down, and I see absolutely nothing. Okay, the play before from FPX was absolutely madness, but this is a quadra kill for Taeyun. This is a quadra kill for the Kai'Sa. After losing everything in the map, after losing everything in the mid lane, they go and do an ace.
Yeah, that was beautiful right there from WE. Over-aggressive from FPX, trying desperately to get that catch onto Monkey. He still got flash up. He was going to be able to survive in that situation. You talked about it during draft, right? The Pantheon has so much survivability in the game at the moment. It's absolutely disgusting. The Aegis Shield was beautiful. And have a look back at this one. They try everything. They throw everything in the kitchen sink at this man, but the teleports coming in from the flank. Karius puts himself in a great spot to be able to capitalize on this from Vampire. Beautiful Pop Blossom lands onto 3 members. Sheer just about avoids Pop Blossom, still ends up going down, and then this is what we talk about when we talk about WE. It's people over-aggressing, and Taeyun, he loves that stuff. He's now going to be able to turn it back around. Quadra kill. Hang on, we're jumping to live into another fight.
They are fighting all the time. Kira trying to do some damage as well, and the Tribers being sewn away by FPX's T-Burst joining the fight, and the Demon as well, because everybody is invited. IYY is going to be taken down by Taeyun, grabbing another kill. The Kai'Sa out of hands for FPX's. Kai'Sa is on the loose. She's so fed. More than 2k ahead from Yachi. 2 items and a half. Who's going to stop her?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Taeyun has managed to put himself in such an excellent position, is just ripping through the heads of the FPX members, and it looks so good. They were so far ahead. We're going to get another certified LPL gold graph. Yes, as I say it, thank you very much to the Chinese observers for giving us this one. Yeah, that was a pretty huge gold lead. 4,500 the advantage for FPX that they've managed to throw away almost in a millisecond.
My goodness, this is going to be the Atakan call, and beware, because this is not gonna be that easy like in the last game. There it goes. Pantheon secures it. Easy Atakan. No Atakan throw so far in this series.
This has been pretty clean so far out of WE. Pick themselves up this Atakan, grabbing it with 1 Drake. Couple of petals for yourself. It's not really going to be the end of the world. It's not the be-all and end-all grabbing this Atakan, but it's just another objective you're taking away from FPX. Taeyun, 10,000 gold. He's so far ahead of his lane opponent at this point, and it's resulting in just him having the confidence, weaving his way through this team fight. He's very close at this point to having a 3rd item completed, and at that point, Kai'Sa into the backline, alongside Monkey jumping them, Vampire jumping them, Karius 100-0 obviously available with that full combo off the Annie. WE, they're in a really good spot to be able to win this game, and I can't believe I'm saying that. Still, this Drake, second Drake for FPX, will be going down nice and easily. They need to make sure they run away, though, because WE are on the hunt. TP, look at that.
I don't know if they're going to be able to run away, because look at that TP really deep into the enemy jungle. Okay, Annie's respecting her own integrity by not going for the flank, because it could have looked so bad for Annie herself. But the fact is that it was in FPX's hand to actually take this game into a victory. That fight, that ace, the Team WE pulled through, that Taeyun pulled through, that's been it. That's been the final blow for this series so far. There it goes, another tower there in the middle lane. The gold diff has been skyrocketing to Team WE. We saw it again. The gold diff graph tells a story. It always tells a story. And this story, I'm not sure that FPX loves it.
No, I don't think it reflects particularly well upon them. They're really going to have to claw their way back into this game. You do have plenty of damage available to you between Sheer, Care, and Jackie, but you have to find that exact correct moment to go flying in, to get Karis, to get Payun. If they're not going to be able to find that perfect engage, it's going to be very tricky for FPX to stabilize after what was such a good early game for them. And remember, losing this game almost guarantees that FPX are going to be down at the bottom of the standings. That's going to put them in a matchup versus EDG most likely, a matchup that nobody's going to be sure who manages to win. There's so much stock being put in those top group Nirvana teams at the moment. You do not want to lose this one out as FPX, but they've kind of thrown away all of the advantage they've worked so hard for during the early game.
Tense situation for FPX, honestly. They do have at least 2 Drakes to survive this mid game. 23 minutes almost into the game, and my question remains the same: who's gonna stop the Kai'Sa? Terminus there as third item for the Yun, by the way, who's gonna make her even harder to take down. And maybe it's Care, maybe it's Care the one that is going to be able to take her down. The advantage, the only one that remains with the gold advantage compared to his enemy laner, honestly. But on the other side, Karius managed to pull through 2 items as well.
Yeah.
So even if there's 2k gold diff between mid laners, I don't feel that there's much gold diff.
No, I mean, you're hopefully going to be able to get back to base right here as Care and spend a little bit extra gold, get yourself a bit more of an advantage, but right now there's functionally no difference between the two at all. Only 1 item advantage right now for Care. WE. They've done well. They've got themselves back into this game from what looked like a pretty losing position. The game has slowed down for them a little bit. Minute now until next Baron. 2 minutes and a half until the next Drake is on the board. For right now, they're just trying to give enough cover to allow Cube to keep pushing. But there's a lot of darkness.
Vampire. Oh, they saw the trick.
What?
They saw the trick, but the Bob Lawson has been amazing. No matter what. He got using the but maybe he got a little bit carried away. No. The flash is absolutely stunning. There goes the seismic shove. He's gonna be taking down the kill on top of the Kai'Sa, but the fight is already over for FPX's. There it goes, Monkey jumping forward. If Kai'Sa is not there anymore, it's no problem. They have more threats for the FPX's composition. This is it. Is this it? Bloxer, Team WE pushing on through the mid lane. They're gonna take the inhibitor in there, and Vampire and the rest of them are trying to push, and then to this game, the E from Vampire being dodged by Sheer. They're still standing strong. There it goes. The first Nexus Tower is gonna be taken away. Cube is being tanking a lot of damage, and there we go. Sheer is still alive, and I don't know how.
Oh, okay, FPX, they are at least going to survive for right now, and that's some very low health bars here from WE.
That's
yes,
the
teleport going to come in. This is going to be Care teleporting in. He's trying to cut all of these members of WE off, but he's going to be walking into so much darkness, and he doesn't have the confidence to be able to do so. WE, they get away with murder right there. Still, they all have to go and reset, and FPX, they're back out onto the map a hell of a lot quicker. They're going to be able to go and try to start up this Baron. This could be the turn that FPX needed.
Oh my god. The question is this Baron quick enough for FPX's? Honestly, Monk is still in there. He didn't even reset. Monk is still alive, and he can Cube. Is gonna tank the damage for his own team, and FPX know that they need to get the hell away, because that was turning into a dangerous situation for them. So the Baron Nashor call is absolutely cancelled. Team WE is still alive. One of the Nexus towers from FPX has been taken down, and this was the play. It was unfortunate for Vampire. He got caught in the middle of changing disguises.
Yeah. It's so obvious that Vampire is making this play, but at the point at which you're stood that far up, FPX have got no recourse. Taeyun just gets caught. If he just keeps stepping forwards a little bit further, doesn't get caught right there by the seismic shove, this game is over. He doesn't die, and they're easily able to take down these turrets and win this 2-0 versus FPX, as that sign says exactly. Unfortunately for them, the game is going to continue on for a little bit longer, but they do stop the Baron from going over to FPX, and now they're going to be able to start it up.
There goes round 2, another Baron Nashor call, but this time the curtain call is trying to deny it, but there it goes Pantheon has another plan, the W, tanking it on the other side of the fight, Taeyun dealing some damage and taking down Sheer. There it goes, Monkey jumping forward, a stun on top of Jue's head, and still his kind has been absolutely obliterated. Cube with the shovel on top of Karaskat, and there it goes, Talia, definitely not gonna be enough, and that's an ace, and this is it. It's gonna be a 2-0, and that one probably is particularly happy that her team is grabbing the 2-0 so far against one of their direct rivals in the Ascent group. Team WE not making it to the third game, they only needed 2.
They only needed 2 indeed, Noah. WE, they snap their curse, they win a game 2 as they love to do, and they don't send us to a game number 3. Direct rivals. This is now going to pull WE off of the bottom of our standings. They've now got 2 wins, and both of them have come versus FPX. That's going to be critical in the head-to-heads. That could mean the difference between getting yourself the best team from Group Nirvana or one of the slightly easier opponents. And hey, we talk about it all the time for WE, right? They're a team of win streaks and loss streaks. Maybe this kickstarts something fun for them.
The thing is that at this moment, I don't really believe there's a massive difference between getting NiP or EDG from the Nirvana group, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't think who's the better rival. I think both are absolutely difficult for any of the lower part of the standings from the Ascent group. Team WE, though, really convincing, at least against FPX. Those 2 victories, FPX had it on their hand, but they threw away the game.
Yeah, they're gonna want that back. They wanna want that moment back more than anything else because the game was fully in their hands. And it's over-aggression onto Monkey that pulls through. And I love that for us, storytelling, narrative-wise, right? Monkey being heart of this team. We're gonna say it time and time again because he really is. He's everything to this squad. And the fact that it's then Taeyun that gets to pop off on the back end of that fight and pull out this just massive performance, flashing over the wall, being aggressive. It's all of the best bits that we see from WE in front of us. But come on, man. It's a Pantheon, right? Yes, you're really far ahead, but in this situation, when you're trying to desperately get a catch onto one specific final member, the Pantheon, who's got that shield available, right, who's got so much extra survivability at this point, you pick any of the other members to try to one-shot and you probably manage it. Pantheon uniquely suited to being able to get away in this situation and buy enough time to get that turnaround to come through.
The thing is that FPX decided to trade the Pantheon away for the sake of getting the Talia first pick, and for a moment it looked like it was worth, right? I mean, Talia was so ahead. Talia was the key piece, the key part for FPX's composition, but at some point it fell short. And for me, it was not only the Pantheon, of course, which denied some of the most critical curtain calls from the Jhin, who was obnoxiously fed at some point in the game. More if we consider how bad it started for him in the laning phase all again, but also Taeyun, I mean, he played out of his mind.
Yes.
And he never cheated out of a fight. Even after he got caught, but that seismic shove that we saw in the mid lane, he kept playing it extra aggressively. And that's what got, in my opinion, Team WE's second victory today.
But absolutely, and Taeyun is always a massive part of the victories for WE. I don't know. I know that a lot of people look at WE matches and be like, boring, bad matches, who cares? I don't know. Personally, I really enjoy them. You always go to a game number 3 versus the better teams. Apparently, they're able to win what is a really fun game versus a team on their same level. That is the 5th LPL gold graph that we've had today. Every single one has had a massive swing in it. And yeah, look at this. Cube, I'll admit to being wrong. I said I wasn't a super fan of the Yorick in this situation. Even though it wasn't massively on the split push, it was more of a teamfight Yorick. He looked great.
I gotta say that I'm so honored that after all this time without casting LPL, even if I kept following it, but after all this time without casting the LPL, I have been blessed with one of the most LPL days ever.
This is peak LPL. Yeah,
because this is
peak LPL.
I mean, the previous series, more than 100 kills all across the series between NiP and EDG, and this one was kind of, I want to say it was dominant from Team WE, because even though they threw away the early of the second game, they managed to pull through in the mid game. After, I mean, Vampire, again, another Another Nico that's been absolutely stunning. No pun intended in here. It was stunning also for FPX for several reasons.
Yeah.
But they managed to pull through after even after this Mbessa ultimate. Honestly, Sheer also, I think he played really really well, but it wasn't enough. At some point, I don't know. I also felt during the draft that FPX could have been falling short of damage, considering that they had
this moment.
Talia. This moment was so absolutely.
Why?
Look
Why?
at this.
What are we fighting over? Why are we here? I really don't understand this one. And this is the other problem with having a champion like the Jhin. He's putting these ultis down and they're just not doing any damage, right? You don't have an aggressive ADC that can jump forwards like Taeyoon can right here on this Kai'Sa. And this was the moment where all of a sudden you're going, uh-oh, oh no, as FPX. And they just never stopped. Vampire, he found so many of these great little engages. That's right on the edge of not actually catching onto the Jhin. And Taeyoon, again, like you said, he was never going to be a wimp. He was always aggressive, always happy to keep going forwards. That's what you have to do as WE. Again, if they want to get themselves into a good spot in the playoffs, they have to start winning right now. And this 2-0, that's got to do a lot for their confidence overall.
I'm thinking about WE's schedule ahead of them because they still have several series to be played.
Yeah.
They have DDG in a couple of days. They do have top esports as well, and Invictus Gaming, and also Anyone's Legend, just to close up to wrap up the season. I don't think it's that unbelievable to think that Team WE is grabbing at least one more victory. I mean, but I'm also giving them that credit against JDG.
That's the thing, right? Looking at the teams they've got remaining on their schedule, TES
maybe
should win that one, right? Like, they've been able to take them to a third game. Maybe they take them to a third game again, but I still think Top are a better team than them. Now, in terms of teams who love a random throw, JDG and AL have been real good at just randomly losing stuff recently, and I'm not even counting IG, for whom one of their losses was to FPX, the otherwise winless FPX. So they've got themselves a couple of teams that do not mind losing games randomly. We'll see who's going to be the MVP. I'd be very happy if Taeyoon picks this one up. Vampire is going to grab that one as well. I was going to say, Taeyoon got all the flashy kills and stuff, but the person that was actually kickstarting it, Vampire with those pop blossoms.
Beautiful pop blossoms that we did have today. I celebrate any MVP that the support gets, honestly, because it's not that frequent. At least from where I come from, it's not that frequent. But honestly, Taeyoon also had one blast of a game. Definitely one hell of a game from Vampire. Absolutely, like the most definitive play came from that very same Nico. This is it. It's just 5 games today. I'm gotta say that I'm a little bit disappointed. I won the 6th one. More considering how flashy it got for FPXs in the early game.
Exactly. I think if we'd have gone to a third game, I do still think that WE were going to be able to pick up that win, but it would have been very, very close. We should have the standings right here, updated standings for you. There we go. So, you are still going to be sat in a group ascend, topping out with TES and BLG, and bottoming out with WE and FPX. But WE, they've got themselves off of the bottom of the standings. They've now got 2 victories versus FPX, so if they end up in a head-to-head tiebreaker, WE will take that one. Group Nirvana, though, NiP, EDG, what a banger of a matchup we had between them earlier today. And now that EDG have taken a loss, there's more questions about them than we had coming into the day.
Which questions are those? I mean, if they are going to be able to beat the lower part of the Ascend group, they should be even the Ascend group, because this is a question that I've been hearing a lot when it comes to the LPL. A lot of questions in there that maybe are going to be solved when we get to the playing stage of the playoffs. I mean, that's gonna be it. We get the answers to those questions that we are just right now having to ourselves. But yeah, they're definitely gonna be such a banger of a games. We got about 2 banger of a series today. 5 games, 3 between NiP and EDG, and these 2-0 from TWE, which is the first victory they have to series. The first victory, the second victory they have.
First one,
second
2-0,
series that they go to 0.
Yeah, really impressive that they were able to actually close that one out. And of course, we're not done, right? We are still only just over the hump of the first round robin. We're now getting well on the way into the second round robin, and we've still got way more amazing matchups to come. Tomorrow, we're going to have AL versus IG and Weibo versus BLG. Those are going to be some of the biggest bangers that you can possibly imagine. If you want to see how the top end of the table shakes out, that is going to be a critical day to watch.
And just to wrap up the day, we can just go away without thanking very much to our Elite Coffee supporters, to Aaron Sip, to Meng, Forest Without, and owners of the Simmeril. They pledge financial contributions, helps level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every day. So this is it. Thank you very much for you guys. I think this is a wrap. Thank you very much for having me. I had a blast of a day. I couldn't ask for a better companion to join me for my first ever LPL English day. I hope you guys had some fun, at least half as fun as our producer had. You weren't able to listen to our producer, but definitely he was having such a good day. Thank you very much, Bloxer. This is it. We'll see you next day, tomorrow, with the LPL.